Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a glorious September 21st. We are definitely prepared for today and not just shit talking in the background.
We're like, preparing ourselves, talking ourselves up, like, yeah, we're fine.
Psyching ourselves up and trapping my dogs in a room. Welcome, everyone. Hopefully we are live. I think I checked it just before and it'll be a bit laggy, but thank you all for coming to another wonderful edition of ComfyCon. Obviously today is a nice special occasion. We'll go into that in a second, but first I'd like to introduce my wonderful co-host for today, Adriana, who has kindly voluntold to be here today. I may have said that there would be other MCs, but unfortunately nobody else volunteered, so you got stuck with the whole day.
It is one of my major faults of just putting my hand up to help and then not really thinking about the full repercussions of my actions.
I mean, that sounds like this entire conference to me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Hey, let's run a conference. Oh, by the way, it's now the 6th year. Oh my god,
yeah.
6 years.
As I said, as soon as you do it twice, 2 years in a row, it's annual and you're stuck with it, and I'm really sorry.
Yes, it is a little bit. Oh, why is this not working? That's why. It is a bit annoying. Sorry, I'm trying to share my screen and I didn't prepare. So let's just.
That doesn't sound like you.
No, it does not. Interesting.
What are you trying to share?
I was trying to share the PowerPoint, but that's okay. I will. I know how to fix this. I know how to fix this.
I believe in you.
Please. This is what happens when you use one browser on a daily basis and you test it with that one browser and you follow your own advice. So I'm just going to log in with the other one. And share. This one, hopefully you should be able to see. No, it's done it again.
That's what it did the other day too.
That's exactly what it did the other day.
We are experiencing technical difficulties. We should have had that. That's SpongeBob. Ready to go.
Oh, somebody brought it up for me. Thank you, Hoodie. Okay. Now we can get started. All right. ComfyConAU went to 2025. We are 3 months late because we obviously planned this originally in June, but then we moved it to September. But thank you very much for everyone for joining. If you can go to the next slide, please. So acknowledgement of country for those who are joining from the US, welcome. This is a very traditional Australian thing. To acknowledge the Aboriginal and original owners of land on which we are meeting today and paying our respects to their elders past and present. We also extend that to anyone who is attending who is of Aboriginal, Torres Strait or Maori peoples here today, because we obviously have some New Zealanders here as well. Next slide, please. What is ComfyCon? ComfyCon is a massive mistake. No, kidding. It was constructed as a conference in March 2020 because COVID happened, and we decided we'd run a conference online to support people speaking and to sort of distract from COVID. It seems to be continuing along now. We have one roughly every 1, 2 / whenever we can be bothered running a conference.
And have enough spoons.
And we have enough spoons. So spoons are important. So a bit of a change this time. I haven't shown this one to anybody yet, but there was a thread that happened very early in January this year, which was, a certain person moving to Australia. And the history, for those who don't know, is I think 3 days before we started ComfyCon, PancakesCon started. So PancakesCon was started started organising it 3 days beforehand. There's always been a shared heritage between the two of them. And so with Leslie obviously moving to Australia, there was, are we going to see the two, work together? Next slide. And then 6 months later, obviously, yes, we all work together. So the idea, next slide, please. We are hosting this today with PancakesCon. PancakesCon will be starting at 9 p.m. Canberra time, so AEDT. It's 6 a.m. Chicago time. They will be having 2 streams. We will be streaming the first stream on our channel. We can't stream both of them, unfortunately, because unfortunately, we only have 1 stream. But you can go to PancakesCon.com, check out schedule, go see what's happening, all those kind of things, and go support them as well. They're going to have probably a lot more than we will. They have a CTF, they have villages, they have talks, they have prizes, all those kind of fun things. We are just boring. Well, not boring, but we just have talks.
They also have sponsors.
They also have sponsors. It's a really good segue. Yes. So sponsors. So our sponsor for this year is Tim Hams. Arnott decided to sponsor ComfyCon, obviously. I've been told that this image looks like a complete and utter abomination. I kind of agree. But the idea is, you know, it's a very, for everyone who goes to Hacker Summer Camp, which is DEF CON, Black Hat, etc., there are stories of people going and taking Tim Tams over to our American friends and being able to share them with them. So there will be a number of questions today about Tim Tam slams, for those of you who know what those are. Next slide, please. Just joking. We actually have no corporate sponsors. We do this entire conference out of our own pockets. We make no money on any merchandise. We didn't put merchandise up this year. We probably will at some point, but it'll just be the logo. We just want to make sure that we can show off the amazing talent in Australia and New Zealand, and obviously the US as well this year. I don't want anybody's money. We don't want anybody's money. It's definitely not a thing we want to deal with. Cool. I can't remember what's next, but let's go see. How do you interact? For those of you who are not already in Discord, we have a Discord. There is also a PancakesCon Slack you can get to. Yep, that's fine. Next slide. So conference is the main conference channel. So please, you know, have any discussions in there. Questions is for if you have specific questions for speakers. There isn't any Q&A after presentation. Oh, Jacqueline's here. Sorry, I just saw her. Questions, if you have any questions for any of our speakers, don't do Q&A because that can be quite awkward. General surveys, please post pictures of your pets as they're enjoying. Isolation tanks, if you have pictures of your setup you want to show off. Cybers, we exclusively say cybers. The cyber channels is where you can talk about cyber, hobbies, other things, health, etc. The ComfyCon community is really supportive when it comes to spicy brain, mental health, and all those kind of fun things.
And hobbies/rabbit holes.
Hobbies/rabbit holes. It's the ADHD thing, right? You get one hobby and then you circle for the next one, circle for the next one. Don't add
My hobby is collecting hobbies. Thank you very much.
It's better than a friend of mine who will remain anonymous, and hopefully they won't mind me saying this. Their hobby is collecting red flags. Anyway, next slide, please. We also have a bingo card. Thank you to Hoodie for putting together a bingo card. We've done this a couple of times. Bingo cards are obviously conference staples. If you get bingo, please shout out in the conference channel bingo, and we will make sure that you are recognized for that. Next slide, please. Code of conduct. We do have a code of conduct. Code of conduct is on our webpage. Simply put, don't be a dick, and we define what dick is. If there is any bad behavior, and thankfully we've not had much over the years, please report it to @softcushions, which is our lovely Brian and hoodiePony, and it will also tag me in Adriana as well. Right, on to the conference in a minute, because I'm running over. We're going to have Alan, who's going to be talking about Earth, Wind and Fire. We've got a couple of GRC talks this morning, as well as how the fuck did we get here. We've also got a couple of talks on Homelabs. We've got some rocket cyber, some programming, some P2P stuff. Next slide. And then in the evening, we've got some more Homelab stuff, some stuff in criminology, and the lovely hoodiePony will be having their VTuber, yeah, he's smiling, their VTuber debut as something you'll see soon. Next slide. Cool, let's get started. So our first speaker today is where do I find the bingo card? The bingo card is pinned. Is it pinned in the conference channel? Yes, it is pinned in the conference channel. Artemisia, it is though. Okay, cool. Alan, are you ready to go? Cool. I will bring Mr. Allen Baranov on stage. Alan, how are you today?
Hello. I am good. How are you?
Oh, fantastic. Running around, not like Kermit, trying to get, audio working and everything.
It's always wonderful to see behind the scenes.
Is it really? Is
No.
it really?
No.
Yeah. I always kind of like, no. I was relying on you guys having your shit together.
We're very professional, etc., etc. Now, a bit of a backstory on this one. So Alan, many years ago, I can't remember, like 5 years ago, Alan wanted a keynote of a conference. Actually, it started off with Sniff. Sniff said if he turned up to a keynote, he would dress as some thing. I can't remember. It's like a yellow suit thing. Dial has the photo somewhere. And then it came up to Alan being a keynote. And for the first ComfyCon, he was the keynote, not the keynote.
Correct.
However, this time we said, Alan, you've obviously got a lot to say, and we obviously really enjoy when you present because you do it in a very unique way. Let's have you as the keynote. So I think today we will be having you talk about Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Correct. Yeah, let's do it.
So I will hand over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Jain. Yeah, thank you very much for having me. I am very excited to do my first keynote and more excited to do it during my favorite online conference. I do believe that the instructions given to me were Allen Baranov talking for 30 minutes, and so I'll do just that. I have an idea where I want to go. I've got some Excel to show off, but yeah, how we get to the end of this, we'll all have to do this together, and we may surprise even just myself. So I'll get to my formal talk in a bit, but I do want to start with a quick story. So 5 years ago, I was in this exact spot, pretty much as nervous as I am now, preparing for my first online conference presentation. I'd never done an online conference before. And okay, well, yeah, just to be clear, I have moved from this spot in between then and now. And anyway, this is ComfyCon, don't judge me. 5 years is definitely, it's an interesting time period. We were discussing the other night. It doesn't have the kind of formal majesty Latin sound of a decade, but it's still a lot of time. And I want to just move you back to where we were 5 years ago. This was my presentation, my keynote, and 2020 was pretty bleak. Australia had started the year with the fires. It was burning. It looked like Mad Max or Blade Runner. The smoke fume had reached all the way to New Zealand. I mean, if you believe that New Zealand actually exists, and then straight after that, China and Italy had suffered some pretty large losses of life due to what they called the coronavirus. And the US was starting to have some cases, and there was a couple at the RSA conference. Australia had a couple. And then Tom Hanks got it. Now, freaking Tom Hanks, who landed Apollo 13 and lived on an island for 6 months with the ball, he got it. And then we knew that it was real, because if Tom Hanks can get it, then pretty much anyone can get it. And the world kind of went a bit crazy at that stage. This was about March of 2020. And for me, there was one shining thing that was getting me through the days, which was a small conference with a lot of heart, great leadership. And you may be thinking I'm talking about ComfyCon, but it's actually B-Sides Melbourne that was happening. And B-Sides Melbourne, 24 hours just before it was due to kick off, it was postponed indefinitely. And that was a huge bummer. And good for the team to have the courage to do that. They were looking out for their speakers, for their attendees. But of course, it was disappointing. and enter Ian and Shanna with their ComfyCon. And yeah, I think the quote where we didn't do this because it was easy. We did it because we thought it was going to be easy. Applies. It's a lot of work. And it's also thankless. But I'm going to thank them anyway, because that was now a new shining light to get us through basically a really, really bleak time. And I just want, I'm sorry, if you're going to invite a guy with Excel, you're going to get a graph. And I promise this is the only graph that I've got in my Excel. And it's just basically just to remind you of where we were in 2020. I mean, do you remember touching elbows? And do you remember like how new Zoom was? Zoom was this crazy new thing. It was cool to have, you know, fancy backgrounds, and you're on mute was like the cool thing to say. This graph is just basically just how weird it was. You know, everyone was like, oh, Zoom is this amazing new thing. Everyone ran out and bought shares, but they bought it in the wrong company, and the actual company, their shares hit, what's a 2,000% year to date, and then quickly dropped when everyone realized they did the wrong thing. But the point of the matter is that 2020 was a bit scary. There were a few of us presenting. 2020 was also pretty interesting in that CyberCX, that the company that I work for, had just kind of kicked off. There were 4 of us, and you know, I promise I'm not selling CyberCX services here. I'm just telling a story. So there were 4 of us from different companies who all came together, and we were all presenting or were scheduled to be presenting at the first ComfyCon. So there was Ben, myself, Kirk, and Lily, and we all were quite nervous because like the Zoom was pretty new to us and stuff. So we all got together on a Wednesday night, and to test out all our equipment and stuff, make sure that our microphones were working and cameras were working, and you know how everything fitted together. And we actually put we actually had a good time. It was a lot of fun, and so what we decided to do was to actually put a recurring meeting in our calendar every Wednesday night at 7:30. Just to chat to each other and read to each other, and it really was got us through COVID, and that was just an offshoot from what happened at ComfyCon, and eventually it kind of fell away. I never actually removed the invite. And now, you know, Ben, Kirk, and Lily have all moved on from CyberCX. I'm the only one that's left at the organization. But I actually, funnily enough, still have that meeting request, which sends me a reminder every Wednesday night at about 7:15. Which, number one, is quite useful because I use that to remind me to take the rubbish out. But also, it just reminds me of those times, and just how scared and human we all were. We were very vulnerable, and the community stepped up. And every Wednesday night for about 2 minutes, while I look at the reminder and just get rid of it, I just kind of think back to those days. And yeah, I just remember also having 2 totally separate chats, one with Ian from ComfyCon and one from Leslie from PancakesCon, back in 2020, and they both said to me, "Hey, you know, we're done. We set out to do a conference once, and we've done that, and that's enough." And of course, that was enough. You know, that was a lot of work, and it really helped us and really helped the community. But of course, fortunately for us and for the world, it wasn't the last time they did it. And here we are, five years later. And both conferences are still busy running, and both on the same day. So that is something that we are very, very fortunate and very, very lucky to have. And we are also very lucky to have people like Ian and Leslie in our community to do this. We are lucky to have ComfyCon. We are lucky to have PancakesCon back for another go. So basically, what do we have to say to that? Let's fucking go. My talk is entitled Earth, Wind, and Fire, basically in honor of the band with the same name. And I chose it because, of course, today is the 21st day of September, not 21st night of September, but close enough. We'll carry on until the nights anyway. So yeah, Earth, Wind, and Fire, the GRC elements. I entitled it GRC, but it's actually more of a generic talk. So hopefully all of you will get stuff out of this. I also added my own element, which is element 0. And yeah, they all fit together. And so hopefully they'll all work together. Details about me. My name is Allen Baranov. I'm a principal consultant in the GRC practice of CyberCX. Quick disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a doctor, not a financial advisor. I am a consultant, but I'm not your consultant. And if I am your consultant, I'm not working for you on a Sunday. So everything I say here is my own views, may or may not be similar to my company's views. And yeah, so a little bit of disclaimer there. These are all my socials. Feel free to connect to me on whichever one you think makes the most sense. Of course, I have a QR code in my Excel. Feel free to scan it. Trust me, it will take you to my LinkedIn. It is not a Rickroll. This is a Rickroll. All right, let's kick off. Okay, so element 0. So when I was trying to think about this talk, Earth, Wind, and Fire, the different elements of a security plan, I was thinking, hang on, but where does it come from? Where does all of this start? So I created what I call element 0. You can call it ether, you could call it plasma, whatever. And I define it basically as passion, the passion to do stuff. Just for fun, I was trying to work out what kind of cuteness to put on the slide. So I just did Conway's Game of Life. So I'll just move it forward a step. Another step. So element 0, you don't have to be passionate to be in cyber. You can do 9 to 5. You can get your paycheck. You can get your hobbies. You can have lives outside of work. But come on, you're all here on a Sunday, so we know your dirty secret. And I'm not going to define passion. I'm not going to define excitement. It's different for everyone. I highly recommend it for anyone that's in cyber. Things can get a bit crazy or a bit frustrating, and it helps to have a bit of passion to go back on. I was watching The Bear on TV the other night about a restaurant, and I realized that they're kind of the same as us, trying to understand at the deepest level what it is that they're doing, and trying to just basically do a good job. And I also realized that I was thinking about a good cyber analogy while watching TV. And if you find yourself thinking about cyber analogies while you're watching TV and while you're relaxing, you really need to reevaluate your life choices that got you there. While I highly recommend passion, don't let your work be the only thing that you're into. have other hobbies. The one thing I do like about the PancakesCon is that your presentation is not just cyber; it's also something else that you're interested in, and that's an important thing to keep in mind. And also, don't let anyone gatekeep you. You know, if you don't have to have like a rack filled with like Cisco equipment and hack away at it, 24/7. You don't have to have like 12 honeypots around the world busy gathering information for you. You don't have to have like a full desk full of 3D printers printing out, hacking stuff, and a lockpick set that has multiple suitcases. You can have these, but you don't have to feel that you need them to be able to fit into the community. You can try and attend meetups. A lot of them are free. A lot of them are at different times. You can do socials. You can do conferences. But again, if you have kids, or if you just prefer not to be around alcohol, then you might want to, you might not be able to do all of that. You do what you can. So again, back in 2020, I was invited to speak at the Blue Team Village at DEF CON. And the DEF CON agenda itself, which is called Hacker Tracker, in it I was listed as Allen Baranov -hacker. And I kind of liked that. It sounded pretty cool. But it did give me pause as to, what is a GRC hacker? It sounds like a conflict in terms. And so I kind of researched about, I hung out with like a bunch of hacker people and learned from them. How did they think? What did they do? And a lot of what I learned and what I came across was summed up nicely in my buddy Ray Redacted in a presentation that he once did. I highly recommend that you have a look at it. It is very, very interesting. Unfortunately, you're going to have to just write down or take down the link at the bottom there and go through to it. But in it, he basically defines what the 5 generations of hackers are, and and that's very interesting. But the part that resonated the most with me was the 6th bit, where he goes into what the 6th generation is and what it should be. And I've edited his list a bit. And I've listed what I believe the main features of what a hacker should be. I'm hoping these are not terribly surprising. So main features of what a hacker should be. Number 1, have passion, have excitement. Putting time aside to make a talk, to host a conference, to attend a conference, write a paper, to blog. All of these different things help the community. And of course, you have to be passionate to do them. You have to have the will to complete it, to actually take the time. You could be doing anything else, but here you are, and that is great. So that's the first and foremost. If you don't have that, none of the rest of this is going to happen. And curiosity. You don't have to be an offensive security person or a pen tester or whatever to want to see how things work. You can be curious on the blue team side. You can try and work out how identity and access works, or you can be a networking person that is fascinated by Wi-Fi or different networking bits and pieces, whatever. Obviously, I'm not in networking. I'm not passionate or curious about it, but I was. And you could even be a passionate GRC person. I did say it. I was going to say it, and I said it. You could be a passionate and curious GRC person. Adaptability. It doesn't necessarily mean thinking on your feet, changing things as they happen. You can think slowly. You can and come up with different ideas. Think out the box. How do I do this? And is there a better way of doing this? Reinventing the box. Yeah, I think I'm going to mention Ben again, because in the second ComfyCon, he got a little bit excited and did his entire speech on the back of a bike. So, fun, it's adaptable, and it's absolutely part of what it means to be a hacker. In terms of community, looking out for each other, we're all human. Life is difficult for everybody. Just be kind, just be caring, just make people's lives better. Empathy. So understanding where people are coming from, what they believe and why, and also how can you relate, learning from people, and understanding them. And then mentorship. So everybody's got something they can teach, even if you're absolutely new to cyber. You might have learned stuff over time, and help others grow. And the ultimate way to learn a new thing is to teach it back to someone else. And then, of course, diversity. We're stronger with diversity, whatever form diversity is. It's not easy, because usually it's easiest to speak to people who are just like you. But it's more rewarding to understand how other people think and what they do. I was going to put a picture of hackers on the slide as a nod to its 30-year anniversary, because I am so old. But also, rest in peace, Martin, or Robert Redford from Sneakers. So that one's out. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion as to which of those movies is better. You can think that Hackers is better, and you'd be wrong. But in both cases, in both movies, spoiler alert, it's because of all of those different aspects that the groups were successful. One thing I find rewarding for myself is presenting. It's gotten me into conferences for free, like this one, many times, and usually the speakers are treated well. You get access to the smartest and the best minds. One of my most memorable discussions, and fortunately the photo of it, was with Dino Darzovi, who's a Mac hacker, and Jared Meyer-Grossman, who is pretty much a web hacker. Both of them are huge names in that community. And yeah, just chatting with them about memory corruption and exploitation techniques and stuff. It was the most interesting discussion, one of the most interesting discussions I've ever had in my life. I've also managed to have a quick chat with Kevin Mitnick and get his little metal business card. I've discussed encryption with Bruce Schneier, and separately with Moxie Marlinspike. I've met the authors of ISO 7799, which essentially became ISO 27001, and the authors of ITIL. And so, yeah, it definitely is well worthwhile if you can to turn your passion into to something that allows you access to some of the most interesting people, if you can. Again, you don't need to speak if that's not your thing, but work out where your passion is. All right, 20 minutes in. Let's start the actual talk. So, Earth. How do we apply everything that we've learned into these different elements? So. Have a strong base. It doesn't need to be perfect, but you do need to know what you have, and you do need to know that it exists. I really feel that like secure by design is something that we're heading towards. I'm very optimistic, maybe a bit naive. But I think that we are getting towards secure by default. We're getting users that are starting to understand what's required of them. And I think in most cases, find out what you've got, what's out there. And don't be Simba. We live in the darkness. It's the weird stuff that we're interested in. And so we need to go through and look and see what's available to us. Now, in terms of the previous slide, if you've got excitement and passion, go around your organization, be passionate, and you'll find that things will happen for you. Be curious, scan your network with permission, get outputs of all the programs you can. Pretty much everything does CSV, pull it into a spreadsheet, or use APIs, find whatever's weird, whatever's old, the dangerous stuff, find who owns them, and try and secure them. Every secured machine is one less target for the bad guys. Adaptability, you will never have all the money you want or the time that you need. Make a plan. Community, reach out, look for communities, see who can help you. Your stuff is not going to be unique. You're not unique. Well, you are unique. You're special. But your stuff is not. Go out and find out what people have done before, and learn from them. And also mentorship, help others. Get a whiteboard, teach people. The best way to learn stuff is, of course, to teach. And diversity, understand the people around you, understand why people do stuff, how they work, why they do stuff, and see if you can help them. All right, moving into wind. I like the idea of wind. It implies that things are moving. Nothing stays still forever. Now, processes are hard, and they really shouldn't be. And if you define them and understand what they are, you can start to see patterns emerging and hang on, this seems to be a waste of our time. Can we get rid of that? Or can this be automated? Or, hey, these two processes are almost identical. Can we basically make them the same one? If you can use third parties, do that. But if, make sure that they themselves are doing the right thing. And also give it, if you can kind of palm stuff off, make sure that if you can, but make sure that you support whoever it is that's doing stuff for you. Also, try not to be involved in the process. Try to be outside of the process. And even if you are involved in the process, try every once in a while to take yourself out of the process. The two terms that I've come across are the hamster wheel of pain, or the Groundhog Day, which is essentially, doing the same thing over and over and over, because it needs to be done over and over and over. See if you can automate it. See if there's a better way of doing things. And the best way to do that, of course, is, again, take yourself out of the process, and have a look and see what's causing it, why it's happening. And yeah, I get very passionate, very excited about the most exciting things to happen to business and IT. The Agile, the Lean, the DevOps, Six Sigma. They're very hyped, probably more hyped than AI, if that's possible. But they do work, and businesses have been using them for many, many years, dating back to the 60s in business, and in IT, probably about 10 years now. And we should absolutely try and jump into those, and use them. The other thing for GRC folks mainly is, if you want to have a lot of fun, if you're bored writing policy documents, write a process. And then discuss it with people. Still not very exciting, but then drop a racy matrix into it and sit back and watch everything fall apart, because that's where it becomes real, and people have to decide what they're going to do and what they need to be done, and that's where things get really, really excited. So if you can, if you're bored, do that. And yeah, in terms of curiosity, walking around, talking to people, understanding what people do, and how they think, is absolutely something that's very, very important for you to do. I'm going to skip a little bit and jump straight into fire. And then the Fire Nation attacked. Things will go wrong, and hope is not a strategy. I was actually Googling to find out who actually said hope is not a strategy, and I found like it's basically given to everybody and their friend. Yeah, basically you do need to be prepared for things going wrong. First and foremost, of course, back up your stuff, and this applies to you, even your personal stuff. Make sure that you back up your stuff. It's something that everyone knows to do, but no one actually really takes very seriously. But you should, because especially in today's time with ransomware and stuff, having a good backup is definitely a tool that will help you. And trust your backups. And of course, have a real tested incident response plan, and not just kind of one where it's sit around a table and discuss what we would do. Try test it out as much as you possibly can, because if you've got an incident response plan and you test it and it doesn't come up with issues, then you haven't really tested it. Yeah, and finally, a couple of strategies. One thing I was going to go into is what I call the Windows window, which essentially is, vendors are stepping up and things are getting better, and I can see that it's getting better. But the point of the matter is that everyone's getting better. So if you want to have a top strategy, you have to be better than everybody else. And so just keep that in mind, when you're doing your stuff. And that comes down to understanding and being passionate, and trying to work out, what are we relying on our vendors for, but like what can we do on top of all of that to just have a better security plan, a better security strategy. All right. And that's pretty much it, actually. So 30 minutes of me talking. I think that covers what I was asked to do. Takeaways, living the Generation 6 hacker values, excitement, passion, curiosity, adaptability, being part of the community and putting back into the community and taking out of the community, empathy, taking care of the people around you, mentorship, teaching people, understanding. Best way to understand is to teach, and then of course, respecting diversity and trying to encourage diversity, encourage to be around the people and encourage them to be their best selves. And then from that, of course, the 3 different elements. So build the base, find all the things and secure them, learn processes, fix processes, understand processes, not even just your own processes, all the processes around you, and then just be prepared for stuff to break, but be really prepared for stuff to break. And then of course your next steps, go and explore, learn something new, and yeah, you can do that just by sitting where you are right now. in a comfortable manner. Teach someone something. Use Excel. Kidding, but also not kidding. And then also have fun. And that's pretty much it. That's what life is all about. Be passionate, do stuff, teach people, be good, and learn. All right. Thank you very much. And yeah, again, those are my socials if you want to reach out to me. I'll be available if anyone wants to ask any questions. And thank you very much, Ian, once more.
Oh, I'm pressing the buttons. I know what I'm doing.
Completely professional.
And my head is cut off, but that's fine.
All professional. All professional.
It's highly professional. If only we needed professionalization in this industry. I will say that Windows 95, like, it's no time to shut down your computer, gives me friggin' nightmares for some reason. I just remember that from long ago, and it's just like, ugh. Yeah, pretty much. No, thank you so much, Alan. Obviously, you did meet the brief of 30 minutes of you talking, so that is excellent. Question before you go, because we will move on to Corch next. Tim Tam slams. So you've got your choice of Tim Tam in the background. What are you consuming it with?
I've never actually done a Tim Tam slam, but
you became Australian and you've never done one?
I have never done one. No, actually. But probably, I think Tim Tams, because they're chocolatey, they're a bit too strong for tea. I would probably have them with coffee.
Okay.
Balance it out. I like it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you so much, Alan. We will kick you off ceremoniously. There we go. And our next presenter is Corch.
Howdy.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon already?
Yeah.
It is.
Good.
Are you feeling triggered by the professionalization word?
Well, I was a bit disappointed that wasn't on the bingo card. Really?
It is on the bingo card.
We're trying to avoid upsetting you.
Yes. No. We specifically put professionalization on the bingo card.
Oh, okay.
Certification. It says certification.
Okay, yeah, that's not quite the same thing. I'm not going to be ranting about professionalization, but I am ranting a little bit about certification. So stand by.
I did love it when you get it on a soapbox.
Well, I because we're indoors, I don't have my soapbox with me today. But if you ever see me at a conference, I might bring it next time.
I did love that your little introduction of ChatGPT thinks I am one of the most opinionated humans ever plug in an Ethernet cable. I had a really good Google at that.
That was actually Brenton sent that to me.
Of course he did.
Because Brenton is the kind of person that talks to ChatGPT and says, "Hey, can you summarize my friend Corch?" Yeah, he sent it to me, and I'm like, "That's better than my actual LinkedIn bio."
So, debut public of speaking of OpenCASE.
Yeah, pretty excited about that. Yes. Well, hopefully by the end of this talk, everyone who's listening will be as well.
Yes, I have to make sure to put a link in the chat. Ready to go?
Awesome. Yep.
Awesome. So excited.
All right. Okie dokie. Well, thank you to everyone who has tuned in. I'm going to be talking about OpenCASE, which is the open cybersecurity architecture for small enterprise. It's basically a new framework which was developed by me. So what is it? Well, it's a new framework. It's designed to be a public standard for small business cybersecurity. And when I say small business, I mean actually small business, not small to medium enterprise, because one of the things that I have learned over the years is that there is actually a world of difference between small business and medium business. And so in developing this, I was actually aiming to target small businesses specifically. What is it under the hood? So it's an open source framework developed specifically for small enterprise. So by open source, I mean that it's publicly available. It's published under a Creative Commons license, and you can use it for free. You can also contribute to it, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Structurally, it's a list of 11 priorities for protecting small business from cybersecurity incidents. And it's structured that way so that it is, I guess, understandable, and written in sort of more plain English than a lot of other cybersecurity standards are. It's also a sequential list of 33 security controls split across 3 different levels. So what that basically means is that the 11 priorities each have 3 implementation levels, and it's a total of 33 controls. But it's designed as a sequential list. So you kind of just start at level 1, priority 1, and you get to the end of level 1, and then you move up to level 2, back to priority 1. And the last thing that I've sort of built into it is that it's meant to be an easy way for small businesses to describe their cybersecurity posture to third parties or anyone else who might be interested. A few things that OpenCASE is not. It's not a certification. This is where the certification rant comes in. So there's no official certifying bodies. That sort of comes into the open source nature of it, is that it's meant to be more of an open standard rather than something that people go out and get a certificate for. It's not a business, so there's no commercial motivation for me to sell this to people. I mean, my business, I do offer services around it, but there's no commercial motivation for me to create this and put it out there. People are free to use it without spending a cent with me or giving me any money. It's not comprehensive because it is aimed at very small businesses. So it's not meant to be an all-encompassing framework. It's not meant to cover everything. It's actually more meant to be like a bit of a starting point in a journey. It's not scalable. So this is, again, deliberate. People will sort of say to me when I first introduced it, people were sort of saying, how does this scale to large businesses? The answer is it doesn't, and it's not meant to. That's the whole point. One of the issues that the underlying reasons for creating OpenCASE is that big frameworks don't really scale down either. So that's why it's not meant to be scalable. It's not a full-blown ISMS. It's Information Security Management System for anyone who is not familiar with the term. It's not a really, ties into the comprehensive, nature of it. It's not meant to be a full-blown system. It's really just this list of 11 priorities, 33 controls. It's meant to be pretty straightforward. I also say that it's not risk-based with an asterisk. So what I mean by saying that is that it's fundamentally, it's kind of like it's a compliance-based framework, right? It's a list of things that you do and you check them off when you've done them. But the asterisk is that the prioritized nature of the framework has kind of got a bit of risk management baked into it. And the intention is that the way that the priorities are structured is that, they embed the risk-based nature of small business into those priorities in terms of the highest priorities will give you the most bang for buck in terms of risk mitigation. The last thing on this list is that it's not suitable for high risk or complex environments. So it is for small business, but a very small business can still be, high risk or complicated. Like if you're running a startup or you work in, like cryptocurrency or, something where there is particularly high risk profile, then this is probably not for you. This is more for the average small business who doesn't really have a very complicated environment. And we'll talk a bit more about who it's really for shortly. So who made OpenCASE? Well, obviously I did. My name is Corch. If you have never met me before, that's just Corch. I have no surname, which is my interesting little fact. I am the creator and maintainer of OpenCASE. My day job is I'm the chief troubleshooter at Shreyans Cybersecurity. That is a made-up job title that I picked because I like the game Paranoia. Look it up if you've never heard of it before. My first IT security job was doing firewall administration in 2001. So that's basically to say that I've been doing security for a really long time, and I've sort of come up through the trenches. I've got 10 years of experience specializing in small business. So that's basically since I started my own business. I've been specializing in small business cybersecurity. And the combination of the last two factors is really just to kind of say, well, who am I to think that I can create a whole new framework from scratch? Well, I'm basically, this is going to sound a bit big-headed, but there is not really anyone that I know that is more qualified to create a framework for this particular market segment. And the last segment here is that I am a -am dad, and this will help you to tick off something on the bingo card. That's my little dog, Darlie. He is a terrorist, like most small businesses. So the design objectives of OpenCASE, this is the problems that I kind of set out to solve when I designed it. And they are specifically chosen to cater to or to address some of the issues with other frameworks that exist or that might be applied in a small business context. So the first is that it's freely available and usable. We talked about that already. But yeah, it's published under a Creative Commons license, so no cost to use it, and also accessible to anyone. It's not hidden behind a paywall or any kind of restrictive licensing. It should be easy to understand and follow because it's intended for small business. So most of the people that I know who've worked in small business or small business owners are not necessarily super technical. So we want it to be fairly straightforward for them to follow. And we want it to be unambiguous in terms of what it is that they're being asked to do. There should be some practical guidance accompanied with it because a lot of frameworks are very ambiguous or kind of leave it open to interpretation around what exactly the implementation of a particular requirement or control is. The next one's really important for me. It caters specifically to modern small business IT environments. One of the main issues that I ran into in all my time working with small businesses is that anytime you try and apply an existing framework, and most of them, designed for enterprise or legacy IT environments, you start looking at things and they tell you to do things like scan your network, assuming that you even have a network, or like make sure that your firewall is not open RDP to the internet, and they don't even necessarily have a firewall anymore, right? So small business IT environments have changed a lot, particularly since COVID, and this framework is really written to cater to those environments. So along the same lines, we are addressing the specific cybersecurity risk profile of small enterprises. So, we are making assumptions that things like there's not necessarily any on-prem infrastructure, that, it's a small business that they don't have their own internal experts for IT or cybersecurity or anything like that. And the last one, also very important, needs to be realistically achievable with the time and resources and expertise available to small enterprise, which I think just really speaks for itself. Who is OpenCASE for? So this is really, when I talk about it's written for small businesses, this is what I think a small business is when I designed this. So it's less than 50 seats or head count of 50 people. I do note that the Australian government's definition of small business is less than 20 people. And that was something that I considered, but I do think that a small business can be up to 50 seats, but it can be a bit of nuance depending on like the industry that you're in and that sort of thing. We assume that there is a distributed or a remote or a hybrid workforce. Basically, not everyone is working in the same building all the time. They may or may not have a physical office at all. So sometimes they have an office, or sometimes everyone is working from home. And if they do have a physical office space, it might not be secure. So it could be a co-working space or a serviced office or something like that. We are assuming that there's a pure cloud IT environment. There's no physical IT infrastructure or network infrastructure, so no servers, no routers, switches, any of that sort of stuff. If they do have an office network, it's not a trusted location. It's basically a glorified internet cafe. If they've got any IT expertise, it's going to be very limited, but we're assuming that they probably have none. And they may or may not have a third-party IT service provider. So if you work in a small business, you know that they generally rely on outsourcing their IT. But if they're a very small business, they can sometimes have difficulty just affording the services or finding a service provider that's willing to work with them. So I can't really do a talk about introducing a new standard without discussing this particular comic, because every time that I've posted about it, someone links it in the comments. I think that, you know, there is an element of truth and relevance here, but I think that people who point this out fail to really understand the problem that OpenCASE is trying to solve. This particular comic, you'll notice that it says that the people in the middle panel are trying to develop a standard that's universal, that covers everyone's use cases, and then you end up with 15 standards instead of 14. But the underlying message really is that there is no universal standard, because there are so many different varied use cases, and trying to develop a standard that is universal is going to be a futile exercise. OpenCASE, by comparison, is meant to address a very specific use case. It's not meant to be universal. And the use case that it is meant to address is something that I have felt has been unaddressed for a really long time. And I didn't create OpenCASE, you know, because I thought, hey, let's have another standard to throw into the pile. I created it because after 10 years of working with small business, I got sick of the fact that there wasn't actually a standard that was suitable to be implemented in small business, or that was easy to translate to the small business context. So really, what are the underlying reasons behind creation of OpenCASE? Well, I spoke about the first one earlier, that the enterprise standards don't scale down. So if you think about things like ISO 27001, or even the CIS controls, they don't scale down well. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that there are assumptions that are made around, you know, the nature of the environment that the standard should be applied to, or the maturity and resources that are available to the organization applying it. So I felt that anytime I was trying to apply those standards in a small business context, I was running up against these walls like, okay, well, half of this stuff is about legacy Active Directory, and no one has that unless you're a government agency anymore. So I felt that we needed, as I said earlier, to really address the modern IT environment for a small business. Proprietary standards are opaque and cost money. So if you have ever worked with ISO 27001, you know that it's not freely available. You have to buy a license for it. Because of the, I guess, age and ubiquity of it, people are fairly familiar with the contents. But as a third party, if you want to know what's in a standard, and or somebody says, look, I'm ISO 27001 certified, you don't actually know what that means unless you go and read the standard yourself, and you can't even get access to the standard because you know, you have to go and buy your own copy. So there's a degree of opacity there that I think is not really helpful, particularly for a small business that is trying to use the standard to kind of and provide some sort of like transparency around their own security maturity. The false sense of simplicity is a big one for me. And when I wrote this, I'm pointing fingers squarely at the Essential 8. It does apply to other standards, but I mean, if you know anything about the Essential 8, right, like it's anything but simple, right? Like it's this complicated maturity model. Even at the lowest level, there's 58 individual controls. They're all highly technical, but the name of it being Essential 8 implies that it's just this list of simple things, 8 things that you have to do. And that messaging is really misleading. And I think, you know, the government in particular has been really bad at kind of pushing that Essential 8 at small business, because they think, oh, it's just 8 things, they should be able to do it. But it's not just 8 things. And trying to, you know, like convince people that they should do it because it's simple is giving them the wrong message. The other thing that I'm trying to address is a false sense of assurance. So there is a new certification on the market, relatively new, called the SMB 1001. I guess you could consider it's probably the closest thing to a competitor that OpenCASE has, but it is also a proprietary standard. But one of the things that I really dislike about it is that it sells certifications. You know, so they charge money to get certified for small business. But the first 3 tiers of their certification, that's bronze to gold, are actually just self-attested. So there's no independent assurance or validation that goes on, but it's presented as a certification, which I think, the language behind it does kind of give the impression that, someone has independently validated that. So if I'm a small business dealing with another small business and I see that they've got a gold certification for SMB 1001, I might think, oh, that's good. Like they've got this certification. Someone has verified their cybersecurity, but actually they could have just lied about it and no one would actually know. Vague and ambiguous requirements applies to pretty much all standards, in my opinion, but some of them are worse than others. Particularly if you think about things like NIST, for example, the NIST cybersecurity framework is very high level and conceptual, and the actual implementation of it is very much open to interpretation in a lot of circumstances. So if you're a small business and you want like very direct, like instructions on what to do, then those sorts of frameworks can be very confusing. They also address legacy technology models. So this is something that I've touched on this several times already, but like the CIS controls, which is probably my second favorite framework, to be honest. But it also deals with a lot of legacy technology controls, and it talks about things like, scanning networks, and perimeter firewalls and things like that. Essential 8 has a bunch of stuff in it that's about legacy Active Directory. If you're in a small business environment and you are trying to make sense of these things that don't necessarily apply to your environment, it can be very confusing and very difficult to try and, if you have a vendor or someone that's telling you that you need to meet a particular standard and you're trying to convince them or explain to them that doesn't actually apply to you, those conversations are actually really hard to have. Other standards I think are also very focused on technical controls. Again, particularly pointing the fingers at the Essential 8 has almost nothing to say on people and process controls. And I think that's a real issue in the small business space. And the last point here is that they move too slowly. So if you think about things like NIST updated like once in the last decade, ISO 27001 every 5 to 7 years. So those standards, in a cybersecurity environment that rapidly evolves, I think we need to have a little bit more dynamism. What's inside OpenCASE? Not a lot, actually. It's a bunch of files. So there's a README. It's basically just an introduction, how-to, which basically tells you about the structure of the framework and how you should approach it. The specification is the actual content, like where the priorities are defined and what the completion criteria are. The guidance is the practical guidance around implementation, and a lot of that is really to do with clarification of terminology or what the expectations are, in terms of meeting certain completion criteria. Attestation talks about the self-assessment attestation process, which I'll cover in more detail a bit later, but we do have our own pretty little badges as well. There's a self-assessment spreadsheet, because you can't have a framework without a self-assessment spreadsheet, of course, and the change log basically just lists what's changed over the different versions. So far, there's only one published version, so there's not a lot in there at the moment. And the license is just the copy of the Creative Commons license, which the thing is licensed under. So getting into the 11 priorities, I'm not going to cover them all in detail because I've only got 30 minutes, but this is just to give you, I guess, like the overview of what's inside the framework. And you can see from the language that I've used here that it's very straightforward, and it's kind of non-technical, or it's as non-technical as you can be when you're talking about cybersecurity. Number one priority is protecting your user accounts. This is really where we're talking about things like multi-factor authentication and single sign-on, protecting the way that people sign in. Protecting your people is about like education, training, culture, and I put that at number 2 because I think that that's really important in a small business context. And again, a lot of the other frameworks don't really deal with it at all, or they deal with it much later in their structure. Protecting your passwords, slightly different to protecting user accounts. This is specifically focused on the actual credentials. Protecting against malware, pretty self-explanatory. we want to make sure that we don't get malicious software on our devices. Protecting your data. This is a little bit double stacked. This one. This is both about backups and also about access control. But subject wise, it's about protecting the actual data. Protecting of privileged accounts speaks about separation of administrative privileges from regular day-to-day accounts, not giving people local admin access, that sort of things. Protecting your applications, also a little bit double stacked. It's about having like an application inventory, but also making sure that you patch things and keep them up to date. Protecting your email. So this is things like anti-spam and DKIM, all of that sort of stuff. Protecting your devices is specifically about like physical access. So this is things like having lock screens, PIN codes, device encryption, that sort of stuff. Protecting your third-party relationships, also very important, also left out of most other frameworks which address small businesses. And this is about things like having confidentiality agreements and making sure that you have cybersecurity in your contracts with service providers and things like that. And lastly, prepare for the worst. So actually, when I started grading OpenCASE, I wanted there to be 10 priorities, but I really felt like there needed to be an extra one at the end here, preparing for the worst. This is really where we talk about things like having an incident response plan, cyber insurance, and testing your backups, other things that are covered in there. How are the priorities defined? So we're just going to look at one priority here as an example, but so you've got the top level priority. It's kind of like the goal here. And then at different implementation levels, we have, I guess, like an objective, and then the completion criteria are the bullet points. So at implementation level 1, we're going to say we want to enforce multi-factor authentication for all primary user accounts. And then what does that actually mean? So the completion criteria are essentially how you would assess whether or not you are compliant with the requirements of the framework. And we've stated here that all human users are required to complete multi-factor authentication when signing into their primary user account. If you wonder what a primary user account is, we'll talk about that in a moment. It's covered in the guidance, and that's one of the reasons why there is guidance. At level 2, we're going to not use weak multi-factor authentication. And so, again, being explicit in the completion criteria that means specifically email, SMS, and voice calls. And then at level 3, we're going to say we want to use single sign-on or multi-factor authentication with all of your cloud applications as well. And hopefully what you can see from this is that there's kind of like a bit of a pyramid in terms of the level of complexity and the level of control implementation as the levels increase. And that's by design, as I said, because it's meant to be a sequential framework, and it builds, the layers kind of build on each other as you go through it. So this is what's in the guidance, and I'm not going to go through this in detail, but this slide is really just to show that the guidance does provide a fair bit more detail on what's required for implementation. And I will call out this thing here about the primary user account, because this is, I think, a good example of what we're trying to accomplish here. The primary user account, I know what that means, but if you're a user, you might not know what that means. If you're an IT provider, you might not know what that means. So we've talked about it in terms of functionality. It's your email, it's your calendar, it's your chat and everything. But very specifically in a small business environment, it's most likely going to be one of these 3 things. And that's the level of guidance that we're trying to provide in specifying this guidance. It's not meant to be an implementation guide, I guess. So it's not like a how-to in terms of log in here, click this, do that. It's more about the general implementation and clarification of what's required. The different implementation levels, what actually goes into them. So there's really 3, but I've got level 0 there because it's just kind of well, if you've got nothing, that's still something that can be measured. But each level has a control target, which is like, you know, where are the controls targeted at? Like, what's the position of them? And the capability target is the level of capability that we assume that an organization would need to be able to implement them. So at level 1, we've decided that these are non-negotiable. Every small enterprise should have these controls, and the focus is on affordability and bang for buck. And the capability target, you know, you should be able to do it yourself with appropriate documentation or a technically capable friend. This is really important to me because something that I've learned from working with small businesses is that not everyone can afford or can even find a service provider to work with. And they do often, you know, it's whatever they can figure out themselves, or they've got like a friend or like the kid next door or someone that's helping them. And so we want the level 1 controls. If that's non-negotiable, then somebody who's got basically no capability should be able to implement them. Level 2, standard, you know, from organizations where IT is kind of core to their business. So think about professional services like, you know, accountants, lawyers, anyone who deals, you know, in the knowledge business. And capability, we're assuming that they have, you know, an IT professional that helps them, but it's probably just on an as-needed basis. At level 3, we're aiming for organizations that, you know, have a slightly higher risk profile. Maybe they work with personal identifiable information, other sensitive data, and we assume that they have an ongoing managed service provider, you know, to help them with the implementation. Quickly touching on self-assessment. So this is what the spreadsheet looks like, or at least the latest version. I think the one that's currently in there is not quite as advanced as this, but basically there's a checklist. You tick the boxes, and as you tick the boxes, the implementation level in the bottom tab will sort of update automatically once you have satisfied all the completion criteria for that level. They do stack. So like if you do everything in level 1 and then everything in level 3, but not everything in level 2, you only really get to level 1. That's the way that the framework is designed. Getting into self-attestation. So these are the badges. And I did rag on self-attestation in SMB 1001, but the difference for OpenCASE is that we're being very honest about what we're doing here. This isn't a certification. This is just like, I'm telling you what my cybersecurity posture looks like according to this framework. So every priority in the framework has a line in this badge, and then there are color codes basically to represent which level that you have achieved. If you do like your initial assessment, it's probably going to come back something like the middle badge there, where things are a bit all over the place. But you know, we want to get to a situation where, you know, if you were starting from scratch, it would be incremental, and so you might get halfway through one level and you'd still only be and I've just realized that those colors are backwards. It should be green on top and yellow on the bottom. But you've only gotten halfway through level 1, for example. You're not all the way there on level 2. I also created these simpler attestation badges because I think realistically, you're not really going to want to publicly declare to anyone what your status is unless you've fully met a particular level. So in that case, you don't necessarily need to show all the different levels. And so there's the simpler badges there as well. And all of this is available in the repository, which is here. So it's hosted on Coburg because GitHub has got too much AI baked into it these days. There is 2 repos. The main repo is like source of truth. That's the published standard, what's actually considered, you know, live at the moment. And then there's a testing branch, which is where updates get made and changes are trialed before we push them into main. If you are interested in contributing, or you read the framework and you think that something is not quite right, or you have some suggestions, then you can submit an issue to the repo. If you have scripts or guides around the specific implementation or anything that you think would be useful to contribute, you can submit a pull request to the testing repo. And just calling it out here that because we're licensed under Creative Commons, so if you do choose to contribute anything, just be aware that like you're basically also agreeing to license it under the same license. But I just want to call out that this is a community-driven framework, right? Like I have created it, but the intention is to get lots of people on board, lots of people contributing. I think one of the strengths of open source really is that the legitimacy comes from the fact that lots of people contribute to it. And so it sort of, my intention is that we can kind of distill like the best practice knowledge of the whole industry by getting lots of contributions from all over the place. So do check out the repo, and please, if you have contributions to make, then don't be shy in submitting an issue. I will say that, you know, if you just want to talk to me about it, like you can find me in various places as well. The ComfyCon Discord being one of them. In terms of updates, basically every 6 months, in January and July, things from whatever's in testing gets pushed into main, but you know, changes that are up for debate or being trialed will be pushed into testing first. And things get put into testing basically when I'm happy with it. So my mental workflow at the moment is that an issue gets created in the code repo. It gets discussed with basically myself at the moment, but hopefully some of you will join into the discussion soon. And then when we get to a happy medium, then whatever is agreed upon in the issue gets added into the testing repo. So why bother with OpenCASE now that I've spent a long time telling you all about it? Well, firstly, it's free, so it doesn't cost you anything. It's practical. Everything that's in there is very focused on practical risk mitigation. One of the things, again, with small businesses that they don't necessarily have the resources at the time for things like hardware inventory or like doing policies and processes for this, that, and the other. Those things are definitely valuable. But if you're in a small business with 2 people, having a written policy or a written process is actually kind of a waste of time. Because A, those things change very frequently, and B, everything is just kind of like maintained as knowledge between the 2 people. So not to say that you shouldn't do those things, but at OpenCASE, that's not what we're about. We're about practical rather than doing things for the sake of it. It's achievable. Everything that's in here should be achievable to a small business. There's nothing in there that requires you to buy expensive tools. You know, there's nothing in there that requires you to engage an expensive consultant. You should be able to do it with just, you know, your IT service provider or, you know, the kid next door. It's also a conversation starter. So if you're in a small business or you work with small businesses, this is something that you can use to like get the conversation about cybersecurity started, about, you know, here's something that you can do. It's cheap, it's practical. It's you know, going to get you way above where you are now. You know, small businesses generally need things to be very low friction for them to kind of decide to act on them. And the last thing, which is pretty cool, is that you can get a discount on your cyber insurance. So it's not universal, but InfoSure, who you should definitely talk to if you're in the market for cyber insurance. And that's not because they pay me anything. It's because they actually understand cyber insurance. One of the things that's really, I guess, going a little bit off topic, but general insurance brokers don't really understand cyber insurance, and they don't like selling it because it takes up a lot of their time. InfoSure specializes in cyber insurance. So that's why I decided to take this to them and say, hey, here's a framework that I've developed specifically for small business. Do you think that you could use this as a way to like measure the risk or to issue a policy? And they were on board with that. So you can get a discount on your cyber insurance if you talk to InfoSure. If you were to go to another company, they might look at you sideways a little bit. That's the end. Hopefully I haven't gone over time by too far. Thanks for listening. And I am around. You can find me on LinkedIn. I am on the Blue Skies I am on LinkedIn. I'm on various Slacks and, of course, the Discord for ComfyCon. Thanks very much.
Awesome. No, thanks very much, Corch. I will say, I will shout out Andrew from InfoSure as well, because I've had some conversations. Like, insurance to me is a complete, I know nothing about it, right? I don't work in that space. It's not a thing I do. And he was really helpful to sort of answer questions. So I'm happy to give him a shout out from that perspective as well. Awesome. Thank you so much, Corch.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me for the first ever public conference talk on OpenCASE.
It's been really good to see it evolve, obviously, because of the conversations you and I have had, and see it sort of. And I know I've promised feedback on a couple of occasions, and yeah, it's definitely looking good now.
Thanks very much.
No worries.
Thank you.
Have you had some Tim Tams yet?
I might have got Tim Tams. I might have eaten them all already.
I mean, I would do that too.
Yeah.
Except I have a box, because having Costco giving DoorDash is the worst idea ever.
Yeah, we let our Costco membership expire. We just come home with a trolley full of shit.
I buy dog food from there. All my dog food comes from Costco. It's really good, actually. Quite good quality. Anyway, I'm just winding up our two next speakers who are sitting there patiently and waiting. Are you guys ready to go, Deany and Simon? Maybe. Okay, I'll add you. No? Hello, everyone. How are we?
Hello.
Simon, I said face the light source. Anyway, it's okay.
You can see me. Hello.
Yeah, I know.
Good enough.
maybe Deany, maybe people don't want to see me. I'll just go back into the darkness.
We always want to see you. Although
Yeah,
you do have the sultry voice, right? It's the
Hey, how you doing there, Ian?
Oh, hello.
How you doing there, buddy?
Hey, boys.
Nice haircut, by the way,
Oh, boy.
Simon. All right.
You're sounding a lot better than you were on Thursday. For those who, Simon,
mate.
I've always seen his voice messages over the week with like COVID and sounded like absolute garbage.
I know. I sound like something out of Alien vs. Predator or something, right? It was just disgusting.
You did. For those who don't know, Simon and Deany run a podcast called Rejected or Selected. I will be posting the link to that in the chat. I have also had the pleasure of being on that podcast and swearing lots. So feel free to go check it out. But today they're going to be talking about how the fuck they got here. So I will hand over to Deany and Simon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You gonna smash it?
Ew. How the bleep did we get here, Simon?
I think you're allowed to swear, Deany. I think you're allowed to swear.
No,
I don't know.
I'm okay with that. I
All
swear
right.
enough.
All good.
So yeah, this prezzo, well, it's not really a presentation, it's a conversation, right? We have the slides just to make sure that we stay on track, because Simon and I like to rattle off and go into different, like what I'm doing now. So anyway, next slide. So we keep going. It's basically a story about how two non-tech, or I would say tech adjacent people ended up in cyber. Tech adjacent.
Tech adjacent. I like that. We're
about this talk. We're adjacent to tech. Students of cyber, hello. I used to be a student of cyber late in the day. Anyone starting in cyber, anyone looking for a change, anyone pivoting, we're going to be talking about pivoting a lot, whether into or out of cyber. And anyone who's experiencing burnout and just want to hear about other people who's been through shitty situations, which both Simon and I have been or perhaps maybe going through. And recruiters, just so you know, not everyone with a CISP is the best is the best candidate. And anyone who's curious. Anyone else, Simon, would be interested in this talk?
Yeah, look, I feel that this could apply to absolutely anybody, because, you know, we never know when we're ready for a career change. Sometimes it just kind of happens to us. That kind of that pivot, as you say, it kind of can come out of nowhere, really.
Yes.
And then
most of the
sometimes,
time it
as you
does.
said, yes. But as you said, more often than not, and we're not being victims here, but people will find themselves in a really shitty situation where they've got no choice, right? Whether they have to completely change course or, you know, maybe do something outside their comfort zone in their own industry still, in their own kind of career track. So, you know, as you said earlier, we've come from a non-technical background, and I've been told 1 billion times, stop fucking saying that, Simon, that you're non-technical.
That's
but
why, no, that's
but
why I said check adjacent.
there is truth to it. There is truth to it as well. Yeah.
So who even are we?
Big blow.
Yeah, this is our podcast. I put this slide in here because I thought, oh, is this a plug? Are we going to get kicked off? But Ian actually is very kind and plugged it for us. I think what we need to also mention is, why are we on a cyber conference? Well, that's because I am in the cybersecurity industry. I work for Retrospect Labs, and I'm the information security manager and customer success person, the only person in this startup. Yeah, so that's why I'm here. Simon?
Well, I won't say where I currently am because I am currently nowhere. I'm in limbo. I'm in career limbo right now. But it's a temporary limbo. And I think we've had this discussion before, Deany. I'm not sure if anyone out there has heard my story before. Probably no one. That's fine. But, you know, I was a former high school teacher who found themselves kind of thrust into cybersecurity. Poor choice of words there. Cybersecurity kind of fell upon me, I guess, in a way. And I've been in the industry for about 6 years and have very recently made the decision to go back to the beginning, which is teaching again. And I'm not sure what that looks like in terms of how I'm still going to be involved in the cyber industry, because I still want to. Whether it's teaching cybersecurity at a high school level, whether it's going on to TAFE, we shall see. We shall see where that brings.
Which leads us
But no
to...
one wants to hear my story, so let's move on.
Well, actually, this is the part where you tell your story. There's no single path into cyber, right? So did you want to continue your train of thought, or should I rattle off?
Yeah, because you know me, if I don't continue the train of thought, Deany, that train's getting derailed very quickly and I'll never get it back on track. So very quickly, a high school teacher, 13 years. Before that, I was a communications and PR dude for about 6 months. I lost my soul doing that. Got it back teaching. I think I did. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm still soulless. Who knows? And I was a media studies an English teacher for about 13 years in the public school system, mostly here in Western Australia. And then all of a sudden, one day, somebody said to me, hey, there's a security awareness role at a big utility here in WA. And I was like, what does that mean? Like cybersecurity awareness? Well, we all know what that is and that entails. And, you know, it took about, 30 minutes of convincing for me to say, I would absolutely love to fucking do that. And before you know it, I ended up getting the job, which I didn't expect. And I did a 1-year contract, and I have not looked back since then. But I've got to say that the last couple of roles I've had in cyber, for one reason or another, just have not been the right fit. And, you know, I think it's about time for me to say, let's move back to something where I know that I'm quite proficient in, and that is education.
I think the first role sounded really in your lane, like on point. Cybersecurity awareness, you know, getting people through, learning about the importance of information security and everything around it. Yeah, so me,
it's an important role. It's an important role.
Oh yeah, absolutely. People is the number one, is your first line of defense, as everyone would say.
The human firewall.
The human firewall. Yeah. Why do I say I'm tech adjacent? I think the first kind of technology related role I had was as a 22, 23-year-old back in the day when CDMA was showing my age. CDMA Orange was taken over by 3 Mobile. And so I got a job in the 3 shop porting numbers, dealing with, you know, the oldies coming from regional town Australia complaining about, I don't want this, what is this smartphone? I don't need all the bells and whistles. I just want my CDMA back. So that was my first foray into technology. It was telecommunication, right? And then I worked in Vodafone call center when it was still in Melbourne. And then on Sunday mornings, we would see ravers with their fat pants, you know, lining up outside of Bubble. Anyway, that was fun memories. Sometimes you wish you were them. Sometimes you were glad you weren't shit-faced on a Sunday when you see them. But yeah, that's where I, you know, learned everything about communication, 3G, the internet, everything to do with that. Then somehow scored a gig with a certain defense organization where instead of porting MISDNs, I started, MSISDNs for those who know, started tracking them. Probably shouldn't say this. But that's where I fell into threat intelligence, right? So it wasn't hackers I was following, it was people using AK-47s, not in Australia, obviously, in other places. So I did that for 10 years, and that's where it kind of transferred into cyber, but not the cyber as we know it. It's more the cyber that wasn't being talked about. And that led to the, I guess, you know, the importance of, industry needs to protect their information as well. And therefore the cyber, the ACSC was kind of like proliferated or was born. But I left in 2016. So after 10 years in defense, I joined the private sector and I moved to Indonesia and joined some startups there. Funnily enough, it was a finance tech, so financial tech startups, completely different area. And that's where I got all of my product commercialization experience, working with dev teams, product teams, and then understanding what customers, you know, want, user experience, all of that stuff, which was really exciting for me. And then I went back into cyber. We became a cyber consultant. This is like a long story short, and was OT GRC consultant for Jacobs for 11 months until I got made redundant. But that's how I ended up here, because then I got a gig with Retrospect Labs to implement their ISO 27001, which we got at the end of last year. And that was a validation that that was a big achievement, because I don't have any certification. But, you know, coming from the security background of defense, you understand the information security kind of doctrine and what matters in protecting information. So I guess that really helped, and that's going to be discussed a little bit later on.
Absolutely. Definitely cannot wait to talk about certifications.
Yay, Corch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just very quickly,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the amazing potatoes there. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah,
work.
I got a lot of potatoes.
I should point out, and I think on our last, I'm not doing a cheap plug here, by the way, on our last episode of our podcast, I did mention imposter syndrome, and I noticed that after re-listening to that episode, which I rarely do, you corrected me. It's not imposter syndrome, it's imposter
Reality?
Help me out. Phenomenon.
Oh, phenomenon.
But that's what I call it anyway.
The imposter reality. It's a phenomenon because
the syndrome implies there's something wrong with us, right? It's not us.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, well, we like to think so.
Everyone has it.
Yeah.
Everyone has it.
Oh, absolutely.
Anyway,
Look, I had my very first day teaching on my own as a fully fledged professional classroom teacher. I felt the exact same way on my very last day of my first year. The imposter syndrome doesn't leave you half the time. It's there a lot of the time. You still feel like, what am I doing in this room? Do I belong here? My first time ever delivering a presentation of security awareness. Do I belong here? What am I doing here? My very last day on that same job. Whoa, it's weird that I've been doing this for a year. Do I really belong here doing this kind of thing? So it kind of can stay with us. It's just probably to a lesser extent, I guess. But maybe that's just my experience, Deany.
I think, yeah, I experienced imposter syndrome phenomena, but to me, it made me realize, so this is where, you know, I guess that the uncomfortable aspects of your experience throughout your career can actually propel you to do something about it, right? So when I was in startups, I got hired. I joined because I had experience, you know, liaising with government, being in defence for 10 years, and you know, being with stakeholders and other foreign allies. The startup hired me because of my government engagement background, because I was hired as a lobbyist for that particular startup. But then, you know, we got funding, and then the mission kind of changed from, oh, we want to, you know, advance the technology in taxation in Indonesia, to we need to get as many paying users, and we need to make a shit ton of money, because that's how it is in startups when you get VC funding. So then I moved into commercialization, and that was a bit of a new, obviously a new environment for me. And the same with the other startup that I joined later. I was hired in strategy, but you know, you build on the stuff that you experienced before, but you didn't know it. My imposter syndrome was like, I guess, stemmed from the fact that I didn't really know much about what I was doing. So there's an element of truth. If you're not comfortable with something, in my experience, I feel like there's an element of truth in that, and you need to acknowledge it, right? So what can you do to kind of overcome that? Maybe train, you know, read up more, train more, ask a lot of questions. Like when you have imposter syndrome, it's hard because you feel like, oh, I'm not good enough. So if I ask questions, maybe they will know that I'm not good enough, but actually you need to do that. But yeah, you go through all of the uncomfortable bits, and it teaches you resilience. I got diagnosed quite recently, ADHD. So all of that stuff on there, like feeling overwhelmed, getting distracted, you know, that is a real problem for me every day. But you just accept that that's part of how you are, and you kind of come up with ways, you know, you can identify, okay, this is where I'm becoming distracted, or if I'm overwhelmed, let me just break off chunks that I can, you know, win at really quickly. Impulsivity and hyper focus, like I put that in green, because to me it actually helped me, that those aspects of my personality actually helped me go through the different jobs and build my experience, right? Because I was able to really, like this presentation, I did it yesterday when hyper-focused. Did it all in like a couple of hours.
Deany, I don't want to interrupt your chain of thought, right? Your train of thought now, I should say. But I am just I'm going to very respectfully challenge you on something you said just a few moments ago, in terms of some of these things being a problem that you deal with. I feel we should take that word problem away. It's a negative word. It just is. Okay. Right? It just, like for myself, I have a lot of these traits too. The impulsivity, the distraction, and being overwhelmed as well. These are all, you know, neurodiverse traits as well, but they don't necessarily have to be mutually exclusive to people who are neurodiverse. No, exactly. But at the same time, if we have any of these traits, I don't believe it should be seen as a negative. Let's see how we can use this as a strength. And I really firmly believe, and I know it sounds pretty cliche, but if we can turn our traits that we see as a negative into a strength in some way, then I feel that we are going to have some real big successes and wins in our career, because you might figure out, okay, you know, getting distracted very easily or most of the time, how can I turn that into my advantage? Yes, there are things you probably need to do in terms of not being distracted so often, and I'm sure there are lots of strategies people have in place, but sometimes that distracted personality can be a strength as well. Yeah.
You notice small things, etc. and so on. But impulsivity is what got us here, Simon, because we impulsively went on stage at CyberCon last year, and then impulsively started our podcast with no no real plan. And it led us into saying yes to jobs that maybe we didn't really have, formally recognized certifications or experience in, but we know that we can lean on our experience to transfer those experiences across. What the fuck moments. I'll go first because Simon's actually maybe currently happening, but I remember 2 times in my career where I actually cried in front of people. One was back in defense where, there's this posting and I still believe I was perfect for it. But I didn't get it because I wasn't strategic enough, was the feedback. And that was hard to take because I was the subject matter expert. I completely blended in with the local environment that posting was going to be in, and I knew what needed to be done, right? But I guess looking back, maybe it was possibly a security risk they didn't want to take. But at the time, it was very heartbreaking. The second time was crying in front of the area manager and HR when I got made redundant last year. But, those points actually, as I said before, propelled me into things that took me where I am now. So, you probably, I always say if you don't get something, you probably dodged a bullet, right? And it's life redirecting you to something that would be more suitable for you. So, yeah. What about you, Simon?
Oh, I've got a couple if I can share them very quickly because I'm conscious of the time. But the first one goes back to that well-known WA utility that I worked for as a security awareness trainer. Didn't get my contract renewed at the height of COVID in 2020. I was absolutely distraught because I was told the entire time during my job, your performance is great. We love you here. You're doing a great job. We can't go without this program. And then suddenly, March 2020, sorry, we're not going to renew your contract. Bye-bye. So long. I was absolutely distraught. I've just made myself a new career. I pivoted and suddenly it's over. I actually thought then my time in cyber is done. I'm done. It was very lucky though, because it's more chance than anything else, because around the same time there was a role coming up in the old OS Cyber when WA had a hub over here, and it was working as a project and communications officer for them. Honestly, I wouldn't have the network I have today or met the people I've met today or learnt what I've learnt today if I hadn't taken that job, and I wouldn't have got that job if I stayed where I was.
Exactly.
It was a massive pay cut. It was only a part-time role, but the amount of impact I got to have and fun I got to have doing that role, being part of a national team, being part of a really cool state team over here as well. Big shout out to Dr. Ian Martinez. He's probably not watching, but I'm sure there's people out there that know him. Absolute legend, best boss I've ever had. We did some really cool stuff that's still in place here in WA today. Like the Students of Cyber program initiative. The Cyber West Summit that we have once a year in June. I mean, all that stuff happened when I was there, and it was a lot of fun. The second one I'd have to say was very recently is my most recent job loss. My career, I've got to be honest, my time in cyber was stagnating a little bit. My last couple of roles, it wasn't a fit. I wasn't enjoying it. There was a lot of technical stuff that I was really struggling with. And as much as, I was getting offered, time to train and resources, my head just wasn't there. And, I think it was a sign, and it's definitely more apparent now that it's happening, is that it's time to pivot, to something different. And that is definitely education. And as I said earlier, how that connects to cyber, I don't know yet. But I'm happy to be here.
Anyway, the lessons so far. Is this correct, Simon? I just popped that in because in my experience, without the certs, hands-on keyboard time, I mean, I do understand the security principles and, did a bunch of stuff at uni, but people generally hire you, one, if they can see that you can do the job. So if you have transferable skills, you can probably frame it in a way that, hey, I got this ability and I can bring it to your table. And And then also that you're a cultural fit for that environment, right?
Oh, I think people really, people really underestimate how important culture is in an organization, and having someone that's that right cultural fit. That being said, though, let's not paint with a very broad brush here. There are many employers that are very in tune to listen to someone's story and looking at their successes and what they've done over any certifications, unless the job actually specifically asks you and requires, you know, because there are standards in their industry that you have a degree or you have this. Then especially in cybersecurity where there is no standardization, that's completely fine. You know, as long as you can tell the story of your journey and what you've done and how you've achieved it, then you know, most employers are going to be more inclined to listen to that than look at, you know, a list of certifications. Look, coming as a former recruiter who specialized in cybersecurity, you know, a lot of the time I'd see CVs come across my desk, which were it was just a list of certifications and the jobs that they've had and paragraphs, like walls of text, you know, about, you know, how good they are at certain skill sets and platforms and all this other stuff. And it's like, hey, you're not telling a story here. And I don't, as a hiring manager, not just as a recruiter, as a hiring manager, they don't want to dig through and have to look for the clues. They don't have time. If you're getting 100 CVs across your desk for a certain job, who has the time to read every single word? No one does. So being able to tell your story in a short way, succinctly, and, you know, in an engaging manner is really important when you're applying for a role.
I was applying to all of the jobs when I got made redundant, never got one. Simon tried to put me up for jobs and that didn't pan out. But for the best, because I've got the best job now that I love. And I was able to get it through, you know, obviously I knew JP back in defense kind of, but he reached out because I posted that really quick video of my experience, right, which was actually something I didn't want to do, but it worked. I tagged a whole bunch of like companies shamelessly. I was desperate. But the opportunity to actually have people pay attention and then reach out, and I guess that's the benefit of LinkedIn, right? You can try and connect with people, also going to networking events and stuff. I find networking very, it takes a lot out of me these days. So being able to just jump on LinkedIn and get connected through there and have mutual, you know, people that you know in the same area, that's really useful. Not cold calling people, but more like, hey, I'm in this community. This is my profile. Let's have a chat. So Jason, he wasn't asking me, oh, do you have certification to implement ISMS? I'm like, well, I don't. The discussion was like, well, we know that we were both from defense and that security indoctrination is just like, it's embedded in you. And I talked about my experience in Indonesia, you know, in the tech startups, and then how I was part of ISMS implementation, not really leading it. And yeah, he just, through my story and the way I applied, you know, previous experience in different areas, that kind of attracted him to, you know, having me on the team. And it worked out, actually. I was only contracted for 3 months, and then they wanted to keep me. And they want to keep me so much that they let me work from Bali. So that's pretty good validation. Anyway, what's the next slide? I can't even remember. Simon.
Simon's pivot.
Yes.
Well, I've pivoted once. Well, twice, actually, technically, if you think about it. It's time for a third. But like I said earlier, I think I mentioned very early on that we sometimes will pivot within our own industry, a career that we're already kind of doing and focus on. So, for instance, in cybersecurity, look, it was a massive pivot, and something that is a bit underrated is how much we might move from one role in cyber to a completely separate role in cybersecurity. That might feel like worlds apart, and how much of a difference that might make on us. either we really learn and we really thrive because we're learning new skills and we're loving what we're doing, or it might just be like, whoa, overwhelming. So, for example, security awareness trainer, perfect transition from being a high school educator. Absolutely perfect, right? Just I wasn't teaching snotty 14-year-olds anymore. I was teaching, snotty, 20-plus-year-olds.
No,
anyway.
busy time for. Anyway, sorry.
Fantastic.
Go on.
Sorry, go on.
No,
no.
it's just
Okay. I thought
we're
all good.
not me. But
all good.
What the market needs, I think, yeah. Go. Like
I was just going to say, Deany, sorry. Going to say that you go from security awareness, then went into a role which was more like high-level industry building. So, kind of a growth network where I'm working with startups and working with, VCs and funds and working with, lots of people who are writing grants, government grants for small businesses and so forth, to just build the industry up. And then you go from that to suddenly something that's a bit more technical and on the ground in cybersecurity. It's a very different world. Because you kind of almost, I won't say you're in an ivory tower because it was nowhere like that, but you're kind of building this industry and then you suddenly go to an organization that's on the ground doing the actual work. For me, it was a massive eye-opener. Okay, I've been talking about this stuff for a good 18 months now. This is what it's like. Holy shit, fuck me. It's just, yeah.
But yeah, understanding what you can do. What you can do is that connecting the ops level to the strategy level and also translating, the tech in a normal kind of human language is very valuable as well. So I guess now that you've seen that side of, okay, ops level is actually quite different, doesn't mean you don't belong in cyber. It just means that you have a certain lane that is actually what you excel at, what you can do. And that probably excited you more because you're not, overwhelmed of, okay, shit, I don't know, what am I doing here? The next is if you want to pivot. Yeah, you were saying, I want to go back to teaching. I want to go back to teaching. Maybe in high school, there'll be more cybersecurity classes, right? Which is coming up now. So that's what the market needs right now. And that goes to the next slide, which is, and you can confirm or deny this, Simon, but from what I've seen, GRC is something that's in demand. Threat intel, of course, cloud security, incident response, and SOC analysts are always going to be needed, at least in our time. OT is something that's very specific that people are looking for. I still get offers or recruiters approaching me because of my OT experience in GRC. So yeah, these are areas that would be useful if you want to transition or pivot in. But there's also areas that are, as I say, tech adjacent. So I'm customer success, which is more like a customer facing role. And I'm doing product demos to customers. I need to understand incident response processes and what objectives are and, how to create a good scenario for IR exercises. But it's not like I'm not in an IR team actually doing SOC analysis. There's a lot of different areas that you can transition into cyber in. It's like just you can look on the periphery because that's required as well. No one's really focusing on those areas.
You're so correct. And it's something that does get conveyed a fair bit. But I think people need to constantly be reminded, especially students, especially people who are new into the industry, people who are looking to transfer in. They need to understand there are so many different types of roles that require different types of personalities and skills. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I wouldn't go into is sales, so it's just not for me.
Yeah, I tried it. No, never again.
Anyway, kudos to the salespeople out there.
So how the fuck did we get here?
We failed. We pivot. We lead into the chaos. That's it.
Absolutely.
We were talking the chat with Ian was about that too. How you transition and how you build in cyber, right? You have resilience and adaptability. That's the key common denominators between all of us. Yeah.
And it's important to note to people that these three things don't happen and that's it. You're going to fail time and time again.
Yeah.
Do you learn from it? Do you pivot? Do you lean into something new? you know, and you might not necessarily always work out that way. But at the same time, you know, be prepared, people. If you're new to cyber, if you're a student of cyber, if you want to be a student of cyber, if you're coming from something else, you are going to fucking fail, and it's going to be glorious because you're going to learn from it.
You
It's
need
going to be
to.
great.
It's part of the process.
It's going to be great. Yeah.
Yes. So fun.
Don't be scared. Just fucking sit with it.
So yeah, your failures, your lack of knowledge, the uncomfortable bits, whether you're neurodiverse, it's not a bug, it's a feature of who you are. And yeah, it's a feature, not a bug. That's it. Ian, how did we do with time? Holy shit.
You're on time. You're on time. I think we ran over some of the previous ones, but you guys have pretty much been on time. I'm going to remove this because otherwise I look like I have a potato in my face. It was a really I really enjoyed the story, and it's always interesting to hear. Like Simon, you've obviously presented before and talked about your story a bit. It's interesting to see you sort of came into cyber, and now you're the U-turn almost because of what's suiting you and how that's turning out to be really the reality. And I find that a lot of people. And there are organizations that are particularly bad at this. Will go, cyber's easy, just go do cyber, you'll make a load of money, and then they don't actually really talk about the authentic experience of cyber, right? It is not an easy job. You are going to get screwed because there's everybody else trying to join it at the same time as well. Having said that, the transition between different things also works really well.
Yeah, yep. And there's tech roles in cyber. If you want to be part of that community that enables cybersecurity, you don't have to be a pen tester, you don't have to be a SOC analyst if that's not your skill, but you got to be skilled in something else, and that's also useful. It's a whole effort. It's not just hands on keyboards writing code.
My aim for technical capability in GRC is know enough to not ask stupid questions.
Oh yes. Also know enough, but don't cause too much trouble.
Oh no! Just so they don't.
It's enough to break things.
It's
like knowing enough to make them feel like you need to know enough to call them out for their bullshit. That's the way I normally do it. Right? I don't know anything anymore. I'm a bloody leader.
And just they know what I'm asking. It's like, okay, she knows enough. I know exactly what she means here. It's
Yeah. Knowing enough to be able to talk to your tech people and have a good conversation. Like when implementing the ISMS for Retrospect Labs, I had like 3-hour discussions with our tech head of technology, sorry. And it was like we were talking about risk and it turned into an existential discussion. So that was fun, because we could come together at that level of understanding, and then we actually produce something that's useful for the company. So yeah.
So question before, I think you have a shout out, yes. So one question before that.
Sorry. Yep.
No, that's all right. Tim Tam, when you're having your Tim Tam slam, what is the drink of choice?
Milo?
Okay.
Yeah, double shot of whiskey. Someone's at my door, folks. I gotta run. Bye.
No worries. Double shot of whiskey. That's very Simon. You want to do your shout out, Deany?
Shout out. Thanks for reminding me. AWSN Incident Response Competition is coming up. Please join. No advanced skills needed, just curiosity and a willingness to learn. This is Saha wrote this. It's going to happen 28th of November to 7th of December. Just head over to the AWSN website and register your interest. Actual registrations will open on the 6th of October. So we have a lot of time. Have a think. It's really fun. Gonna use Gauntlet to do the competition. So yeah, Gauntlet is from Retrospect Labs.
And on that note, a shout out to Ryan and Jason, who are probably either causing trouble or around. Ryan, you actually do know what you're talking about. Don't tell me you don't. See, I can get away with it. But yeah, a shout out for AWSN. There are a number of AWSN chapter leads I can see in the chat. So if you aren't a member, go join them. Australian Women in Security Network. They are doing excellent work. Thank you so much, Deany.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
No worries. Okay. So
Who have we got next?
Who have we got next? Well, we've got George, and George has been apparently panicking, so I'll just bring him on now so he doesn't panic so much. Hello, George.
Thank
How are
you.
you?
Hello. I'm very panicked. Thank you for having me.
Why are you very panicked? This is just a conversation between all three of us.
Conversation. Yeah, just three of us and 60 of our friends.
They are friends. They are here to help. So George actually, yes, George actually submitted to the original ComfyCon, and I wanted to make sure that he was able to present at this one because I may embarrass you now. How old are you, George?
17.
You're 17. This is amazing. So George is going to be talking to us about Homelabs today, which, as many of you know, is a topic very close to my heart. I'm sure all this talk about COVID is making you remember back to your school days and being like, there was that thing that happened. Yeah. So, yeah, it was. Couldn't go to school, all those fun things, right? Awesome. All right. Yes, you did. And now we're going to hear this awesome talk about Homelabs and how you can build your own cyber ranges. So without further ado, I will hand over to you.
Thank you very much for the warm introduction. Yes, welcome to Homegrown Cyber Ranges, what you can build with almost nothing. Again, this is my first talk, so hope I'm not screaming or panicking too fast, but let me know. Rough roadmap of the talk. Full disclaimer, this is a beginner talk. It's not just for students, but it's designed for anyone who hasn't built a cyber range before, but it's aimed at anyone who maybe isn't in the industry yet, or maybe you are and you just want to play with it. But I hope it's applicable to everyone here. I'll start by assuming you know basically nothing about Homelabs or virtualization and things like that, and I'll get a bit more complex, but I will admit it's a bit more of like a mile wide and an inch deep kind of talk. So before we get into the technical details, defining what a lab or cyber range is, I'll use both those terms, switch them up throughout the talk, but all I'm referring to is a simulated environment where you can hack, defend, monitor, control, contain, deploy, whatever you want. It can be a single laptop, a cluster of Proxmox servers, or a few VMs in the cloud. It can all make up your cyber range. And really, it's just whatever best fits your needs depending on your budget and the goals of what you want to achieve. So why do labs matter? There's already so many resources to learn cybersecurity, but some of them do lack a bit of a practical element. They're kind of more theory based. Labs let you explore at your own pace. And there are some great YouTube videos and blog posts and things breaking down cybersecurity concepts. And if you're studying, you probably have portfolios of assessments of practical work. But at the end of the day, a lot of it is structured practicals with rules and guides to follow. So there are also excellent platforms like TryHackMe and Hack the Box, which are great if you want to learn a specific skill or technique in a done-for-you environment. But the impression that I have from people further along than me in the industry is that CTFs just don't reflect real-life work all the time. They teach very useful skills, but sometimes things like solving obscure crypto puzzles isn't just what a SOC analyst or pen tester really needs to know to do their job 9 to 5. Still fun, though. But if you want to kind of go your own way and explore and build a bit more and get some experience plugging stuff in and build a network from scratch instead of it being given to you, then that's what this whole talk is about. And a brief overview of who I am, besides my little introduction, was just that I work as a sysadmin and an IT teacher at the Gordon TAFE. You can see me teaching an important lesson about hackers being the best hacking movie of all time. There's no competition. But home-labbing is the reason that I'm in the position that I am in now at 17 years old. I was a Cert 4 in cybersecurity student at the time I was hired. But I got that job because I went out and got industry certifications, I had personal projects to show off, and importantly, I had a lot of experience messing around with Homelabs, which allowed me to be really confident that I could demonstrate my skills and knowledge. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Now, like Deany and Simon said, we were talking about before, I'm sure almost everyone here, including myself, feels this in IT and cyber in particular. I think it's pretty common for newcomers to wait till they feel ready before going for positions or even starting to study for certifications. I just don't think that day really ever comes. A lab environment kind of just gives you a place to fail and learn fast. Let you enjoy the lovely examples. So, before building out a lab, it's important to sort of think about your flavor. If your goal is in the blue team or red team side of things, then you just kind of want a realistic network for you to attack and defend. So if you're doing exploitation, scanning, malware deployment, or things like seam logging, threat detection, threat hunting, incident response, then your needs are pretty similar because, again, you just want a realistic network that you can monitor and attack. Networking and cloud are the only two that you might want to think about a bit more beforehand. Just if you want sort of more experienced networking, then you might look at getting old physical switches and routers or using predominantly software-defined networking as opposed to building out a really large lab with a bunch of networking equipment. It's just not always the most friendly thing to do. On the cloud side of things, you might want to be using a cloud service provider's infrastructure and a VPC. So research what type of cloud environment will suit what you want to do. I will say, though, that cloud labs and cloud security is a bit more niche, so I won't heavily cover it in the talk, but it is definitely there. Like I mentioned, lab environments are a great place to practically practice concepts you're learning for certifications rather than just consuming a bunch of theory. But they're also a place for you to build cool projects for yourself. So, you can build a whole SCADA infrastructure and then disrupt it. Or you can build a honeypot server and track attackers. You can even build your own blockchain network and try to take it over. Like the possibilities of what you can do in your own environment. You can build it, you break it, you can do whatever you want. And like I'm about to go over, you don't really need a lot to start. So where does one start? I'll assume you have no resources and gradually build on that. So this is my desktop PC. Thankfully, a lot of us, not all, but a fair few, are either gamers or do heavy enough technical work to justify having a reasonably good computer. So say anything above 16 gigs of RAM. If you're not one of these people, you're not missing out, and I'll cover that soon. But if that is you, I'll introduce a couple of pieces of software that you'll either know and love or hate. VirtualBox and VMware, they're both virtualization softwares that let you virtualize any operating system. You put multiple virtual machines in the same software-defined network to let them talk to each other. If you go this route, use either. I'm partial to VirtualBox, but it's not perfect, and they both have their quirks. So saying that you have a PC with just 16 gigs of RAM and an alright CPU, you could boot up VirtualBox or something similar and start up small internal network with a domain controller, web server, Windows client, Kali Linux. And then you've got a mock small network that you can attack, defend, log, build labs for yourself, do whatever you want. And like if you've got only 16 gigs of RAM and you give it these resources on the screen, it's not going to be super fast, but if you have more resources, give more of those to your machine. And it does still work. You can still have a lot of fun in this lab and still build out cool products for yourself. And if you have more, add a seam, add a firewall, whatever you want, go crazy, which I'll touch on in a minute. But I will also briefly touch on my favorite virtualization software, which would be, for this use case specifically for Homelabs, is absolutely GNS3. So it is very powerful because it is sort of like if Packet Tracer and VirtualBox had a baby. It's the Graphical Network Simulator 3. It not only runs virtual machines, but switches, routers, and firewalls. So you can design complete network topologies, and it effectively just runs virtual machines in a Packet Tracer-like topology. There's virtual machines and networking. So switches and routers, they will act exactly like they would if they were physically being used, which makes it really powerful, and you can make really complex networks using this tool. So if you have 32 gig of RAM or something like that on your computer, and you want to build out your own really complex cyber range without any extra hardware, this is the way to go, because you can build a huge network with those resources and GNS3, and it's free, which is great, and it gives you a lot of flexibility. But I will scoot over to the hardware section. We have my old laptop. So maybe at some point you've played around with virtualizing devices on top of your usual machine, but you just don't have enough powerful enough desktop, or you've just got this old hardware laying around. In my case, I had this old laptop. It was the cheapest that Officeworks sold when I bought it, and it has a total of 8 gig of RAM and an Intel Celeron CPU. Despite that, despite the fact that it can barely run Windows 10, it is a very useful part of my home lab, which I will now introduce every home labber's best friend, regardless of whether you're building cyber ranges or not, Proxmox. Proxmox is an open source type 1 hypervisor, meaning that it's effectively an operating system that manages virtual machines. So it can run on something as low powered as a Raspberry Pi. You access it via a neat web interface. And it uses barely any resources on its own. So you can run, you can run it on a fully spec'd out rack server if you want, and use all those resources, or you can run it on a Raspberry Pi or my old laptop, and it still runs these little small lightweight containers really well, which is perfect for a lab. So for my 8 gig of RAM laptop, it plays the role of a few web servers on a mock small business network that I run in my cyber range. So they're in a DMZ of my network. And one acts as a public-facing web server, an NTP server, and the other is a file share. And that all runs really well on this little laptop that just plugs into my virtual network. So I hope I've conveyed why Proxmox is really cool and powerful. I'll continue to reference it throughout the talk, but there is no limit to how many virtual machines and lightweight containers you can run on top of your old crappy hardware. And the customizability of that is really endless. It's a rabbit hole that I don't have time to cover in the talk, but there are some great resources online, and I'll share something at the end. So if you don't have any old hardware laying around, but you do want to build a physical lab with equipment that you're plugging in and messing around with, then there are options. If you're on the blue red team camp, then old hardware is your best friend. Like, this is meant to be what you can build with almost nothing. You don't need to go out and buy brand new equipment. My lab is just old hardware, and you can look on places like Facebook Marketplace and Gumtree and find some cheap, old business PCs and computers that you can spec out if you want, and upgrade them, use them, chuck Proxmox on them, link them together to make your network. It doesn't have to be flashy. It can be just kind of scrappy and put together. And there's nothing wrong with that. You will have just as fun of a time with that than someone with a crazy rack setup. But that's your main option. If you're on the networking side, old networking equipment, new networking equipment from places like MikroTik that are a little bit cheaper than Cisco, but you have got a lot of options. On the cloud side, you're probably going to go with something like this, not because they're better than any other service provider, but just research which one is best for you and the experience that you want to get with. But the main thing is make use of old hardware. It's very good. And there's an abundance of e-waste that can be turned into a very sitcom lab if you put the time and effort into it. So yes. I will also mention that if you are interested in buying new hardware, personal recommendations is, if you want a firewall, look up pfSense firewall on AliExpress. I have this one. It's very nice. I had to take it off or take my network offline and move it around a bit to show it off. But they're really good, and they're reasonably cheap sometimes. In a Homelabs scenario, I honestly do think just go with old hardware. But if you do want to have one device that's running all of your entire range, then you can pick up something like a NUC or build yourself a mini ITX PC. If you go crazy down the home labbing rabbit hole and start running your own media server and file storage and Minecraft servers or whatever, as well as your own cyber range to practice, and you've got the cash that's to spare, then by all means, go down this route if you want. But the point of this talk is to show that you don't need any of that. Like, you can build a lab with a laptop and 16 gig of RAM and VirtualBox, and you'll have just as fun of a time as someone with a crazy rack setup. It really doesn't limit you. So, from now on, I will generally be referencing Proxmox because I think it's the best, but all of this applies to creating virtual machines in VirtualBox, VMware, GNS3, VMs in a VPC. It's all the same. But I will start assuming that you have 16 to 32 gig of RAM in whatever you're using. Ideally 32, but you can absolutely run a scaled down version of this with 16. And one last thing before we have a look at this cyber range that I hope you'll start to build out is just a reminder to isolate your network. For the purposes of messing around and having fun, you probably want to build intentionally vulnerable applications and services in your range, and you just don't want those to be exposed to the internet. So always isolate, don't do any sort of port forwarding unless you know what you're doing. But yes, that out of the way, let's get to the fun stuff. This is like a rough diagram of what the network would look like. Say you were running it on one machine, or you could, be splitting these machines up across, different old PCs that you're plugging into the same firewall, and then that goes to like a virtualized firewall. However you want it to be set up, or this can be in VirtualBox, GNS3, whatever. you would generally start by virtualizing a firewall, but you can use a physical one as well if you want to involve multiple machines. This is just to give you a rough overview of what it'll look like. If you're a keen observer, you'll see there's no attacker machine here. It can just be added to your network if you just say, well, look, this connection is the outside zone to the firewall, so it'll be treated like it's coming from the internet. Or you can just attack from, your home network if you have a VM, or just from your desktop PC. It's personal preference. But even if you don't want an attack machine, you can also, idea is that this is a basic like SME network for you to mess around and explore with, not like a crazy SCADA network, but you absolutely can build something like that. So to get started, with a network like this, I think the best way to start, like I mentioned, is with a virtualized firewall. The two that I like are pfSense and OpenSense. They're both open source and pretty friendly to use. Do some research on whichever one you want to use. I use OpenSense, that's what I prefer, but they do basically the same thing. They just have pretty graphs and stuff like that. So, first place to start being your router and firewall. Since this is a 20-minute talk, I'm not going to cover configuring it, but add it to your network, connect it to a client, do some configuration before adding the rest of your network devices that we're about to go through. To get into the fun stuff, attack machines. So this is an example of my first setup, just screenshots of my Proxmox. It's just a Kali Linux box connected to a bridge that links to a port in the virtual firewall that's configured to be on the outside zone. So that lets me practice as though I'm attacking the network from the internet, which is fun. That's generally where attackers start. But you can just attack from a VM on your desktop, if that's preferred, and you can configure it to do so. Looking at the defensive side, we've already gone over the firewall, so I'll talk about the same. For home labbing purposes, even just for your home network, I think Waza is great, or even just a small business network. It's open source. It's an open source theme that collects logs, detects threats, centralizes alerts and responses from host devices, endpoints, networking devices. It's really powerful. I think it's equivalent to something like Elastic, in my opinion. Also another really good open source option. But I think it's the way to go for cyber ranges, just because it's really easy to set up, and it is open source, and it's got a lot of really cool features to mess around with. Splunk is the other amazing option, but it's very expensive. So if you want to mess around with it, you can use a free trial, and I have, and it's great. But since this is about building a hub lab, on a budget, sticking to open source where possible, I think is just the best way to go. And it's really great. You're not missing out on anything with it. Next, there's clients and infrastructure. You'll probably want to run a Windows Active Directory just to get experience locking that down and monitoring it and attacking it, since it's generally the prize jewel for an attacker, as well as a Windows client or Linux client. It's really personal choice. It's up to whatever you like to practice attacking, exploiting, and defending. I think why not have both? Finally, we have some extra services that you might run in your DMZ, your network, which is generally sort of the opening that you might try and get through and test out those firewall rules. But don't take my word for that. But for the sake of messing around, I'd say put something like Metasploitable or OWASP broken web apps in your DMZ. These are two virtual machines that are just full of intentional vulnerabilities for you to exploit. Just very easy to hack into and mess around with. But you can also throw in a standard, Apache server, or maybe a database of some kind, or a file server. This is, a fun point that you can pretend, clients have to connect back to and access, giving you as an attacker a bit of an into the network and fun opportunities to test it and set off alerts in the SIEM and firewall. Now, this part of it, we got, past the technical bit. This bit isn't what the talk is mainly about, but if I haven't convinced you to build your own cyber range yet, then I hope this will work. Because, you should keep in mind that these labs you're building aren't just for yourself. They're not just a learning exercise for you. They do help you in other ways. So these are, projects that you can show off on your GitHub. Again, this part aimed towards students, people not in the industry, but there are projects that you can show off on your GitHub and places that you can show that this is what I've been messing around with, this is what I've been building. Keep in mind it's your own lab. You can learn, build, and break whatever you want. So you can write up interesting labs on what you do on your personal site. The lab itself is a project that can be a part of your resume, which is especially huge if you don't have industry experience, just like how I got my job. Like I said, building my network from scratch in labs taught me as a 17-year-old, so many skills that helps me land a sysadmin job because I could confidently show my experience. And the time you spend in your lab building it and attacking it and setting off alerts and showing that you've done an entire mock pen test of a network or something like that, or you've successfully written these rules or things like that. It's all experience that you can bring to an interview, to networking events, stuff you can show off. So even if you don't have work experience, it is a very useful thing. And I've zoomed through that very fast. I hope it was able to understand what I was saying. But I hope I've gotten you excited. I am putting together, very nearly done, a written guide that goes into much more detail about building this first range of exactly how you can configure building this first small business enterprise network and then attacking it, defending it in Proxmox, in GNS3, in VirtualBox. So if you're ever interested in that, I will be releasing it. There's a code to a Google form where I will just let you know when it's done, if that interests you. I hope so. And if you have any questions, please reach out to me. I'm very keen to help people build out their home labs and mess around with stuff. But that is pretty much where I will concede my talk.
That was fantastic. Yes, thank you so much for that. I will admit I feel a bit seen when you said you don't need an entire rack worth of equipment, because I have gone through that phase of in Canberra there's a business called Allbids that sells ex-government equipment, and so I went through the phase of buying a server rack and buying a whole bunch of R710 giant servers and chucking it in there with 128 gig of RAM and all that kind of stuff, and I never used it. All the stuff I want to use is not that size.
Yeah, pretty much all of our stuff secondhand.
That's all you need. You don't need anything crazy.
Cache converters is also a great place to find stuff.
Yes, and there's been a couple of posts. So there was a lot of people saying yep, we love Proxmox. The tiny mini micros are always good for the computers, and there's also Ludus, which is based on Proxmox, which is pretty cool as well. So lots of interest there for sure. Thank you so much for speaking. And
thank you very much.
Need to panic. No panic needed at all.
The Tim Tams help calm me.
Oh yes. Well, yes. So Tim Tam Slam. What is the drink you're having with your Tim Tam Slam?
Cold milk. That's all you need. Can't go wrong.
Yeah,
that's true.
I second that.
Yeah. Turns into chocolate milk halfway up. That's even better. No, thank you very, very much.
Absolutely. No worries. Thank you so much.
Ian, have you told people what you would do your Tim Tam Slam with?
No, I'm leaving that to the end.
Right.
Or I admit that I don't do Tim Tam Slams on a regular basis. This is not a bit at all. Anyway, we have our next speaker, and I think this is the last one before our break. We will cut the break back a little bit just to make up some time, but I will just bring Sin to the stage. Hello, how are you today?
Hello, a little cold, but otherwise good. Yourself?
Running around, running a conference. The usual.
Everything's fine.
Everything is perfectly fine and not going wrong at all. So you're going to talk to us about rockets, I hear.
I am. I'm a big space nerd, as I'm sure you can't tell from my shirt. So getting to work in cybersecurity with rockets is pretty much the epitome of what I wanted to do.
Yeah, and I do like that it's not rocket surgery. It is quite an interesting one.
Well, before I left, my friends bought me a T-shirt that said, it's not rocket surgery, with a photo of a picture of a surgeon working on a rocket on it. So it seemed like the only thing I could possibly name the talk.
Yes.
Love it.
Awesome. Well, we will hand over to you and then take us to our break.
Cool. All right. Hello, I'm Sin. My pronouns are they and them. And let's get straight into it. A bit about me, because that's, you got to do that. 26-year veteran of the IT industry, and I've done just about every job there is in IT except for writing software because I suck at that, with about the last 5 years being cybersecurity focused. I started getting paid to do IT at the age of 15, but even before that, I was building computers, tinkering with networks, maintaining my high school server and workstations, and helping my parents' company move from paper to digital all the way back in the late 90s. Yes, I am old. I've worked for satellite-based ISP, small and large companies, non-profits, educational institutions, federal government agencies of all sizes, Microsoft, and last year was very fortunate to work for a rocket company in Europe and the UK. I got to see firsthand just how integral IT and security are to all these industries, the changing attitudes over the years towards securing them, and what can happen when you underestimate just how important good security is. It is a bit random, and a IT nerd ending up working with rockets is a bit odd. But growing up in a very sparsely populated areas, I always had an unbelievable view of the night sky. I'd frequently go out to watch meteor showers, eclipses, comets passing by, and basically any other excuse to lie about under the stars. School trips to Siding Spring Observatory, Mopra Radio Telescope, Tidbinbilla, and parks were real highlights when I was a kid. So, of course, always wanted to work in the space industry. And when I heard about a short university course aimed at getting existing professionals in all fields into the space sector, I jumped at the chance to attend at Uni of South Australia in 2023. I was then invited to head to Brazil for 3 months as staff for the next course later that year. As part of the courses, students get to experience building and launching their own model rockets, including learning range safety and dealing with physical security requirements of making that activity as safe as possible. We're also given access to both government and private aerospace facilities that are not normally open to the public. And basically, that let us learn about various aspects of space industry and operations and how space-based systems impact everyday life. We live and work with so much more space-based tech on a daily basis than most people ever realize. Getting to see how the satellites that run Brazil's telecommunications, weather observations, crop analysis, and Amazon rainforest protection systems are operated and updated was really cool. And we also got to tour a satellite testing and integration facility, as well as the Embraer commercial aircraft factory, among many other once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. Nice little video for you here of testing some model rocket motor performance. While I was in Brazil, one of my fellow students from Adelaide reached out to let me know that her employer was looking for IT folks with space experience, so I applied. Before I knew it, I was packing up to go live and work in Germany. And with my extensive background in hardware and just enough networking experience to get into real trouble, not to mention my Aussie passport, we really can travel to so many places so easily. I was the obvious choice to go set up and support all the tech at the launch facility in Unst, smallest and most northerly of the Shetland Islands. And it is pretty remote and pretty. All right. Onto the tech stuff. There is a lot about working for a rocket company that is exactly the same as any other employer. Everyone needs computers, productivity applications, email, all that stuff. All the usual insider threats exist, times about 1,000, because, like many startups, the company employed a lot of 3 and 6 month interns. And so there's just a constant churn of new accounts to disable, shared passwords to change, there's strict data access policies, all the other stuff that makes onboarding and offboarding staff a pain, with the added fun of GDPR and the new NIS2 requirements to consider as well. That's a new critical infrastructure security framework that the EU uses. Not unlike certain government sectors, space is a very secretive industry, and it's not uncommon for people to get employed just to try and steal the designs of new or innovative rocket parts. There's also a heightened risk from malicious actors, both for theft and political purposes, such as highly motivated anti-launch activists who think commercializing space is a bad idea, or they dislike the environmental impact. Foreign state-sponsored actors who might not want to neighbour with launch capabilities they don't possess, commercial competitors, as well as all of the usual other suspects. Like so many places I've worked, IT and especially security was only treated as a critical service when it came to something not going as planned. IT staff contracts didn't really require any on-call, overtime, travel, or outside hours work, though I ended up doing plenty of all of those. Equipment was not generally purchased with high availability or redundancy in mind, and the team were often left out of critical discussions and only included at the 11th hour when someone realised the network uplink that they required would actually need to be provisioned and properly configured. Multicast routing quickly became the bane of my existence. It was a constant battle to get approval for relatively small amounts of money and allocation of additional staff members, all while watching millions get spent on travel, logistics, vehicle manufacture, and even marketing. More so than anywhere else I have worked, the need for highly available systems and redundant links became critical. When even a momentary loss of communications could lead to premature or delayed ignition signal, you want some assurance that you're going to have an alternate route for those signals to be sent along, and the return paths too. Likewise, the safety systems around the launch pad need to be as robust as possible so that when the engines do ignite, it goes according to plan. And when it doesn't, you need to be able to send cutoff signals and get that fire suppression running right away. For most of the tests, there'd also be at least 2 control centers in different locations so that operations could very quickly be failed over in the unlikely event that the entire network of any one site failed. Rapid and controlled failover from one site to the other, and sometimes back, was a requirement of the test facilities, even allowing tests to be scheduled. Unlike most IT jobs, this one came with the real risk of something exploding, people getting hurt, buildings being leveled, and a whole mess of other real-world repercussions. Aside from the vehicle itself being a very sophisticated bomb, there's fun things like pyrophorics, which are chemicals that ignite spontaneously on contact with the air and can't really be extinguished, and the flight termination system, which is really just a fancy name for a bunch of C4 charges, which would be fired to destroy the rocket rather than let it continue to fly if control is lost. In the past, I've told many a junior or trainee that it's seldom life or death when you work in IT, but obviously this is one of the exceptions. Safety protocols and procedures become critical, and IT systems are subject to them just like any other component. The ability to lock out control nodes, isolate individual systems, and prevent accidental input or operation have to be built into all interfaces. Any maintenance has to go through the same strict change control processes as you'd expect any changes to the rocket itself to be subject to. Control components responsible for safety systems could often only be serviced or replaced after non-essential personnel had been evacuated from the site, and the associated monitoring and alerting systems had to be very carefully tuned to ensure false positives were as rare as possible. Accidentally triggering an evacuation was never a fun time, and it certainly didn't make you popular. Another part of my role with the company was writing the cybersecurity strategy that would form part of the very lengthy launch license application. And then I got to spend a couple of days explaining it to the UK Civil Aviation Authority folks. Since it was a first for both the CAA and the company to undergo this process, it was very long and involved a lot of back and forth, and what felt like about 1,000 drafts. Everything in the strategy that made it into the final license application then became a legal requirement to implement at the launch facility. And the people who signed the application, thankfully I wasn't one of them, became legally liable for any deviation and financially liable for any injuries and damages caused by any failures resulting. Naturally, there's a bunch of little computers inside the rocket itself, and so of course lots of cabling and software fun to go with that. Mostly Linux and some custom software with Ethernet and fiber throughout. During the tests, the 20 control nodes and flight computers just in stage 1 could happily run off DHCP, but what do you do once the umbilical is detached and the rocket has lifted off? Once disconnected from the LAN, the downlink bandwidth is super limited, so anything sent back has to also take this into account. Definitely no more jumbo frames. Alongside all the fiber and Ethernet running to and through the rocket, various systems are operated by CAN bus modules and are connected separately with different cabling standard. Unlike IT-based systems, these tend to be difficult to make changes to and update, and so have to be handled differently when it comes to securing them. Similarly, all the in-house manufacturing systems, especially the 3D printing machines, had to be kept segregated from the corporate LAN to prevent unauthorized access, with very narrow and often vendor-specific allowances made for remote support. updates, and routine maintenance. Disruptions to these machines could lead to loss of parts that take days or weeks to print, seriously impacting the company's ability to meet tight schedules and deadlines for engine parts, QA, and testing. The 3D printing medium is also a significant biohazard and known carcinogen, which makes having to do any kind of in-person work on it less than desirable. As a commercial launch provider, it's pretty unlikely that the payload's going to be produced by the same company, and this gets even more complex in a rideshare situation with multiple satellites per launch, each potentially owned by a different customer. Each customer will need access to telemetry and a variety of other information without compromising spaceport, rocket, or other customers' security. Once the rocket disconnects from the umbilical, the only way to receive telemetry is via a downrange provider and then a satellite-based telemetry relay provider once the final stage reaches orbit. These are almost always third parties, and so their data also needs to be integrated into mission control centers and recording systems in a secure but accessible way. All the telemetry also needs to be provided live to the CAA and recorded for future analysis. Every part of every engine and all the supporting systems are also tested almost constantly throughout the manufacture and build process. Different test facilities have different schedules, reside in different time zones, making the timing of maintenance windows and outages very, very complicated. There's various legal, safety, and environmental things that can cause tests to be cancelled, aborted, and rescheduled at the last minute, sometimes for days or weeks in a row. And with teams across 4 countries controlling and analysing each test, IT becomes a critical stakeholder in making sure all the video and communications are as secure and reliable as possible, both for the live viewing and the recording. Each key pressed on every interface and all the data being returned also has to be logged and timestamped for later analysis. With the sheer number of components and systems involved in the manufacturing, rockets, launch facilities, and all the supporting services, the pace of change is insanely rapid. A minor change to the control node software operating system on the rocket might necessitate a change of the wiring loom, new servers to be deployed, additional data storage locations, or procurement of a whole new rack of equipment. When you add to that the remote location of the launch facility and extremely strict deadlines, supply chain assurance becomes close to impossible. We were very limited to a very small number of local suppliers whose tech selection was also extremely small. But ordering anything from abroad would add a lead time of anywhere from 4 to 12 weeks, depending on weather and any number of other unpredictable delays. Logistics and remoteness also make physical security an interesting challenge. 24/7 security personnel are difficult to come by on an island with a population of only about 650 people. And when you consider there's no mains power until pretty recently, even running security cameras with sufficient coverage isn't an easy puzzle to solve. The environment on a tiny island in the North Sea is also quite hostile for all things electronic, and cameras, cabling, screens, PCs, servers, etc. tended to have a very short life expectancy if they're exposed to the ambient temperatures, extreme winds, humidity, salinity, and even the wildlife. A lot of unexpected power cuts really did a number on the core switch power supplies, and we had a great deal of trouble maintaining enough spares. The fortnightly maintenance required by all the generators necessitated a full shutdown of the IT infrastructure every time to prevent damage to the equipment, and then, of course, a carefully scripted startup procedure to get it all running again. Any electronics are reasonably sensitive to certain RF emissions, but avionics are particularly so. Rockets also happen to be a huge lightning rod filled with cables and batteries, and so need robust and sophisticated electrical isolation and grounding systems. Once it starts to fly, the levels of radiation the systems are exposed to steadily climbs, and a static charge tends to build up, necessitating shielding of systems and cabling throughout the vehicle. Additionally, the hill above the launch pad hosts an active UK defence microwave dome, and MOD regulations dictate there can be no leakage from the spaceport of any frequencies that might interfere with their ability to control their installation. So no 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi for us. Other agencies like the Office of Communications also regulate the use of commercial bands that would interfere with TV, radio, and mobile phone infrastructure, as well as dictating the need for licenses for anything transmitting or receiving on those bands, just like ACMA here in Australia. We'd initially been assured that a point-to-point Wi-Fi link would be provided, but of course Ofcom had to get involved and delayed that being provisioned. Internet to the island is extremely limited and no cables extend out to the spaceport. This meant that internet was provided by a certain US-based rocket and satellite company with whom there will one day be direct competition. Being able to secure the proprietary data moving between sites on those services was front of mind for the executive team. Most of the test sites made use of site-to-site VPNs back to HQ for simplifying the WAN setup, but the satellite-based ISP in Saxa notoriously causes problems with most VPN solutions and does not offer the option of static IP addresses. This became a sticking point with the selected telemetry providers too, as they were reluctant to configure a VPN into their systems which had dynamic DNS entry on the other end. Understandably, they were concerned that poisoning or spoofing DNS would lead to their own security being compromised. Even when everything does go well, temperatures that the cabling and equipment are exposed to are far beyond what most commercial tech and even a lot of the ruggedized stuff is designed to handle. Not only does everything get very, very hot, but when you're dealing with cryogenic fuels like liquid oxygen, it also gets exposed to extreme cold, often immediately before the hot. Even with circuitry being housed in metal boxes, cables getting wrapped in aluminium insulation, cameras being encased in fire-resistant enclosures, there's still quite a lot of stuff we needed to replace after each hot fire test. We went through more than a few cameras. And of course, people. Like most systems, during tests, all the individual operator stations are crewed by 2 personnel. Each could operate both the control interface of the system they're specialized in, like engines, fuel, safety, and also communications between their station and each of the others. Although every key press was logged, this made it difficult to attribute each one to a single individual, one of those pesky regulatory requirements, because it necessitated that most hated of things among security professionals, shared logins. Because of the month-long rotations for most of the personnel, it's also very seldom to have the same operators 2 tests in a row. While the test procedures are generally very regimented and predictable, the same cannot be said of the operators. Even though they're exceptionally smart engineers and physicists, most of them were not super confident with IT stuff, especially security, and didn't necessarily understand why things had been designed the way they were. It took only about 3 weeks for the very secure, long, complex Wi-Fi password that was never intended for use on staff-owned devices to be printed out and stuck on the lunchroom wall. Early on, management of the launch operations team had decided IT didn't need to be involved in the debriefing and forward planning meetings held at the end of each day during launch site fit-out. This led to several misunderstandings between IT and the engineers when schedules were changed and we weren't informed, resulting in systems being restarted, locked out, or disconnected unexpectedly, either from the power side or network. More than once, I also discovered a rocket surgeon trying to plug things into the IT or comms racks in entirely the wrong place because they didn't think to ask me or to do it for them and hadn't checked the wiring diagrams, which I took great pains to keep up to date for where it should be plugged in. Configuring static IP addresses became a huge point of contention, with avionics engineers often getting very upset they had to ask IT for help every time they set up new control node or swapped out network modules. And of course, since most of the buildings were shipping containers and far too spread out, Wi-Fi coverage was awful. So someone decided at one point they'd just go buy a bunch of access points and plug them in randomly, expecting them to just automatically pick up the config of the others. Obviously, that didn't work out. And because the units were starting up in their default config, they put us in breach of the MOD requirement to keep the 2.4 gigahertz radios switched off at all times. Along with various other component and single engine tests, I was very fortunate to be in attendance at 3 hot fire tests of the first stage 1. And yes, it's really damn cool to be there in person. And remotely supporting another. 3 of the tests went very well and 1 went really wrong. While we were extremely fortunate to suffer no serious security incidents during my time there, I did have to spend a lot of time thinking about the potential problems we'd face if there were. The failure modes were much the same, and although we'd taken the precaution of bolting close the hold-down clamps so there'd be no accidental lift-offs, and we left the flight termination system disarmed, the potential for injury and destruction remained much the same. For example, we had learned during the second hot fire test that simultaneous ignition of multiple engines, even when everything was going totally according to plan, would blow out all of the windows of the operations office 100 meters away, in spite of the huge amount of earth, rocks, and grass between them. Naturally, we were another 1.5 kilometers away in the control center, but a huge percentage of the ground systems infrastructure, so all the power and network and gas piping, is well within that radius. During a fully fueled test, a severe failure would likely level the closer buildings. When we did experience a catastrophic failure that led to the destruction of the stage and all 9 engines, we were extremely fortunate that it was a fire rather than an explosion. And most of the ground systems escaped any damage, with the obvious exception of the elevated launch platform to which the massive flamethrower was very securely clamped. Though it was immediately obvious that something had gone wrong, some of the critical control systems had been damaged in the initial blast, and there was nothing to be done but keep watching and recording until all but one of the cameras melted. The last one standing was used by the fire brigade later that night to check for tertiary fires for about 5 hours after the main fire died down. And they very much appreciated not having to go down to the pad to keep an eye on the situation because of all of the big tanks of explosive gas. It was several days before we were allowed back on site following an initial CAA investigation in which every bit of data we'd collected was combed through, and then months of laborious and dangerous cleanup had to begin. Meanwhile, the CAA did a more thorough investigation and site inspection to determine whether the failure had been caused by anything that should result in the launch license being revoked. Fortunately, it was not. Every cable, camera, computer, switch, and battery in and on the platform were reduced to unrecognizable puddles. But we did get some excellent footage, owing to having invited the BBC to come see the test live because hubris. I won't subject you to the full 5 minutes of the conflagration, but here's some of the exciting bits. I have endeavoured to reduce the volume, but loud noise warning for both this and the next video. Oh, maybe you didn't even get sound. There it is. Once the fire really got going, the engine nozzles started to burn, and that's what's responsible for all of the bright and very airborne sparks you can see. Though the fire had been initially mostly the rocket fuel, you can see where the liquid oxygen started to feed it. The heat eventually caused the tube to buckle, and the top half fell from the platform, fortunately towards the empty side of the pad. So what did I take away from this experience, aside from some pieces of a burnt rocket? Though most of the tech stuff isn't new to me, and much of it is actually harkens back to the old days of being an on-prem sysadmin, was a bit of a surprise to learn that even such a tech-focused industry still has very familiar attitudes to spending money on IT and security, despite their extremely elevated risk profile. Corporate buy-in and executive sponsorship remain just as important as any other industry I've worked in when it comes to getting the budget and support that you need to implement effective security controls. One of the last things I did before leaving was to deliver the results from a phishing training campaign that we'd run late in the year, and the shock at the percentage of people who'd fallen for it and entered their credentials really seemed to have an impact finally. Prior to that, they'd been most concerned about high-tech espionage techniques. Meanwhile, engineers were propping open supposedly secure doors in the manufacturing facility so they could easily go for a smoke. As the saying goes, prior planning prevents poor performance. Though the inability to plan for the worst is not peculiar to the commercial space industry, it's certainly one of the biggest offenders in my experience for allowing the pace of change to leave IT and security behind. Plunking a well-architected and securely designed rack of equipment into a remote location with no security personnel or cameras, when everyone knew where the key was, leads to even the best thought-out network becoming about as secure as Swiss cheese. After the third time, I had to cancel personal travel plans to go get on a plane to Shetland. With just a few hours' notice, I had hoped my boss would learn that the team were more than just an expense with no value to the greater mission. Sadly, he still didn't learn that lesson until most of the team had resigned within a 4-month period. And also it's partially my own fault for becoming the one all the engineers wanted at the tests. And of course, there's still no way to account for the weird stuff that people do with any technology solutions. Even the best architected security solution seldom survives first contact with reality, and especially people who think they know a better way without understanding the broader environment. It was also a constant battle to stop the know-it-all interns from breaking the various networks with their weird ideas and lack of experience in a corporate setting, and always answering questions of, this network port is active. Why doesn't it just work when I plug things in? So a few terms there in case you didn't catch them, and some information on the Space Studies program that I attended and then was staff for, and the rocket company and the spaceport that I was fortunate to work at. And I didn't go over time.
I do enjoy that our quote of the conference thus far has become, where is it? Root cause analysis gets hard when everything is melted. Although yeah. I did also enjoy that, didn't realize it would blow out the ops windows.
Yeah, they had the shutters closed and it still blew out the windows. And it's partially because the water deluge didn't run on that test. And part of its job is to suppress some of that acoustic repercussion, but you know, stuff happens. You've got to be prepared for it. Rockets are bombs.
It reminds me of the what's the TV show Three Body Problem, when they use which is all well one of the I won't give it away, but one of the things in there which is a known scientific theory in the past is to use nuclear bombs as propulsion. Yeah,
they're still messing with it. Like, come on, guys, we've moved.
Yeah, I mean it's one way to get into the sky, right?
As long as you don't care about anyone on the ground, yeah. Yes.
Look, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. There are actually some questions from Grandmaster, who I know works in the OT space as well. So thank you so much. And that was a great talk. I think a lot of people are impressed by how the constraints you're basically put under in that space.
Yeah, it's a hard one to work within, but also I got to do some cool stuff. And thanks very much for having me.
No, not a problem. Thank you so much.
Did we ask Sin what her Tim Tam Slam preference
Oh, yes.
was?
Sorry. What is your choice of drink for a Tim Tam Slam?
It used to be coffee, but I'm also a recent addition to the late adult diagnosed ADHD, so I don't drink a lot of caffeine anymore. So usually black unsweetened tea.
Fair enough. Awesome.
It's a good contrast.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much for talking.
Thank you, Sin.
I will say that the ADHD thing's an interesting one. I had a conversation with my parents last week because they were very into this whole theory at the time about E-numbers. So there was this thing that, you know, colorings and things were more likely to make you hyperactive. And so my statement was, what if it wasn't E-numbers and it was just ADHD the entire time? Yeah,
I don't think I've ever met someone who was like sensitive to the red food coloring that hasn't been
apparently I was
ADHD later in life.
And noting my mother is watching this stream right now, she'll probably send me a text saying we didn't know any better or something. In fairness, ADHD was pretty, you know, bad, not bad, but like not understood in those times. Like this was the 90s, right?
Yeah,
it was a bad thing.
Me and my 3 siblings are all ADHD to a certain extent. So my parents were like, well, you were all the same. So what we were meant to do.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
So I think it's time for a break so we can actually leave our desks and do something. Yes, she is, and we didn't. My dad's watching this talk. Okay, cool. We are going to go for a break. We are going to cut the break short a little bit just so we can start on time for the next one. The next talk will start at 15:20, which for anyone who is not in the same time zone as us, that is 18 minutes. So we will disappear for 18 minutes, and
Doggo.
we will see you again after that. And yes, there's a doggo. There's 2 doggos there. It's your bingo card.
See you
See
in
you
T
in
minus
15.
17
Yes,
minutes.
17 minutes. everyone else is still getting ready and coming back. Oh, it's There we go. There we go. Okay, so while everyone else is coming back, apparently there was a photo posted in the ComfyCon Discord of... oh, do you want to come back, Adriana? You've got a cat. Okay.
Why don't you come say hi?
Hello.
This is Chief.
Hello, Chief. He's a very cute cat.
He's done.
Well, there was a photo posted in the ComfyCon Discord of a American colleague who was doing a Tim Tam Slam from a Tim Tam with Vegemite spread on it. And I was like, that sounds interesting.
God.
Quite nice.
But I have no words.
The saltiness and the sweet actually go together really well. I'll tell you what, how about I finish this and we'll bring David on stage. Hello, David. How are you? Oh, you're on mute.
Hi. I'm good, thank you.
How are you today?
Yes, good.
Good. Do you have a preference for Tim Tams?
With coffee, probably.
With coffee, okay.
What about the flavor of Tim Tam? Like, I'm a double Coke girl.
Yeah, I also like the double Coke one. I also like the experimental, like they do a coffee ones occasionally, which are quite good. Like the limited edition. Can be good, can be awful, and then you buy a packet and it's, you know.
Salted caramel brownie ones the other night and just tasted like corn syrup. Don't recommend.
Awesome. So, David, you're going to be talking to us today. The title is quite interesting. The periodic table of bad characters. I won't ask you to explain it, but I read through the bio. The abstract for it was quite nice, so quite good. So, without further ado, we can hand over to you, and you can talk us through it.
Yep, thank you.
Oh, hang on.
Slides would be good. Thank you. Yeah. So this is my talk today, the periodic table of bad characters. And when you can see the slides, there you go. Oops. So as you can see from the actual title on this slide, it's about the different characters that make up our computer text. I couldn't resist the double meaning. It's not about bad characters like cybercriminals. And sorry if you're expecting that. Maybe consider that a free talk idea for the next time. So, hello ComfyCon. A little bit about me first. I work for G Research's open source software group. Part of my remit is to make open source software more secure. And one area I focus on is developer tooling. I found various vulnerabilities in command line tools, including things like terminals themselves. I also own a single character emoji domain or two. You can find out more about me on those if you can type them. This is my first interesting observation. This is just text, admittedly using Unicode, but different tools display it in different ways. So at the top here, we've got Safari, which displays an emoji Unicode domain as the actual character. But then if we open that in Chrome here, it will display it as the actual Unicode that underlies the encoding. On the right here, we have Chrome again with what looks like a dash. But this is displaying it as its own character. And bonus points if you can tell me what character that actually is. And on the bottom here, we've got Orion, which is a browser from Kagi, the search engine, which actually has a display option. So you can say display Unicode domains as the actual characters or as the Unicode. So you see the two versions of it right here. And Chrome has a thing that says always show full URLs, but that's just confusing and shows whether you should display the HTTPS at the start or not. So onto the periodic table. So if you remember from your chemistry lessons, it was a long time ago for some of us, it's ordered by the atomic number, the number of protons in the electron's nucleus. I picked a version here that only displays the atomic number, but the classic periodic table also has the weight of elements. It uses color to show the different types of elements. And depending how long ago you went to school, you might notice that there are some elements here that you haven't seen before. So this is interesting. We can discover new elements. We can also discover new Unicode characters like new emoji. So TS is the new element, which I just alluded to, named after Tennessee, Tennessee. So I mentioned I focus on developer tools, but I also focus on repeats of previous vulnerabilities. So there's various ways to do this, but to be honest, mostly a lot of manual reading of Git histories and so on. But I wanted to know if I could do this in a more systematic way. So to bring it back to somehow CVEs, I like this supposed reference of the 10 severity CVE. The reply down here where someone mentions the 10 severity bug in IAS is also interesting because that's a Unicode character, although they've actually got the details slightly wrong. It's an overlong UTF-8 encoding that results in a particular character that comes in as input, becoming a dot in output and IAS, enabling path traversal, a 25-year-old vulnerability right there. But that's using UTF-8. And there are also more recent vulnerabilities where Unicode can express different things. So Trojan source is one example of this, where in source code, certain characters can hide things that are happening in the code. And when the code's compiled, it does something different to what the developer sees. So Unicode is vast, and there's lots of interesting things there. But just like the periodic table, I want to limit this to more fundamental elements. So this is the ASCII chart from 1972. And like I said, I want to do this in a more systematic way. So here's a manageable number of characters to at least start with, trying to get this idea working. So the high level idea is to look at characters and work out how they're affected by vulnerabilities. So for example, the angle bracket is often associated with an XSS attack. The CR control character, carriage return, could be associated with carriage return line feed injection into HTTP headers, for example. And slash is obviously associated with path traversal, often associated with a dot just above it. So that's an interesting one, like maybe dots, depending on context, a bad character. So, you know, maybe we add 2 in that case. So I want to be systematic. So how can we get data on characters that cause vulnerabilities? So you can actually just check out the CVE list as a GitHub repository. So we do this, we check it out. Takes a while. It's 1.2 gigabytes here. And if you look at how many files are inside that, there's about 300,000. So I can't do that in a 20-minute talk. So let's limit our scope. So if we go a bit further down, okay, we've got, in 2024, we've got 38,000 files. So each file in this case is a vulnerability or a CVE number. Okay, that's a bit more manageable. Some are also rejected. So like I said, they're just files, so you can just use grep on this to make very quick estimates on things. So grepping for rejected, we basically find that, yeah, there's 700 rejected, which doesn't take the number down as much as I'd like, but whatever. So here we go. How these are arranged is a bunch of directories under the year with the CVE number. And if we just look at, say, the top 10 for a sample, here are some files. And if we look in one of the files, the first vulnerability of 2024 was something in Pure Storage, the storage product. And we can look a bit further into this. So if we use JQ, the command line tool for interacting with JSON, we can pull out the containers, the CNA metrics. So the CNA is the authority who are responsible for a particular CVE. So this is the data of the person or organization that has created the CVE, what they've put in there. And so they've given it some a rating and they've given it a base score of 10. So that's the severity of 10. So this might be quite a bad vulnerability. And so actually just with JQ and a bit of command line tooling like this, we can start to analyze vulnerabilities. So we can have a look again, and so there's 941. We'd start with 0 here, but we'll just pick a few of them and look at the start. So just a shell for loop here for the file name in star.json, run JQ on it, pulling out the CNA metrics, the CVS version 3.1 base score, and you see that 10 there is the first one we just saw. There is another 10. Some of them are coming out as null, some of them are coming out as errors. So yeah, the data's bad and you should feel bad. But actually it's not the data's bad, is it? So it's not normalized into a really nice form, but there's different sources of data, and entire vendors make their mission to clean up the data and let you search for vulnerabilities and stuff. But this is the raw data I'm looking at. So if we just pick 3 CVEs here that I had trouble analyzing, it was 6, 12, and 14. So if we look at number 6, okay, that's interesting. So that actually has a CVS S 4.0 score. So it hasn't got a version 3, it's got a version 4. So okay, we need to look for multiple places, find the other score out of there. Okay, we can do that. That's all right. Now this one's interesting. This one is a vulnerability in a Palo Alto product, and it's got 2 different scores. It's got a 9.3 up here and a 5.9 down here. So actually, let's just look at that on cvu.org. And yeah, indeed, it has 2 different scores. It's got a critical and a medium. I didn't actually know that CVEs could have multiple scores until I came across this one. But if you actually look at the raw data, you can see there's a scenario here, and the risk is highest if you allow access to the management interface. And then they've got a different score if you don't allow access to the management interface. Fine, okay. Interestingly, that is in the vulnerability published on Palo Alto's site, but it's not on cve.org. So it's a bit confusing when you see this on cve.org, but that's just how it is. Okay, and then number 16 is an Android vulnerability here, and it was coming up with a JQ error. And that's actually, if we look in the CNA thing, the authority who published the CVE, there's no data there for what the CVS score is, but the ADP container has information here. What's ADP? Authorized Data Publishers. So this is where another organization, often parts of the US government, adds some additional data to the CVE. And so if we go and look in the other place, the containers.adp, we see that we've got some other data there. Okay, and so then we can write this fairly ungodly JQ command here, which is a bit amazing, but it pulls out the relevant CVSS thing, whether it's version 3 or version 4, and then we can see that we do get a base score for the thing that we didn't get before. Okay, so the structure of this is maybe a bit too complex for shell scripting. So, all right, okay. So why are we doing this again? I've just spent 10 minutes explaining why that we're doing this. So we've got a bit bogged down in the details. Let's take a step back. So the actual idea is not to use the CVSS score, but to use CWEs, which are common weakness enumerations, which are how vulnerabilities, so CVEs, map to certain CWEs, which are the actual weaknesses behind them. And I mentioned XSS already, and that's one thing that we can use to figure out what category these are in. So it's not an exact mapping, but we can say that for a particular CWE number, there is a particular ASCII character that is affected by it. And I don't want to do this manually, so here we go. We ask ChatGPT, and it says, yeah, okay, CWE 79, yeah, there's these characters that are affected by it. SQL injection, single quotes in particular, path traversal I mentioned, but CRM. So we can start looking for characters and things like format string vulnerabilities with % and so on. Although this was a good one. So when I asked ChatGPT a bit more, if you look down here, it started telling me about backticks. but it forgot to escape that in its own Markdown output that it showed me. So there was an issue in how it handled characters itself. So nothing is perfect. But one useful thing that the AI did tell me is that rather than using the GitHub data that I was using, given I've limited the scope to a year anyway, we can download these small gzipped files with JSON data, and then we extract them and we get 183 megabytes in this case of JSON data for 2024. Fine, okay. So let's just get AI to do it all, right? So my daughter always says, Daddy, do it, because she's a toddler, and that's what she says, but AI do it. So what do we do? Okay, we ask it to make a mock-up first of what this could look like. So this is fake data, and it came up with this really quickly. So it thinks null could be a problem, it thinks some other characters could be a problem. Okay, fine. That's kind of the output I wanted, not exactly, but we're getting there. It's a bit like a periodic table. Surprisingly easy to make that. So then I asked it to analyze the actual CVE data for 2024, and it helpfully took all the descriptions and counted the characters in them. And so obviously space and the letter E are the most serious vulnerabilities that you care about. Symbols aren't really important, apparently. Carriage return line feeds, there's obviously a lot of those. New lines are bad. Okay, that's not useful at all, is it? So I had to do this a bit myself. So here is, with some help of ChatGPT, mapping particular CWE numbers to particular control characters or actual characters. So, for example, there are things in there like dollar signs and so on. There's all sorts of different things depending what the CWEs are. I haven't got time to go into all of them. Anyway, we then get this lovely table here. So this sort of shows us roughly what's going on, except AI could not work out what was wrong with this. Why are these control characters? We know null can be a problem. It turns out there was a silly bug in its code where it said if the key length is 1, then take the ASCII character number at that point. And it turns out that meant that the control characters here got transposed, and so they should actually be up here. So after we fix that, that looks more like we expect, except there's still a few interesting things like H. I don't think H is a particular problem, unless maybe it is because you can put HTTP and that could be a problem, but we don't actually have any CWEs that map to letters. So anyway, the data's interestingly bad there, but it does come out with roughly what we'd expect. So things like angle brackets are one of the most serious things. Fine, okay. And then I asked AI to make this look a bit better for me. So this is its attempt to make it look like the classic ASCII table, which, okay, it's sort of there. So is this actually useful? Maybe. So what I found interesting actually is 38% of the CVEs in 2024 mapped to a character. So a CWE that was listed on that CVE mapped it to a particular character. So this shows that 38% of vulnerabilities are related to strings, things like parsing them, XSS attacks, SQL injections, and so on. The rest are obviously things like buffer overflows and other things like that. But this is interesting. So if memory safe language is being pushed more, buffer overflows should reduce, so we should see more of these. So actually, if we start looking at this, we see, yeah, in 2022, 29% of vulnerabilities mapped to something that related to an ASCII character. Obviously, this is a huge heuristic and not really useful. Possibly what this is actually telling us is that NVD have got better at putting CWEs on CVEs, and the thing I mentioned of the additional data that gets written to them, maybe they've just got better at adding that data. So maybe this is just telling us that more CVEs have more data on them and the data is getting better. Or maybe it's telling us that memory safe languages are good. It would be good to explore this more, but it's quite hard to do an analysis like this. So in summary, the bad characters were what we predicted. Again, mentioning my daughter, she loves this book. She knows who the baddies are. We know who the baddies are now. I think the periodic table looks pretty. You'll notice that if I go back to it quickly, it came up with this lovely different color thing, and then we don't actually use any. We only use 3 of them. So there's definitely more work needed here. Probably not so much AI involvement. There's a lot of data behind CVEs. They're kind of cool. It's not much by big data standards, so it's very easy to do analysis like this using ad hoc scripts. The NVD per year data is very useful to do historical analysis. The repository I started off looking at on GitHub is a good way to get recent data. With the help of AI, you can actually start analyzing data like this to check out ideas, which maybe is not relevant to everyone, but if you're interested in vulnerability research, I like to think that there's a lot of untapped areas that, there's a lot of trendy areas. What about using data to find areas that people aren't looking at and things like that? CVEs can give us a good idea. They're not everything. Maybe using AI to directly analyze the CVEs could be interesting. Although if you start feeding every CVE into some API for AI, that will cost money and a lot of it. But there's a lot of interesting data here, and maybe this can help people with ideas for research. And just in general, I think it's interesting to go to the source of the data and play around with it. And AI makes that amazingly easy to do. So yeah, thank you.
Oh, fantastic. I'm reminded of, I did a lot of work in a previous life of data parsing. And so you would have any, like the traditional ones, like an email address, right? So how do you represent an email address? There's only, you can't actually write a parser to do an email address. The easiest way to do it, and there's a video about this, is just to send an email to it and see if it bounces back or not.
Yes,
and so
yeah.
it makes sense to me, from that perspective, that such a large percentage of vulnerabilities are about just untrusted inputs and making sure that you could actually look after those inputs.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned email addresses, because there's a great story from, I can't remember his name, he works for Portswigger, a Black Hat talk a couple of years ago about all the different fun vulnerabilities in email parsing and email addresses. Like, I think some of those are quite eye-opening. So it's a good talk to go and see if you haven't seen that one. But yeah, I think like the reason I started looking at this is I got another vulnerability I found in Git where it was literally due to how it handled a carriage return. And so I sort of started looking at some of this thing, like I haven't got any other, this research, to be honest, hasn't actually found me anything useful yet, but I thought it was an interesting way to approach the problem.
You definitely find interesting things. And the carriage return one, I know there's, from previous life, the whole carriage return line feed thing between Windows and Linux is like a massive thing as well. And just making sure those are consistent.
Yeah,
Yeah, somebody just posted about JQ. I highly recommend learning how to do JQ and JSON path. Those two things make life learning, reading JSONs and trying to parse them so much easier.
Yeah. I mean, I think the surprising thing to me is I didn't actually tell ChatGPT what language to use. And so it decided to write this in Node.js. That I might share the code later somewhere. It's only ChatGPT written, but it was interesting because obviously JSON is very easy to deal with in JavaScript. But I also love JQ just for like command line hacks and things. Although, like you saw there, where it got a bit more complicated with pulling out different fields, the JQ gets a bit unwieldy. There may be better things you can do with that, like, write a first pass of change the file into a better format and then analyze it again. But you start having to write more complicated tools to do that. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, DG. And also, if anyone hasn't seen his posts, I think it was posted earlier. He made Hacker News yesterday by avoiding writing his ComfyCon talk and putting images in DNS traffic instead, which is quite fun.
Yeah, there's a dog and a cat there. And if you find the secret URL, there's some nuggies as well.
Oh, you're on Team Nuggies, are you? Okay. Thanks very much, mate. Much appreciated.
Yeah, cheers.
Thank you.
Awesome. I think we're about halfway through.
At all.
No, I mean, like, makes complete sense, which is great. And yeah, so much time spent writing programs in the past. It's such a Parsing
Okay,
data
that's
is so
cool.
horrible. I can see why people would hate it. Rust sucks. If Mark Eldridge is watching, by the way, Rust sucks. Just because I know it'll trigger him.
Love it.
Anyway, on to our next speaker. I will bring Jim on. How are you today, Jim?
I'm going home. My whole talk's about something written in Rust, right?
So, I'm sorry. I should take that back now. Just to troll that specific person. But yeah, this is going to be a really interesting talk, talking about P2P traffic and networking and those kind of things. So really interested to hear your talk and hear about the Veilid framework. So we will hand over to you.
Right, hi everybody. I'm Jim. Come to talk today about Veilid Framework, which is very much in the old style vaporware, not vaporware, synthwave, black, purple, green and yellow, and a lot of cyan. I haven't got so much cyan in my talks because that's the way it goes. I'm wearing it instead. So just a quick obligatory about me. I'm just a Unix and network hacker. I'm not a developer. I'm not writing any of the code. So actually the fact that things are in Rust really doesn't matter to me. My mic's too loud. How about that? Is that a little bit quieter for you guys? Someone's going to think about it.
No, it's because your mic is up. The mic is up here, not pulled down, is what was being said.
Oh, okay. So I'll just stick with the settings I've got and you can cope, right?
Stick with it, yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, so that's just a quick couple of places you can find me out on the Fediverse, which is Mastodon, big place, lots of interesting things, lots of weird things, lots of grey-haired people. I used to be grey-haired, but I'm not anymore. I got better. I'm sitting on the Discord for a wee while. Come and bug me about things on there. For a day job, I work for a company in New Zealand called Medica Group. We are I had to look up what a CPaaS was, but apparently we're a CPaaS. We're a communications platform as a service. And I'm a security specialist for the company here. Most of my life is about the fact that we pass messages belonging to other people. And we have to maintain a certain amount of privacy and security on those things. This is businesses sending messages via SMS, RCS, MMS. WhatsApp doesn't have an S, or it has an S in it in the middle, but not at the end. So we send messages all day long for businesses and for people and replies. We have some specific carve-outs for some of the message categories that we handle, such as location data coming from people's phones. So we have to put a lot of controls around who can't see those. We have to be able to operate on the messages, but not look at them. Bit of a shame that the early years of the business were all about looking at the messages that customers sent in order to help them to become more successful. But security framework requirements and certifications these days force us to go completely the opposite. Veilid's quite nice as a messaging platform in that everything inside it is anonymous, it's encrypted. There's no worry about anybody getting access to messages. There should always be worries, but it's not a real thing. So a 30-minute talk. Now, I went through my first version of the slides here, and I got to the 30-minute mark, and I was halfway through my slide deck. So I'll try and speed myself up a wee bit. I've got a clock in front of me. It should be good to go. But I'm just going to cover off some of the high-level stuff, right? What Veilid is, what it's all about. Some of the details that excite me are the ones more around the networking and some of the data storage aspects. I'm not particularly interested in the programming side of things, so I won't be covering very much of that. Don't worry too much. And of course, we have to finish off with the whole purpose of this thing is to destroy capitalism. I think it's probably a good goal. We should all share in it as long as we can still get our comfortable jobs doing security. Capitalism can be destroyed in our spare time. So start off with the opposite here. Veilid isn't an app. Veilid is not Signal. You can't download a thing called Veilid and use it, and then your life will be better. It's a little bit like if you took Tor and IPFS and mix the two of them together in terms of we have a routing protocol, the secure network, which is more the Tor side of things. And we also have a data storage mechanism, which is a little bit like the IPFS. It's more performant than those. IPFS is incredibly slow at the cost of being preferably correct. Veilid is written very much to provide you with a whole bunch of sensible defaults. If you follow them, you're going to be reasonably efficient and you're going to be very secure. The framework to write your apps means come in and slap the Veilid core as a project, just use its API. Things will be taken care of for you. More detail about those in a few minutes. But it's also the framework for the apps. Once they get up and they're running, they're all contributing to the security of the network that they run on, which sounds quite interesting. We'll get around to that. Is a Veilid node okay, says the chat group, talking about carrier grade NAT and IPv4? Yes, it is. It is absolutely fine on that. In fact, Veilid being designed specifically around the needs of humans to have some technology which will preserve their privacy, is designed to run on the devices that humans have. And if you look around most of the non-tech people in your lives, you'll discover they've got a phone, perhaps they've got a tablet. That's it. They don't have a computer. Computers are now like old-fashioned things. But because we're looking at trying to design a system which will use mobiles or put mobiles first, we have to expect that there's an extremely high churn rate on the machine's presence on the network. A mobile phone, as the name mobile suggests, will frequently be switching networks. It'll be coming off the telco networks, flipping onto a Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi might be sitting at home, which is normally not very protected, but it might be sitting in the middle of a business with all sorts of access controls and so forth. Additionally, the phones themselves don't have very much in the way of capabilities, and we're talking about, we want to do data storage and so forth. That's okay. We know that your phones got very different capabilities to each other, so we'll make up for that by having server-side machines running in place. Again, and this might be because of Rust, it just might not. It's a very cross-platform framework, so things execute on pretty much all of the operating systems which are in the hands of the ordinary users. I specifically don't see very much in the way of the BSDs here, which is a bit of a shame. It's more down to, this is only a couple of years old project, and getting a tool chain in place to support builds on BSDs is something which just hasn't happened yet. It can be done. There has been a version on BSD. It works as you'd expect. We just haven't got that built in through the CI/CDs yet. So Veilid specifically, again, keeping away from its technology and looking more at its purposes, is we want to get away from the evils of the internet. The internet was a great idea, but looking at it these days, it's just not looking like it's achieving what it is we wanted it to do. So the CDC, there's some great talks from Dildoc and Midas 4. You'll find heaps online. Just go hunting. Starting off at DEF CON 31, where they announced the project. It's very much a case that we need to see change in, let's say, Midas 4 she's very interested in the abuses of social media, the side effects of humans using phones and leaving content behind on those phones, which they don't want to have shared, does get shared. What can we do for a better provision for application developers? That's where Dildog comes in to say, here's a framework, storage is taken care of, communications are taken care of, it's anonymous, you can withdraw consent. We should all be good to go. The mascot for Veilid is the brick, Ellet. I think Ellet's named for something like based around the word elite. I'm not entirely sure about that one. But as a mascot, and that's not a fixed mascot. I mean, people can submit better mascots, and we'll have a look at everything in there. The idea basically is, If you've got a brick, get a bunch of bricks together, you can start building something incredibly useful. On the other hand, if you want to tear down capitalism, perhaps you need to look at a large plate glass window somewhere and decide what can just one brick do to help out our situation today. I wouldn't suggest you do anything which is going to get you in trouble without you deciding very purposefully that's what you want to do or not. So I'll pick into a few details here. Talk about it being a framework, and a framework, of course, is just an intention, a protocol, a spec, and so forth. But in fact, with Veilid here, we do have code released. We have the Veilid core as a Rust crate, which will provide any node on any of the platforms with all of the capabilities that you need, the whole lot, and all the defaults all locked in. And the idea is basically, if everybody uses the same Veilid core, everybody is a brick, everybody is the same as each other. We have JavaScript plugins. There's a development going on for Veilid Chat, which is the proof of concept demo, tech demo for Veilid, which is written in Flutter. So we have FFI for that. We also have a very good command line program, the Veilid server, well, not even command line program, it's just a daemon actually, the Veilid server, which is sitting you run on all of the spare machines that you've got hanging around, all of the VPSs you've got scattered around the internet. Just run a Veilid server, keep it up to date, and don't do anything with it. But it does provide an API to anybody sitting on that machine who's got permission to talk to it. And there's Python bindings, so you can now go off and write programs in Python to go off and use the Veilid network, but they don't actually have to have the full, let's go pull down Veilid core and Rust and go from there. It's got an API. You can actually just play around with the API directly, get JSON out of it, and do stuff in your own scripts. JQ, of course, as we saw not so long ago, can be quite nice at grabbing stuff around. There's a few alternative parsers for command line use of JSON, which I've been looking at recently. Somebody recommended NuShell, NuShell. NuShell's quite a, I don't think it's a replacement for a shell yet, but it's an interesting command line tool for opening up data files and having a look at them. Casts them all into a standard record type and gives you a standard set of query languages across the top. All good fun. Let's get back to Veilid. Does run across the internet, doesn't run across anything which isn't the internet. Specifically, people will go, oh, great, can we run on Meshtastic or Meshcore or one of the LoRa P2P things? In theory, of course you can. We're only passing data. In practice, nobody's written it yet. We'll get there. Veilid is completely its own internal network. It doesn't use, once it's up and running, once a node is running, it doesn't use any external internet service except just routing packets to people that it decides to talk to. We don't use any external providers for things like stun and turn and things like that. We manage all that internally ourselves with Veilid nodes providing capabilities such as being proxy servers and routing traffic on behalf of other people. So basically, if you can reach out, then you'll get replies coming back in. There is a privacy design for guarding your IP address. It is inevitable that your IP address will be known to the nodes that you're talking to directly. Can't sort of get away with that, right? We're using the internet as a substrate here. But we can layer up the network in such a way that we hide it, which gets us back more towards the Tor way of thinking. We do use DNS when a node first bootstraps, because when a node starts, it's got to get some up-to-date current knowledge of where is Veilid today. Any part of it will get you started. So we'll keep reiterating this point because I think it's really quite important. Everybody who's using Veilid, everybody who's using the Veilid core specifically, every node on Veilid is intended to have exactly the same set of capabilities. They will all store private data as securely as they can. They will all store data that is being shared across the network between other people, various shards and slices of it. It'll all be encrypted, so you have no idea what the data are that you're storing. And all of the nodes will pass packets on behalf of other people. They'll route data. And if you're routing data on behalf of other nodes, then what you get is the onion networking sort of idea, where you get an encrypted packet and something encrypted for you that tells you where to send it next. The interesting thing, again, at the bottom there is all the nodes on Veilid are unreliable because we're mobile first. We're assuming that you're going to disappear off the network, you're going to disappear into a tunnel, you're going to run out of battery, your phone's full, it can't store anything. Absolutely fine. Shut yourself down, delete all your data, nobody cares. All of the important things are measured. We measure your capability, we measure your uptime. If you want to talk to a node or talk through a node, one of the things you want to do is ping it, make sure it's alive, get back some value of how long it's been alive for, and that gives you information about how long you expect it to remain for. So a bit of stats goes into the background there. If a node has only been alive for about 5 seconds, probably it might go away in the next 10, 15 seconds, so don't rely on it. If it's got an uptime of about a month, it's probably going to be there reliably for the next day or so. You can keep using it. But we test and we go through redundancy. Nodes can drop off, we'll reroute. Nodes that are storing data, we've replicated across multiple places. So if one of the nodes decides to disappear and delete its cache, no problem, that's all fine. This is where we say the opposite to the previous slide. All bricks are the same, but all the nodes are different. Yeah, the data storage network is also, as I say, we cache it in multiple places. We also look at data that's not being read, and if it's not being read by anybody, the node just flushes it anyway. The Veilid network is not a place for permanent storage. It's not a place where it's not like it doesn't have a DNS layer, it doesn't have any identity layers, it doesn't have any permanent storage layers. It's just a substrate for us to build applications on top of. All right, I mentioned Meshtastic and it's sitting on the chat. Let's ignore the chat. So back to networking. We'd like to maintain privacy. We don't want to expose our IP address to anybody. And we can communicate peer-to-peer with any node across the entire Veilid network. And if we do that, we'll be exposing our IP address and we'll be finding out their IP address. If we have to talk via intermediaries, then that doesn't happen, but it can happen and that can be a real bad thing. So we have 2 extra routing concepts that we slap on, taking ideas from Tor. We have a safety route, which is you nominate via chain of intermediaries someone else to handle your outbound traffic for a given connection. And the person that you're talking to might say, I'd like people to come talk to me, but I don't want them to know what my address is. I'll nominate someone else on the network to be the proxy for inbound traffic for me. Now that person, both the outbound and the inbound, pretty much randomly chosen from your routing tables. You can keep that connection for as long as your node is up. You can throw it away and rotate the connections, choose new routes, nodes anytime you like. You could even, if you really wanted to have a new route for every single outbound connection that you make. It's expensive, it takes time to set them up, but if that's what you want to do to enhance your privacy, go for it. This is a tool set. We'll have a look at some of the things there. So here's my network. My network is a pile of bricks. All my nodes are the same. Alice and Bob, of course, are the 2 bricks that we're going to be looking at the communications to and from. And we start off with just your traditional direct peer-to-peer. I know what Bob's network address is, or what his node ID is, rather. I throw that node ID at my routing table. We talk, we figure it all out. If he's online, we'll get the information back of what the IP address is. And now you can talk as directly as possible. And all of the whole bunching, the relaying, all the stuff that's done in turn, getting through CGNATs and all the rest of it, is all taken care of by the framework. But you end up quite likely knowing the IP address of who you're talking to. So it's not so good. Well, let's look at Alice sitting on the left there. Alice does not want anybody to know who they are while they're accessing Bob's services. So Alice decides to pick out of her routing networks a couple of nodes to talk through. And of course, the traditional thing, but if you have two nodes there, you end up with your, what would be your little exit node there, doesn't know what your source is. It does know who you're talking to, but it doesn't know what your source is. The middle node will know who Alice is, so we need at least two. You can extend that chain arbitrarily to as many nodes as you like, but two is probably about right. Might be quicker just to keep churning the nodes from time to time rather than choosing longer and longer chains of them. Not to worry. The downside to Alice having a safety route, that's good, but we still have to know where Bob is, and Bob's information has been given away. Bob can do the same in reverse. He can go back 2 hops away and ask somebody to accept traffic on his behalf, which means at that point they know what Bob's node ID is and they'll respond saying that they can handle traffic for it. And again, pop through a couple of intermediaries before you arrive at Bob. Now that can give you a bidirectional tunnel, so you can do P2P transit over that. Some people might decide to go a little bit further and say inbound and outbound, we're going to do 2 unidirectional tunnels and end up with very, very asymmetric routing. But it changes the sort of the anonymity picture at the cost of performance. It's always a trade-off, right? Security is always a trade-off, and your threat model is not my threat model. Everybody's is different. So this all requires a certain amount of knowledge. We're basically talking about static routing claims being made all over the place. So we have to have routing tables which are kept up to date. And this is where the initial call out to DNS has come from. You talk to the DNS to bootstrap.veilid.com. You can do that right now. If you ask for the text record from that, you'll just get the rather ambiguous text string of 1,2. It took me a little while to figure out what was going on there. What it actually means is that you need to ask 1.bootstrap.veilid.com and 2.bootstrap.veilid.com, and then they will give you a list of node IDs and IP addresses. Fantastic stuff. Now, we've sort of got a limit on the amount of knowledge we can hold on the network at any given time. So we're hanging on to about, each node is going to try and hang on to about 256, no more than that, nodes, which means that, when the network gets really big, there's no way you're going to know how to talk to anybody else. You're going to have to iterate across the network to try and find your way through to things. I have not even vaguely enough time to talk about how that will happen, but it'll happen. Right, and we pop across to let's get off the network. Data storage is another essential part that the framework is providing to application developers. Everybody, and I don't care what the OS is, everybody's going to get the same options. They're going to get a protected store and a table store that sits securely on their device. The protected store runs back to whatever it is that your hardware itself can provide. So keychain for iOS, key store for Android, the protected store, that's various different ones for Windows. I know very little about Windows, so protected store, one of its incarnations is what we use. In the Linux world, we use the secret service, which is part of the freedesktop.org, and it sits inside the logged in users session. I am not sure off the top of my head what we're using for browsers, because I mentioned a few slides ago, we run on all the operating systems. We also run inside WebAssembly. So WebAssembly, you can go and just load a page in your browser, and the entire Veilid node will pop up inside WebAssembly. If you keep refreshing that page, you'll keep getting new Veilid nodes and the old ones will die. If you duplicate your tabs, you'll get new nodes. That's a good thing, I think. Sometimes it might not be. For slightly more structured storage, for a KV storage, then we provide table store, which will encrypt your data. Obviously, the encryption key is going to be stored inside protected store, which means that the keys required to open the table stores are not available to file system backups. So your database, your SQLite, or for the browser side of the IndexedDB might be subject to being backed up by your operating system, but it is not subject to being inspected. We can't open it because the keys are sitting inside your protected hardware store. When we move across onto the network, we're using a DHT to provide the back end for record store. And DHT is basically what the interplanetary file system provides. We've got a version that I can't remember the name now. I can't pronounce the name. The one I can remember I can't pronounce. It's something like Camellia or Camellia. This one is our implementation here basically says distribute a hash tree, so you calculate the hash of what the data that you're storing. That gives you a node ID. The contents that are stored in there are going to be encrypted. We have the concept of subkeys, which are associated nodes, which are going to be stored on machines that are physically close to the ones that have the main node, not physically, network topology close to the ones that have the main key. That's an efficiency claim, which we don't get on IPFS. We have multi-writer support, which means you can hand subkeys out and allow other nodes to come and write data to them. All of them have a fair amount of redundancy. And caching. They fall out of the cache if they're not used. But if they are used, people read those data, they will stay in the cache for longer. Block store is, quote unquote, coming soon. The idea for Veilid eventually would be to be the underpinning network that would support a full social network. And on the full social network, people want to store videos, quite large ones. So we need to have a large block store. Obviously, this is shared storage of some sort, which means basically it's got to be give and take. If you want to store large amounts of data, you're going to have to commit large amounts of data. It hasn't been done yet, but we're getting closer. Now, a bit of crypto, not much, but we are running short on time. It is cryptography. There is no Web3, there is no blockchain, there is no coin or any sort associated with this thing. Don't panic, right? One of the first things you look at when you read syntax blogs, for example, he'll go, fine, have a crypto scheme, but if you can't upgrade it when things break, you're dead in the water. No problem at all. We are upgrading crypto types right now. So we have a protocol called Veilid 0, which is currently in use. It's been in use for a couple of years. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not PQ safe. It's some of the choices that are in there. So there's a new protocol coming in for Veilid 1. This is interesting. It isn't just a switchover because there's going to be some changes to some of the underlying data structures, which they're still working their way through. What we don't want to have is a Veilid 0 DHT storage item being written to by a Veilid 1 protocol user that then the Veilid 0s can't read. But the general rolling upgrade thing will say, for a period of time, we'll support Veilid 0 and Veilid 1, then we'll deprecate Veilid 0 until all that data has fallen out of the cache, and then we'll move to Veilid 1 permanently. And for those that like to have a quick look at, did you choose something stupid or did you choose something reasonably good? It looks like we've chosen something reasonably good. Those are all perfectly good technologies. Nothing wrong with them. Blake 3, in fact, I think is possibly even not fussed by post-quantum type attacks in the first place. But it's all good fun. So the purpose behind all this, of course, is not, it's to provide a technical underpinning for something. Is to provide it for people. Privacy is a fundamental human right. This is one of CDC's main statements over the years. This is why they are activists. Their quote is, social media shouldn't be monetized. And the corollary of that is, there's lots of developers out there making really cool solutions for users, but they end up putting it centralized. They end up having a cloud bill, and they can't afford the cloud bill. So they have to go off and monetize their users. If they can't make the users pay, then they have to shove adverts at their users, or they have to do something which short circuits their privacy and security. Veilid is the underpinnings of how to avoid that. You can have an app that will talk to people around the world that lives only on their phones, and it has no server, but it still has data storage that everybody can get to. This is what we want. It's the dream. So right now we've got a whole set of projects that people are coming out with. The Veilid server is from Veilid itself. Veilid chat is the sort of tech demo, the proof of concept. It's a standard chat client app. Then we have a whole bunch of things that have been written by other people. Intersect is a paste bins, so text objects being shared. It just runs. You go to the Intersect web page, loads up in your browser, WebAssembly. You are now a Veilid node. You can access the DHT. You can store stuff and call it back. Drop link is pretty much the same thing, but the idea there is for sharing files. So you load this thing up, browser-based. Here's a file, so it carves the file up into all the number of chunks that we need to do, so stashes those chunks out on the DHT, and then they're available for other people to pick up. Stick merge is a similar sort of idea, but this one's more of a BitTorrent type of idea. So first person that turns up with a file seeds that file. These are all communicated via the DHT. Somebody turns up and starts downloading it. They are automatically seeding the bits that they have downloaded because they're writing them out onto their own DHT chain somewhere. If the original person goes away, as long as someone else has got 100%, the whole thing just keeps flying. But at no point do you ever see the IP addresses of any of the people that are downloading your file. So if you look, for example, at the state of BitTorrent today, if you just naively walk out to Torrent and go and pick a piece of, let's say, movie company-owned content, and you slap it on Torrent, make your Torrent public, within a few minutes, movie companies will be joining your Torrent. They will be downloading that thing as well. And they'll be picking up the IP addresses of everybody else who's seeding it, and they'll be sending off notifications to their ISPs. As in a previous life a few years ago, I used to get these notifications, and they would generally hit our mailbox within about 2 or 3 minutes of the activity starting on our network. It's not an anonymous network at all. Stick merge is the first attempts to make something which is anonymous. Reunicorn is a great thing for people wanting to share their contact details, but inside a limited context. So you can come back and say, here I'm at a conference. As I'm at a conference, I will share my photo. But if I'm no longer at that conference, if I go out of the geofence for it, stops the share. I'm not there anymore. You can't get my details. Roselight is an entire static site hosting concept, which I only found out about this afternoon and I haven't played with yet. But the idea basically is you get your static site, wrap it all up, slap it out in the DHT, and then if you want to view it, you load a Veilid node into your browser, or you run it as a server, perhaps on your PC, tell it the DHT ID of the site you want to look at. Site gets brought back to you, rehydrated and presented. I probably should have put all these slides published on Veilid using this thing, but I only found about it this afternoon, so yeah, a missed opportunity. So in our last minute, I've gone 2 minutes over time, terribly sorry. So call to action. You've got spare servers of all types everywhere. Go and get hold of Veilid server and run it. It just greases the network for everybody else and uses very, very little resource, keeps it going. Go to veilid.com, come and join the community. It's on Discord because Veilid chat is not anywhere near good enough to replace Discord yet. Discord is not the perfect place for people that are interested in privacy and anonymity, but it's available and we can get people on there talking about it. There's all sorts of things that are valuable to the project, even just coming up with ideas for apps that you don't intend to implement, but you think would work. Great, chuck them on there. I've got a vague feeling that Reunicorn fits one of the ideas I chucked in there a couple of years ago. Done slightly differently, but hey, if it inspired somebody, that's great. Improve a documentation, improve a publicity. Here I'm doing publicity, aren't I a good boy? Go off and actually write an app. Use Veilid for something where you would have thought, oh, perhaps I'll have a centralized service. Perhaps I'll do, notifications. Our servers will send notifications to a central server that's always up. Don't. Just let it chuck data into the Veilid network and be picked up at both ends anonymously. And there I'm done. There's our credit set. Hopefully, if there's more detail on these slides, you can go back and pick them up. This presentation is sitting out on the web somewhere. I will drop a link to it on the channel shortly. Just a quick shout out to the people that put all this together. The Cult of the Dead Cow, who've been doing activism since the 80s. Still doing it. And this is one of their projects. Hackerstown is the place on the Fediverse that I sit. Hackerstown they're a bunch of, we're not a cult. We're definitely not a cult. I only stole one icon from the internet. That's the brick. Noun project is a great place to go off and get little icons for slides. Just don't overuse things. Reveal.js is the thing which does all of this. It means that you've got to have a bit of HTML writing, but that's not a bad thing. With that, I am done.
That was awesome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, that was great. The thing that came to mind for me when the opinionated settings, right? So we went from having applications. This is just the way my brain works. We went from applications being able to be configured however many millions of ways you want, and we're sort of moving into this space now. And the example I used was WireGuard, right? So WireGuard kind of does the same thing. It basically said, these are the best options, just use those. And
it also says, I'm only doing one thing. And you want to build something clever like Tailscale, you have to build it on top of me, but I don't have to know you're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why reinvent the wheel and make it less secure in the process?
It's very Unix methodology, right? It's the whole Unix thing was do one thing, do it well, and then systemd came along.
Well, that's what
Which
put you back into OpenBSD, right? So
I was going to say that's a whole religious argument we won't touch right now.
that's
and it's
because
interesting. Yeah. And I find it, the interesting story about Discord, which I'm going to tell because he's there and I'm going to embarrass him. So one of our wonderful moderators was having issues for the last week because Discord started asking him to provide his ID because the age verification kicked in and said, you need to provide us some ID and prove who you are. So thankfully he's not been kicked off yet, but we'll lie and
now
wait.
that you've said it out loud. You've
We're halfway through, it's fine.
Perhaps you shouldn't have clicked on some of the NSFW channels, right?
No comment?
You can't help it.
No. Thank you so much, Jim. That was a great talk. And yeah, definitely support people. There is now a Veilid ComfyCon, whatever that is. Oh, that's your talk. Oh, okay, cool.
Yes,
awesome.
That's what I slapped them up onto a spare server. I'll put them on. I'll figure out how to get them on Veilid itself later.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. We will let you go.
Jim.
Cool.
ComfyCon Discord. Oh yeah. Now I've started the systemd argument. Oh my god.
What have you done? You just can't help but trigger people.
Leonard Pottering knows everything. What are you talking about, guys? He's an expert. Okay, we have our final presentation second final presentation before we go to the next one. Sorry, to the next break. And I will bring on Kirushan. Hello, how are you today?
I'm brilliant. How are you?
Fantastic, thank you. Do you want to bring your slides up and then we can add them? So Kirushan is going to be talking to us about a topic that's it's interesting to me because, you join a new company, the new company gives you an iPhone and they say, go set up your own Apple account. And I'm like, what? So Kirushan is going to work through today talking about managed Apple accounts and how you can use them and how you can set them up and get the benefits of them. So on that note, we will hand over.
Again. Hi everyone, my name is Kirushan. In my current role, I'm a security engineer. You can find all my socials on my personal website, kirushan.com. So today we are going to look at how personal Apple accounts are used in a work setting and gotchas in personal Apple accounts. And we will also look at deep dive into what weaknesses these Apple accounts have. And then we will look at introduction to manage Apple accounts. And then we will quickly run through how we can set up manage Apple accounts. So personal Apple accounts are created by the end user. You go to apple.com, you sign up with your email and password, you set things up so that you can access Apple services. For example, it can be Apple Music, Apple TV, or if you are a developer at your organization, then you might use the same Apple account to access Apple developer services. Also, if you are using a macOS device or an iPhone, then if you sign in with your personal Apple account, then you can sync your files, calendars, messages. And if you're using Apple Keychain to store your passwords and passkeys, then they can also be synced to iCloud. Then comes the most important distinction is that in a typical situation where you would tend to create your personal Apple accounts using a Gmail or a Fastmail account or a Hotmail account, when you start working for an organization, they might have rules saying that you should use our corporate email to create our Apple accounts. So you would go and create, let's say, for example, clarkkent@acme.com. And in reality, under Apple's definition, Apple still considers that as a personal Apple account because they don't have a way to distinct between a work account and a personal account. So if someone in your organization leaves and you want to get access to their particular Apple account for some reason, and you go to Apple and say, we own this domain, please give us access. Apple just going to say no. They're going to say, go and ask the user to give you the access. So in most organizations, they assume that they have control over the accounts that are created using their corporate email. However, in this particular situation, the organization have no control over the account. The particular reason is that I think after 2018, Apple made mandatory 2FA. So if someone leaves an organization and the organization attempts to gain access into their account, they have to enter the OTP code that was sent to the phone that was associated with that user. So if they have left the organization and they are not picking up your calls, then you have no way of accessing that data attached to that particular personal Apple account. As per Apple's definition, it's still personal. And the other fun fact is the end user controls the security as well as all the data that is synced to that particular account. In the special case, there is something called app-specific passwords that Apple introduced after a celebrity hack in somewhere around 2014 or 2013, so that Apple users don't provide their actual Apple account passwords to third parties. So in Apple's documentation, Apple says that app-specific passwords can be used for services like iCloud Mail, contacts, and messages. However, if you ask a developer, if you have been a developer publishing iOS apps, you may know that if you have a developer account, you can use your app-specific passwords to publish apps to App Store Connect, using App Store Connect. So, and in some environments, for example, if you are hiring developers, but they forget is that they create this as their personal accounts. It's not created as a service account. So what happens is, especially in situations as like when organizations hire contractors, they go away with the app-specific passwords and the build credentials, and the organizations may not properly offboard them. So they will continue to have access to their build, and they can publish apps to the App Store using app-specific passwords and the build credential they already have. In addition to that, even though it's created on corporate emails, when you sign into App Store, you can download any apps that you want to your work device, as well as Apple now starting to introduce, I think it has already introduced Apple Sign-In, where you can use Apple Login to sign in to web apps instead of providing your Apple credentials. So as the time of this particular presentation, there are approximately 1,500 plus web apps that are currently supporting Apple Sign-In. So in some organizations, they are very careful about SSO. So they might have like conditional policies that's blocking you from signing up into apps using corporate email credentials. like SSO, for example, and users can actually bypass that and use Apple Sign-In to sign into those apps if it's blocked on your main identity provider, because it's still a personal Apple account. And the other one is FaceTime caller IDs. I'm pretty sure some of you may be aware of it, that you can customize your caller IDs that's shown to the end user. So you can actually use your organization email. You can continue to have access of that, because you can't offboard a personal Apple account unless you somehow use a centralized phone to get those OTPs. So after they leave the organization, an employee can continue to have that access, and they can use their org email as a caller ID. Then comes, so Apple allows organizations to transition from personal Apple accounts to a managed Apple accounts through a process called domain capture. So that enables the organization to transfer the ownership of the domain from the user to the organization. However, it's not easy as it seems, because when you have a personal Apple account, over the years, users will accumulate stuff on them. Like people might use it to buy things from App Store, or they may have their personal information in it. Sometimes what happens is, for example, if you have employees in EU and you're creating your Apple Business Manager account in AU, you can't just transfer that account. And because Apple will prevent you from doing that, because you have to have a clear history of all the information that's attached to that account, and the address has to be changed. In addition to that, in order to transfer that account, each individual user who has created that account has to consent. So you can't just click a button and that would automatically transfer that data. Each and every user have to do that manually. So when you kick off this domain capture process, you get 30 days to resolve all these issues. So there need to be a lot of planning. And sometimes if you have a lot of churn in your organization, like people leave very often, then you are not going to get that account back, because people who have left your organizations cannot initiate the transfer process, because they can't access the emails because they have left the organizations. So they can't initiate the transfer process. So any data that's already outside of that organization, it's gone. You can't gain access to it. So over the years, when I had to run migrations, especially on-prem to cloud or vice versa, there is a conversation that has to happen to get the buy-in from people who have control over how we can run security initiatives in the organizations. For especially this one, you will run into a lot of outrage, because the managed Apple accounts will change the way how people work in your organizations, especially if they are primarily using Apple devices for their day-to-day job. In addition to that, getting a buy-in, especially in this situation, is very hard because sometimes there is a high level of unfamiliarity within organizations that this issue exists. So that's why I came up with this particular slide. It's from Professor Sandman's work on risk communication. So you may have seen the movie Lord of the Rings, this particular scene from Peter Jackson's version of Lord of the Rings, where Lord Elrond screams, "Cast it into the fire, destroy it." And Isildur simply says no. So if you are working in cybersecurity, you may have run into similar situations where there is actually really a hazard, a risk that can harm the business, the people, the customer. But people who may have the power to do something about it will not go ahead and do the necessary to reduce the hazard. So Professor Sandman's definition says this is a high hazard and low outrage situation where we had to convince people so that we can increase the outrage to eliminate the hazard. And the opposite one is low outrage high outrage, low hazard. So that's the situation where there might be no risks, but we might scream out loud that something is on fire and we had to fix it. So from the user front, you may see this because they are also unfamiliar with what's the change that's going to happen if you're trying to roll this out. For example, if it's like 20 people, 100 people, 1,500, it's going to be a massive task. So also, I want to highlight that some of the hazards we will discuss in the upcoming slides are totally dependent on who your business is, what your business is actually doing, who your customers are, who your adversaries are, who your customers' adversaries are, because I'm extremely biased. And for the employers I have worked over the years, they have different threat models. So some of the hazards we will go through today may not be suitable for your environment, but we will have a look into them. So data loss, it's a predominantly discussed topic where everyone talks about data loss, but no one does data loss prevention, because businesses struggle with knowing the first hurdle is you should know what data you have in the first place so that you can actually protect them. So in this particular case, where if you are handling any version of personal information, whether it's PII or public health information, or if you are handling TLP red or orange, then you have to think whether the individuals who are using these Apple devices, are they accessing those data, and whether there is a chance for data loss if they are syncing. Also, something I want to highlight is that as Mac admins, we were sometimes pushed to disable iCloud. If you can only do that if your device is managed by an MDM. But if it's like a small or a medium businesses, they run with BYOD scenarios and they do not have any sort of control or management over their particular devices. That makes it very challenging to prevent data loss. And the next one is insider threats. It's again, this is more relative to what environment you are in. Mostly this is like malicious insider threats, like intentionally transferring data outside of company. So nowadays insider threats have been it's becoming very mainstream, especially if you are an organization that has completely remote workforce and you are hiring individuals outside of Australia, then the chances of insider threats are incredibly high, I would say, mainly because now we have adversaries like DPRK IT workers, for example, posing a real threat where if you're hiring staff or engineers, software engineers especially, outside of Australia. That's because there are gaps when it comes to human resource and recruiters trained in detecting TTPs related to DPRK IT workers, because they don't know what TTPs are in the first place. So, and small and medium businesses that are planning to do that, hiring outside of Australia, especially remote workers, they may not have managed devices. They may ship devices to countries that they have absolutely no control over. That makes it even harder for IT or security people to do something about it post-employment. So let's talk about managed Apple accounts. So this is created and managed by an organization in Apple Business Manager that would allow the business to have control over what apps the users can download from App Store, what data can they store, and what Apple services they can access. So you can also restrict Apple sign-in, as well as you can also control the security. For example, if someone has forgotten or lost their phone or device or something like that, you should be able to reset their MFA or 2FA credentials. Also, manage Apple accounts if you are planning to, if you have plans in the future to handle BYOD enrollment in your organization. So the devices your users may bring and they want to use that to access your business information on their personal devices, then Apple Apple supports that as well. So on top of that, if you are using an identity provider like Microsoft Entra ID or Google Workspace, you can also federate your identity with managed Apple accounts so that you can handle the complete life cycle of a user. So you can onboard them. They will be automatically provisioned using SCI, Apple Business Manager. And you can, when you're offboarding them, you can just disable their accounts on Entra ID and it will automatically block the users from having access to their Apple accounts after they have left your organization. So to start with, Apple requires you to have, you had to be a registered business and you had to have a DUNS. So that's Duns and Bradstreet number. And you should also be able to receive emails on your business domain for us to be able to verify that. So also, Apple Business Manager only works on Chromium and Safari browser. It doesn't work on Firefox. So you need to use Chromium browser to be able to access Apple Business Manager. Also, you need a phone number for verification. You need at least 2 people working in your organization because Apple independently verifies that you are indeed a legitimate business. You're not trying to red team them. So the step 1 is you need to find your 9-digit identifier DUNS number. So if you are a business that is registered in ASIC, then you are automatically given a DUNS number. But if you're not, we will see how we can get a DUNS number. So DUNS, what they have done is they have outsourced that part of their business to Ilion Express, Ilion in Australia. So if you go to dnb.com.au, it will redirect you to Ilion. So in Ilion, you can actually search your business name and that would then show you a DUNS number. So if you are an ASIC registered business, then you would probably already be assigned a DUNS number. Otherwise, you can request a DUNS number. So once you have requested that, they probably take around 12 to 18 hours to respond to you. And once you have the DUNS number, go to business.apple.com, sign up for an account. Just make sure that the first account that you provision is the admin user. Always don't forget to use a shared mailbox, because I have seen organizations where someone has created an Apple Business Manager and they have left the organization, and the organization doesn't have access to the Apple Business Manager because there's no absolute documentation and no one knows who created that account. So just make sure that when you create this first account, you use a shared mailbox and document it so that the person comes after you should be able to have access to Apple Business Manager. And once you verify that, accept the terms and condition, and you get 60 days to verify your Apple Business Manager account. So within that 60 days, if Apple can't verify your Apple Business Manager account, they will delete your Apple Business Manager account. So just make sure that you verify this 60 days from the creation of that particular Apple Business Manager account. Once you enter your DUNS number, which you have already obtained, it will pre-fill everything, and you need your second verification contact so that Apple can call them and verify you that you are indeed a legitimate business. Once you have done the verification, Apple may also email you about the progress. Sometimes they might ask you to call them back for further information if they can't verify your business properly. So once you have verified that, you have now access to Apple Business Manager. So just make sure that the first account that you create, it's using your company name.appleaccount.com, because if you're planning to federate your identity with Apple accounts in the future, just make sure that this particular account is not on a appleaccount.com domain, because you can't federate administrator accounts on Apple Business Manager. And before we go into domain capture, just make sure that if you're planning to develop iOS apps or using Apple Enterprise Developer Portal, just make sure that your Apple account holder is using unmanaged domain to create the Apple developer account, because what happens is when you do the domain capture, the account holder won't be able to sign into Apple developer account in some situations, and that will prevent them from like accepting terms and agreements or make payments. So that will result in your apps being taken out of Apple App Store. So just make sure that your Apple developer account holder is on a subdomain or an unmanaged domain that's not related to your primary domain, because that's a restriction that Apple currently has. It might have changed now, but the last time I did this, I had to have the Apple developer account holder on unmanaged domain, unfortunately. Once you have verified that, you can add your business domain to Apple Business Manager. So you have to add a extra code to verify that you own the domain. Once that's verified, you can lock the domain. So once you have locked the domain, no user can create sign up for Apple accounts outside of Apple Business Manager. So it will give you complete control over all the Apple accounts that are created in the organization. And where can we go from here? So you have the option to federate with your identity, as I said before. I think that's the most recommended method, because you don't have to maintain two separate credentials. You can just federate with your existing identity provider if you have one. And just make sure that you restrict Apple sign-in, because most of organizations, otherwise there is a specific reason that you had to allow Apple sign-in. Just make sure that you restrict them to specific apps. And you can also restrict Apple services. However, there is a gotcha in here, because this particular screen here is highly dependent on what MDM service provider that you are using, because it's using. So just make sure that have a chat with your MDM vendor before you make any changes to this particular screen, because it might break a lot of things if people are already signed in and using these services in your work environment. And since you have also set up Apple Business Manager, there are bonus gifts from Apple. You can secure your hardware supply chain. So when you're purchasing company-owned Apple devices, you can automatically enroll them, zero-touch enrollment, so that your employees are not buying used hardware from eBay and Gumtree to access your corporate data. And the next one is a bit controversial, because Apple doesn't allow you to block personal Apple accounts on managed devices. However, in WWDC this year, they did announce that the Tahoe, the new version that released on Monday, Mac admins were able to do that. However, I can't still see that feature unlocked yet. So that's probably worth to have a look into when that's out. Also, for anyone who needs to do migration, especially, there are other talks done by Mac admins who have been doing this for a very long time. I'm a complete Mac admin noob, by the way, but there are people who have done this for a very, very long time. So I suggest that you watch the following talks on YouTube. So there are Manage Apple IDs and Tom Bridge. He goes into detail like how Manage Apple IDs work, how federated identities work in Manage Apple accounts. And the last talk from Matt Pyron, it goes into very detail how they achieved similar situation like migration for a very large organization he's working at. So that's a pretty useful talk. He also covers the importance of communication in that particular talk. And we are at the end. Finally, I want to thank everyone at ComfyCon, organizers, volunteers, and everyone who tuned up to listen to my talk. And thanks again. That's all.
Thank
I
you.
love the Warner Brothers. Yes.
Classic.
And it just needs like the pig going, that's all, folks. That's going to be stuck in my head for the rest of the day now.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. I think we were just talking in the admin channel of this, like it's really helpful for you to have gone through like the process you went through, because reading documents sometimes is an absolute pain in the ass, and sometimes they don't talk about the gotchas. So I think you going through the whole process and explaining the sort of gotchas and that kind of thing was really helpful. You wanted to ask about Intune, didn't you?
Oh, just I work at an SME, so we've just rolled out the Intune mobile application management like our entire everything's Microsoft. So, but it does give the ability to kind of block iCloud backups and remotely wipe emails and stuff like that. So it exists. It allowed me to sleep a little bit better at night. Yeah.
Awesome. Kirushan, Tim Tams and Tim Tam Slam, what is your chosen beverage to have?
Tea.
Tea?
Good, excellent choice.
Are we talking
Black
like an English
or with
breakfast? Yeah, like a black or green with milk.
Pure Sri Lankan tea, because I'm from Sri Lanka. So yeah.
Yeah, I can go for that.
Like, are you allowed to like contaminate the tea with a Tim Tam? Would that be not a little bit sacrilegious?
I used to try it with Arnott's Mari biscuits with milk and tea. So I think Tim Tam should work.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much for presenting. Much appreciated. And yeah, if there's any questions and things, please, people, feel free to put them in the chat.
I've put your website in a pinned comment for people as well.
Thank you. See you.
No worries.
Bye.
We have 5 minutes before we were supposed to start the next one. What have been your highlights so far today?
Oh my god. Definitely
Putting
like
you on
the
the spot.
Homelabs. Yeah, like it's just like kind of, you know, with our entire home network thing is half of it's secondhand, regular trips to cashies, like the thing I want at a cashies. It's like so so it's been good. It's been good.
I learned very early on that the home lab thing, like you can have your home lab, but then you need a prod, because if something breaks and like it's the Plex server and you need to actually make sure that Plex is working, like you can't break that.
It's like I had to post up like our MacGyver like a home server rack because everyone was posting up their really like fancy, nice looking ones. I'm like, yeah, ours is screwed to underneath of a table that we got for free.
That's the best kind, right? Because it's you know, it's free, it's cheap, it's you know. You can,
it was born of the idea of the lac rack. So.
How do we see pet pics? Oh, yeah. There aren't that many pet pics. The person who just messaged
hang
me.
on. I will go fix that. 2 seconds.
Well, you want to fix getting a pet?
I'll put some more pet pics in.
Okay. We will bring pet pics back after the
next
after
chat.
the break.
Who's next?
Who is next? We've got Morty next. Morty, are you ready to go? You just put your thumbs up if you're ready. If not, we can stall for time.
I will yap if necessary. Might not be coherent, but you know.
Oh, you're not on stage. You want me to? Hello. Are you ready to go?
Yep. Ready to go.
Hello.
All right. Well, we'll do that then. We'll go to you. So I noticed when I was adding you to the speaker channel, you've been in this Discord since the very beginning of ComfyCon.
Yes, I have.
You've enjoyed every Siddle conference.
Yes, indeed.
Awesome.
First time caller.
First time caller, long time listener. Yeah.
Long time.
Love it.
Yeah, awesome. If you want to just set your add your presentation, we will get going. If you have a presentation.
Do I add the presentation or just share the screen?
So just share screen at the bottom. Yep.
Morty, have you got your reduce background noise turned on?
It should be this mic. Does that?
That's all right. While you're setting that up, yes, general fur babies for all pictures of fur babies. Oh, Ben, that's so cute. She's grown so much. Yeah, it's very cute, doggo. I remember her when she was a puppy. Awesome. We have slides. Now, I will say your talk very interesting to me because risk is something that I have to deal with on a daily basis. And my normal line is the person who works out how to do quantitative risk properly is going to make millions and billions of dollars, because frankly, it is a stupid thing that nobody can work out. So very interested to hear your talk. I will add it to the stage and we will let you get to it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, nice. Okay, so hello everyone. Am I on? Is the problem with the mic fixed?
You are on. You are live and you're making, yep.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so hello everyone. Welcome to my talk. I was just looking at the end in terms of, I have been enjoying ComfyCon for quite some time. This is the first time presenting. Hopefully it is going to be fun and informative to learn about cybersecurity measurements. I hope I'm going to pitch it in a fun way so that it won't be that daunting. Okay, so let's get started. Who am I? So I'm techie at heart. I did a few things here and there, network stuff, admin stuff, went to management a bit, and then wanted to dive deeper into the cybersecurity kind of area. And I did my PhD about crowdsourcing security. Like a kind of it was at that time a very niche kind of topic when it comes to bug bounties, threat intelligence sharing. It was quite fun. Nowadays, my workday is filled up with secure design. Most of the time, I'm a big kind of around the notion of pushing to the left, making sure that we embed security in any life cycle of the project early on, rather than just trying to just bolt it in later. So that's my day-to-day trying to push that mentality. I enjoy teaching when I have chance. I teach at UNSW and Homegrown Institute whenever I have a chance. And I'm a very strong believer that everything should be that we're doing in the security field must be risk-based. So looking at that aspect of we shouldn't be doing something just for the sake of security. Should be like, are we doing something that would help our organization where we are operating to actually tackle the things that matter? Just putting that out there. If you want to have a chat after the talk, if you're interested into the topic, if you want to have this friendly chat, please reach out to me in my LinkedIn. I put the link down there. I tried to generate a QR code, but it didn't work out for some reason. So I said, okay, maybe it's for the best. Okay, so the agenda for today's talk is going to be, we're going to talk about measurement first. I know that a lot of confusion comes at that aspect. Like, okay, how would we be able to measure the cybersecurity? So we're going to dive into what is measurement. And then we're going to look at some of the ways that cybersecurity, or currently we are looking at risk, kind of from the perspective of risk assessment, qualitative and quantitative. So here trying to kind of understand the boundaries and how we can move from one to the other, preferably settling to quantitative at the end. Okay, so measurement. But if you, this is courtesy of ChatGPT. So when I ask ChatGPT, what is measurement? ChatGPT spit out these things like, oh, we're trying to measure something. We need some very concrete measurement of some like volume, looking into length, weight, time. We're doing some apparatus to help us do the measurements. It is very important to get high accuracy because you're measuring something, especially if it is for scientific purposes. We need to have very accurate measurements that need to be leveraged through the apparatus that we're using. So here, that's potentially everyone now. When you look at the concept of measurement, I think it's like, yeah, that makes sense. We definitely want to have some very concrete way of measuring. We want to have a very specific number that comes out. I mean, that number should not be fluctuating, should be very precise. So the sad truth here, when it comes to cybersecurity, that's not quite right. Because if you're looking at that kind of, with that mentality, as I want to measure risk to have a very specific number, 9,322, like, okay, that's like you're over pushing it. So here, what we're potentially looking at is, which is to step back from measurement, like why are we doing the measurement? We're doing the measurement to reduce uncertainty. And that is what we're trying to do with risk. Like there is something that we are not certain about, and we want to may be more certain of would that happen to us? What will that actually affect our organization? So there is an element of uncertainty. And our goal here is to reduce that uncertainty, which is measurement. So we're not pitching that we're doing something that's outside of that realm of measurement. Because with measurement, we're reducing uncertainty. You look at some distance and you say, maybe this is 10 kilometers. Yeah, you have an idea, and then you embark on a journey, such as maybe you start walking this distance and counting your steps, and then finding out that, oh, actually, after calculating the steps in comparison to how the meters per step, I can see that, oh, this is 5 kilometers, not 10 kilometers. So you've taken some, you went on a journey to reduce that uncertainty that you started with. I started with the kind of the idea that this is 10 kilometers. I went on this journey. I went through this process of counting my steps and walking that distance. And then I found out that, oh, actually, that is less. And even if you look at that concept of counting the steps, you're potentially here, you're not going to be very precise in terms of, oh, how, like, let's say, what's your shoe size? And if we're looking at your steps in comparison to any kind of precise way of measuring how many meters every step has, that's also like going to be, there is a level, another level of uncertainty introduced. But nevertheless, we reduce that certainty. From the beginning, you have some idea that this distance is X, and then you've done something and you reduce that uncertainty to something which is more closer to the reality that would help you instead of saying like, oh, I have that, it's potentially, I don't know what it is. It's a long distance. They're saying the long distance might be like, what does that mean? Long? Are you comparing? What are you comparing to say it's long? Now we've done something. We've done some measurements to reduce that uncertainty. So that's here what we're after. This is what we are aiming to achieve with our kind of rigorous management. But here, if we look at so the notion of measurement is very important to establish that initial understanding. We are reducing uncertainty. So, but like in general, so I know that the measurement is reducing uncertainty, but what does that mean? Why do I need to care? Why do I need to consider reducing uncertainty for risk assessment? Does it really matter? I don't say like anyone who has worked in the industry, they say, I definitely it does, because I know that our organization, they want to ensure to understand What level of control do you need? How much do we invest here? What potential kind of losses we might suffer? And is that something that we need to do something about it? So for organizations, that's very important. No organization ever will have infinite budgets. So I'm happy to pour my kind of money into any security project to help you with the creation of a new program or addition of a new control or introducing processes. Organization always wants to be conscious of like, okay, what are we going to get out of it? And this is always kind of a well-known kind of perspective when you're looking into what every organization wants to do. I can always argue that every organization wants to generate value, and that value might differ. So the value for corporate, like something private sector, might be something like uh, money. They want to generate revenue. The value for a charity organization may be the improving the livelihood of the society, the value generated for government organization, maybe here improving the livelihood or looking after the citizens, improving the livelihood of the citizens. So here, looking at, there is always value that the organization want to generate. And for the organization to continue generating that value, we want to understand, okay, what we must do in order to continue do this, and it will not affect that value. You know, if I'm going to spend $10 million on the projects that's relevant to security, and my entire revenue is $50 million. Like, oh, does that make sense? Is that something we want to do? So there is always from business side, our trusty business potato here, courtesy also of ChatGPT, and I asked it to generate a business potato. This is what ChatGPT have an idea about business potato. So yeah. So the business potato here would think is like, I want to make sure that I don't overspend. I have proper return on investment. And for us as well, when we're looking into security controls, there is this accessibility. So should we look at like, how much security should we be adding? Because it makes sense. Always there is this debate whether it is kind of with the for my students, I always tell them the idea of if I tell you that we have a web application that doesn't have multi-factor authentication, does not encrypt data at all, do you think that's a good kind of approach? Is that sane from security point of view? Everyone starts jumping out like, oh, that's nonsense. How can that's irresponsible for the business not to create MFA, not to have a proper protection for the data? But if you stop there, and you say, okay, that web application is a weather app where the data being the data about the weather, you can just grab that data from any kind of website to understand, like, is it raining in Sydney today? What about tomorrow? So you need to just enter specifically here the location, the date, and the weather app will give you the information about the weather. So here, this is public information. Do you need MFA? I highly doubt for a plain old weather app. If you put MFA, so username, password, and another factor, I highly doubt you will have a user base. Like everyone, or like every time I will need to know if it is going to rain tomorrow, I'll go in and enter username and password, and then I wait for the factor, and I enter it in order to get that kind of prediction of the weather. I'm not going to use that app. And this here, if you're familiar with the quantitative assessment that you're looking at, this is also like from the perspective of the community, the FAIR community, OpenCASE community. We're going to talk about OpenCASE. There is a very similar kind of use case, which is called the bolt tire scenario. So like when I tell you that what do you think there is a bold tire? So absolutely bold. There is no sign of entrance on that. What do you think about it? And then people start thinking like, oh, it's very dangerous. It's gonna cause an accident if it is the vehicle might skid, might hit another vehicle. So here looking at, okay, that's a bolt tire. But what if this bolt tire is hang out of a rope from a tree? So now the whole setting is changed. Instead of that tire being on a vehicle that is driving, being driven, now it is hanging off a tree by a rope. So here it might be like, oh, this is different story. So we need to look at it from that perspective as like the usage, what are we considering? But if I tell you that, okay, this bolt tire that's hanging off this rope from the tree is actually on the edge of a cliff, and that rope is trying to break. It have some quality issues, very old rope. So now it's going to be like, oh no, that's very dangerous, very high risk, that might fall, that creates injury. But even like we're looking at all of that discussion, so they'll be like, but what's the risk here? If I'm looking at a tire that's hanging out of the cliff, why should I care about that tire? Whether it's bold, whether it's being kind of hanged out of this very old rope over a very kind of high or an edge of the cliff. If there is no one hanging out of that on that tire, no one playing, no child playing on that, do I really need to care about it? So here, it's everything where it comes to doing the risk assessment. It is relevant to what we're looking at. What is the actual risk? What is it associated with? And should we care? Organization, should I care for securing, adding controls to a web app that has public data? So everything is like related. This is cost. You're gonna run around adding the maximum security control to everything. This is not going to be very kind of lucrative for the organization. And even looking to the perspective of accessibility, this is a fact. When you add security control, you're going to affect accessibility at some level. So I always like to use the example of if I have very important, so high risk confidential data of my clients, kind of the ledger of the client's financial. So it's very sensitive, very important to me to protect. So I decide to go with the ultimate protection. I'm going to put it on this disk, going to encrypt it. I'm going to use the state-of-the-art encryption, quantum encryption, whatever you want to use, the top kind of level. I'm going to destroy the encryption key. It's not going to be accessible anymore. I'm going to put this disk on an electromagnetic shielded safe, and I'm going to put that safe in a bigger safe that's enforced, very hard to break. I'm going to take that safe and drop it in the middle of the ocean in a random place. Now, I can argue that that ledger is, I wouldn't say impossible, I can say nearly impossible, but I would say it's very hard for anyone to read that ledger. But the problem here is that I am part of these people who are unable to read that ledger anymore. So I've lost accessibility. I've achieved high security, but I've completely lost accessibility. I have no idea what's on that ledger now, and I'm unable to change it, I'm unable to update it, I'm unable to read from it. So does that make sense? No, it won't. So I imagine like here, this is just to motivate. Why do we need proper risk assessment? And why do we actually, should we care? I know for myself, when I started kind of looking at security, initially I was on that front of better always. More security is always better. But in reality, that is not the case. We need to consider like what does matter, what matters for us for securing, and what can have lower level, maybe a very high level kind of security controls. And here where risk assessment comes to the play. We want to assess that risk. What does it matter for the organization? And from there, we make that decision of what are we going to do about it. Okay? So what do we need to measure the risk? So now we know it's important. We know on some level that what do we mean by the measurement, but what do we need? If okay, I'm convinced. You convinced me risk assessment is important. I need to reduce that uncertainty to some level. So I'm on board. Take me through what do I need to measure the risk. So there are like on a high level, three important things to consider is I need to scope of what's being measured. Here, you remember the bolt tire scenario. What is the asset? Is the bolt tire the asset? Is the child hanging over, playing with this bolt tire the asset? What are we looking at? What is the asset? What are we looking at? What are the threats? So here looking into, is the threat being the old rope that we might be breaking? The threat here that actually what is threatening here is gravity. That is what's the threat. Because if you don't have gravity, there is no reason for us to be concerned about the tire ever hitting the ground. So in reality, you need to understand what is the threat. It's not about only the rope. The rope might have some vulnerability where it is old and it can cause this existing control, which is the rope. I have a vulnerability in that existing control that can cause the gravity to be able to be in effect, the threat event to be realized. So here, I can argue that this is the most important bit about measurement. I've seen so many cases where the organizations, professionals, misunderstand the scope. They are looking into, okay, I need to protect against this, but no real consideration of like, what am I protecting? What am I protecting in the first place against that threat? And what is the threat? How can that threat event be realized? So the scope, in my opinion, it's your first and most important kind of activity that you want to achieve. Because if you make a mistake here, if I consider the threat being the old rope, or the threat being the kind of what's the cliff being hang on a cliff, that's not a threat. That's kind of environmental threat. My cause, the old rope is a vulnerability in a control that is fighting against the threat, which is gravity. So understand your scope well. It is going to be very important in the measurement. If you don't understand it and you start looking into how can I measure this the effect of the tire falling from this very deep kind of down to the ground under within this kind of cliff all the way down. I'm going to invest too much time to try to measure the effect of this very long way of dropping from the cliff. But it is going to be too much work I'm doing that will not be actually adding much more enhancements to understanding the measurement of the risk. So understand what you're measuring, the scope of what's being measured. And the second thing is you need another analytical model. So something like if you're hopefully by the end of this talk, you're going to be like, oh, that's interesting. Let me look at something like OpenCASE for as our analytical model, but still might be looking another way. I'm totally up to you. There are different analytical models, but this is something that you would apply based like what you, for the scope of what you determine and the data that you have grasped. You apply this to the analytical model to help you get the actual kind of outcome of where does that fall priority wise, how serious is it. So looking at that perspective, you need an analytical model, and definitely you need data. You need data, you need the measurements to tell you that what are we looking into now, what's the outcome for that scope that I have determined, and I have certain kind of data that I need to feed into the analytical model. So you need your data in order to be able to apply to that analytical model. So you need these three elements. There is no doubt about it. Whether it is qualitative or quantitative, you need these three elements. So we're going to look at like what makes difference for each when it comes to leveraging these elements. On a high level, if I'm looking at risk, the general risk formula, which is imagine like anyone who's interested in cybersecurity or anything related to risk is have already had a look at this. Risk equals likelihood times impact. But sometimes you will see an additional kind of error factor added, but that's the main formula, looking at likelihood, which is sort of probability of certain events being realized, the impact, what is it going to be, the consequence, and the severity of that consequence, like what's going to affect our organization. And from having these two factors considered, we are going to get the risk, which is we can leverage for prioritization. The thing that tell us this is high risk or certain kind of quantitative measure, if it is higher than the next one, it goes higher in our priority list. So definitely when I'm looking into controls, I'm going to pick these ones that are of higher priorities that in comparison to the others. So that's the general risk formula that we might be looking at. So now another the idea here is that I scoped it well and I want to actually do the assessment. Unfortunately, I wouldn't say unfortunately, I would rather say kind of hopefully we can move beyond it. But at the current state, I'll say if I look at the majority of organizations that look at risk assessment, the security professionals rely on mental models for doing the risk assessment. So the idea here is that we rely on our experience, our kind of past historical kind of things that we went through, our perception, our understanding. There might be some bias here because like I might have gone through some cases where the outcome has been really bad. There's this, or I might be optimistic. It's happened very well. So there are some biases here, but the thing here, when we rely on our mental models, our understanding, our own singular experience in the field, that is, in some cases, gonna work. I wouldn't say it doesn't work. In some cases, it might work, but unfortunate thing is we are not going to have a repeatable kind of concrete way of getting it. Mental models are useful. They help with the scoping. They help with having an initial starting point. But if you purely rely on the past experience, then potentially whatever if there are two team members in the risk management team, person A who have been all favorable experiences and things that have no major breaches, no one getting fired because of this, organization didn't suffer well, and the other person has been through some really kind of dark cases where organizations went bankrupt, where things were really bad, people get fired, and they are more conservative there. So even though they might be looking at the same kind of case, they will approach it differently because they come with their own experiences, with their own biases. And that brings us to qualitative risk assessment. So qualitative risk assessment is the approach where we are not directly looking into data. We are leveraging some experiences, some understanding, some level of historical kind of experience, personal experiences, into determining some scales. So we would say low, medium, high. Impact, I think this is really bad. The impact is high. And I think, oh no, this is, I've seen it before. It's not really that bad. So it is medium. Or no, this is trivial. This is low. Sometimes you'll see these qualitative measures, even though like this is like, it's a funny kind of aspect that we see these qualitative measures leveraged as a level from 1 to 10. And someone comes and like, oh, 1 is lowest and 10 is highest. And they use that. And when you ask them, like, what is this? And they tell you, this is our quantitative risk assessment. And then you look at like, what do you mean quantitative? And they say like, oh, because they're using number 1 and 10 and the scale in between, then it makes it quantitative. Unfortunately, that's not. That's not the case, no matter how you want it to be look like quantitative, but that's not quantitative. That's qualitative, but we just decided to expand the levels and use 1 to 10. So here, but the notion is the same. You're using descriptive scales. And we've seen this many times, the risk matrix or the heat map. Red, very dangerous. Green, pretty safe. And then you're laying down the based on the likelihood what you as an analyst or any analyst would think this is this kind of certain event, the likelihood of this event happening, and what's the consequence, what's the impact of that event, and then you spread them out, and then whatever is going to be in this kind of part of the heat map, we need to tackle it first. So it is easy to implement. It is good for high level. I would say it is very good if you're showing it to the board. To the board, and they see red, green, yellow, and orange in between. They will directly understand, oh, this is danger, this is safe. For communication purposes, yes, I think it's a good idea to use heat maps and risk matrix. A high level overview is very good, but it has limitations. It's very subjective, as I've mentioned now. That when you're talking about the perspective of what do you think about this, and you say, oh, I think it's high, and another person, no, I don't disagree, that's low. And maybe like you have a debate, and then you come up to the conclusion, let's put it here in this yellow bit. It's inconsistent. It's just like if that person didn't come with that debate, maybe it stayed already in the green area. It's hard to compare risk because the idea here, and this is why I imagine majority of organizations does their 1 to 10 so that they can have a large scale. And even though it's still qualitative, they think it's quantitative. But the benefit when using 1 to 10 is that you have kind of a larger range. So you can make a better comparison. Like what is 1, what is 10, what is 9, and then you can make that discussion. But in reality, this one, you will get kind of situations where you have certain events, they're all falling within the high or very high or number 9. What are you going to do about it? Which one should I prioritize if I'm looking at all of them falling in this red kind of square here? How am I going to make that prioritization? So that will make it, like, when it comes to qualitative, that will make it harder. And definitely, you cannot make estimation for financial impact. I know that it's high. I know it is red, but what does that mean for the organization? Will the organization lose 1 million, 10 million? We range between 1.5 to 4.5. I have no idea because this model doesn't tell me how to do it. And inherently with qualitative, like even, again, the disclaimer here, this is coming from NIST, special publication 830. I don't mean to dismiss. I'm a huge fan of NIST, but just wanted to reflect. This is like already been discussed many times in industry, that even NIST in their publication, when they are describing something in terms of likelihood and impact, and you can see that this is part of their publication, and you see that in one case, a very high likelihood versus like the high occurrence and impact. It is they put it in their table as if it is moderate occurrence and very high result, then the risk is high. But in reality, if I'm looking at something, even if it is the impact is very high, if it is moderately likely to happen, then this should be medium. But just as I said, it is opinionated. It is heavily opinionated. So that's why when you look at qualitative, it is going to be kind of a little too hard for having this consistent kind of way of repeating reproducible results every time. And this brings us to quantitative risk assessment. Quantitative risk assessment on a high level, so here we're talking about quantitative risk assessment on a high level, they focus on numerical values. So instead of having high, low, medium, you look at potentially some numerical values, and we're going to talk about what does that mean. Ideally, they would provide some financial estimate for the exposure, and the methods here, potentially you might be using something like FAIR, or you might couple FAIR, factor analysis of information risk, with another tool, which is even a statistical tool, Monte Carlo simulations, because Monte Carlo cover that aspect of uncertainty or estimations, ranges. So you can run using Monte Carlo simulation, which is a pure when it comes to Monte Carlo. It's a statistical tool. So it's not a security tool. It's a statistical tool that helps you generate simulations. So instead of relying on a single kind of input, you're going to run 10,000 simulation, and Monte Carlo can give you that potential graph that you can take that certain measure of where does that fit. Like what's the lowest and what is the highest. So here, Monte Carlo, Bayesian inference are statistical tools that are very useful to leverage in your quantitative risk assessment to help you overcome the uncertainty that we all feel. Like everyone who might be, you're talking about quantitative assessment, and they tell you like, oh, but how can I know it is this number, or where do I get this? We're going to talk about some of the challenges of the data in a bit. The quantitative risk assessment here, when you look at benefits, clear benefits here, I'm trying to promote so that I can hype you up. So the clear benefit here is where it converts risk into something monetary. So this is especially for certain organizations. We're looking at financial organizations. When you speak the business language, it is going to make it much more likely that they understand you and provide you that funding instead of telling them this is high, this is low, and they don't know what does that mean. You can leverage the outcome in the cost-benefit analysis of the control. You're making a business case for getting this specific control. You want to make a good cost-benefit analysis of, okay, if we spend that much, it is clearly we can make that calculation to show that the risk is dropping from this kind of figure to that figure. So there is benefit. You can make that case in your, make that argument in your business case. So it is very useful for your cost-benefit analysis. It is very consistent because it's relying on a number. Even if you're running these 10,000 simulations, it is going to stay within that range. It's not going to give you different value, different range, different estimation every time you run it. It's going to give you within certain range that this is what is potentially expected. So it is consistent and repeatable. Not one time tell you that the loss might be 10,000 and the next time it tells you the loss is 10 million. It's not going to go that discrepancy. It's going to stay within a predetermined range depending on the tool that you're leveraging. And you, because it's numerical, so there is a numerical aspect, you can do aggregation of the risk. So you can understand from these different factors that have kind of certain risk identified and measured. I can understand what the organization or even certain system, different controls that have certain issues or different vulnerabilities. So here, different aspects I'm considering, and I can actually do an aggregation to understand what does it mean for that system, for that department, for that organization. I'll say definitely here I'm overstretching it if I'm saying organization. A bit far-fetched, but still, in the future, I would say, I imagine that would be something we can achieve with doing an assessment for the entire organization. Nowadays, it's a bit too tricky, but still, if you're looking at a system, it is possible to do the aggregation. And that's help us with this scenario modeling, prioritization, and more concrete. So we mentioned in the qualitative, you'll potentially get multiple ones sitting in the high. What are you going to do about them? But with quantitative, you might be like, oh, this is kind of potentially the loss event. Can cost us like 9 million. In comparison, that's the other one, 8 million. So you can make a like difference and say, okay, then let's start with that one. They are both high from the eyes of qualitative assessment, but quantitative can give us this edge of which one should be prioritized of these two high risks that have been identified. And now we come to the fabulous, fantastic fair. I know that, I need to be faster. Anyway, just a disclaimer. Fabulous, fantastic fair was not fabulous, fantastic fair, but I've already invited some of my students to attend, so I don't want to be using some language inappropriate. So fabulous, fantastic fair. What is it? It's a quantitative risk model. It is kind of belongs to or endorsed, but it's an open model. So it is open fair. So it's not something that be owned by an organization, pushed or sold to. There are tools, and there is the Fair Institute who look after the model, update it frequently, generate additional kind of capabilities, or even recommendation for automation for how you can leverage FAIR. FAIR is factor analysis of information risk. That's the FAIR short of. Focus on two aspects. So we mentioned like generally when we're looking at impact plus likelihood. With FAIR, the terminology differs. So here we're looking at loss event frequency, the frequency of that loss event to happen. Loss event is the event of us losing something. So there is a loss. That's the important thing also to differentiate when it comes to risk. Because even risk is associated with a loss that is happening. How many times can we suffer that loss? And how much is that loss? So that's basically what FAIR is looking after, the loss magnitude and the loss frequency. And when we're looking at the loss frequency further, it's the threat event frequency, the event of the threat happening. So how many times did we get hit by phishing attacks in the past year? So that's the threat event frequency. The vulnerability is like, what's the weakness that can cause this threat event to be actually being kind of causing a loss? Because being hit by phishing attacks doesn't mean I've lost something. I might not. As an organization, I might have already proper control that's like this. I might have already trained my employees and no one falls victim to phishing. So it might not, it doesn't mean that I've suffered from the event occurring, that I've lost something. But if there is an event and there is a vulnerability that caused this event to be actually realized, then I'll have the loss and I can see how many times do I have that loss event based on our knowledge in our organization, but based on industry information. Loss magnitude, same thing when we're looking at what are we losing based on the asset that we are protecting or considering here. So what's the primary loss? The loss to that asset, and what potentially secondary loss, as in reputation maybe here, regulatory losses. So here's something that's related. We're still losing, but it's not because of the actual asset degraded or destroyed. It's because of reputational changes. So here, like, so we get affected because someone announced that we have been hacked, and that affected our reputation. So there is the primary loss and the secondary loss. There is a kind of, it's a large kind of model. Not, I don't aim to go through all of it, but here just to motivate, like, where does this come from, and what are the elements in comparison to the qualitative risk assessment. So now we talked about scoping. We talked about the model, which I think that there is fantastic and fabulous. The main thing that I've seen so many security professionals being skeptical about is, what about the data? You're telling me that it's that easy. No, why is no one doing this? What about the data? So
Hey, Morty, sorry, I'm really sorry to jump in, but we're running a bit over time. So if you could potentially just summarize the ending, that would be really good.
yeah, sure.
Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so just quickly looking at this, in short, you have lots of data. Look into what you have. Understand what's the specific asset that you're protecting, and you will find out that you have many kind of data points that you can collect. The hardest point is, like, someone sometimes argued with me, but reputation is very hard for us to measure. I said, okay, why are you concerned about reputation? And they said, we are concerned about reputation because it will affect our stock kind of prices. I said, okay, stock prices, is it measurable or not? Can you get that measure from the past in terms of the fluctuation that happens to companies that suffer? So if you dive deeper, you'll find out that you have data, not necessarily very detailed or very specific, and that's not important, because don't be afraid of the uncertainty. As long as you know there is an uncertainty. So if you look at this potato, like, how much is this potato weight? And I say, like, oh, someone say one, like, 500 grams, and someone say 250. No one will come and say this potato weighs 10 tons. That's impossible. So here, know the uncertainty, and I know what are the ranges that we are working on. Understand the data that you have, and how can you actually dive deeper to see why is it important to us to get this. It's easiest example is reputation. If you roll back, why do we care about reputation? Then you'll find out that actually it's about stock prices, which is measurable. It's about potentially litigation, which is also potentially here. If I'm going to look at breaches, it is possible to also measure. So key takeaways: measuring risk help us with prioritize and justify the investment. Qualitative, simple, but very limited. Quantitative, they are richer, data-driven insights. Start small, pilot scenario. Don't go into like, we're gonna do quantitative risk assessment for a news open fair for our entire organization. Start with small. I would say most likely situation is exceptions. My suggestion to you, look at exceptions when they come to you and doing the risk assessment for them. That's a very good place to start small. Don't make up numbers. If you don't have it, roll back. So understand why I don't have it. Maybe it's a misunderstanding of the scope. Then you'll find out that you have something relevant. And speak in terms of financial impact. Help you with engaging the executive. Even when proposing the quantitative program, getting the motivation, showing them the benefit of this financially. Like, I can't tell you how much the loss here in financial terms. They are going to be more supportive to starting the program than if you just tell them it's an enhancement. They will not really appreciate it. Okay, sorry for overflowing. And yeah, if you want to kind of have any side discussion, I'm going to be around. Feel free to reach out to me on my LinkedIn. More than happy to have an extended conversation. Okay, back to you, Ian.
Yes, my audio is working. That was really, and I think everyone can tell how really in-depth and engaged you are in terms of risk. And that was a really fantastic talk in sort of explaining, you know, moving from those different mental models of understanding the qualitative piece, which is kind of, yeah, now maybe, to the actual, like, how do we measure it? So that was an absolutely fantastic talk. Thank you so much, Morty.
My pleasure.
Before you go, very quickly, Tim Tam Slam. What are you drinking as a beverage with your Tim Tam Slam?
A double shot coffee.
A double shot. That's an excellent idea. It's 5 p.m. in Australia now, so definitely very worth it. So, thank you so much for that.
My pleasure. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, we are now at our next break, which will be a little shorter, noting that we absolutely have to finish before 9 because
Yes,
we need to hand over to PancakesCon, and I don't want someone who now lives in the same country as me angrily coming to get me. So we have a break until 6 p.m. That is 14 minutes away technically, but we will come back in 12 minutes because then we can intro James and we can start the talk. So be back in 12 minutes, please. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, someone changed the music and I wasn't ready. That's fine. You can turn it off. It's fine. So we spoke before. We need to. We're going to be like a German train network.
Yeah.
The German train network, which apparently is, very on time, on point. No,
Like even better than
Japanese
the
train
Japanese.
network.
I was
That's
gonna
the one.
say.
I was going to say, yeah, Japanese is the one I'm talking about, right? The one that gives you a letter if you're more than 15 seconds, like, late.
Yeah, and they've got the people that just like shove you in. Ugh,
Yes.
Could use that in Melbourne sometimes.
I mean, Australian trains are interesting, but we won't go into that. We will see if James is actually, his computer's not working after a reboot. So,
The new metro.
hello.
Trains.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hear you.
Okay, great. Things seem to be working then. Once.
Crisis
Things are
averted.
working.
Yeah.
Isn't that's the joy of running Linux, right? Or are you doing this in Firefox again, like, because you refuse to use Chrome?
No. It's Windows, but which is why Edge is one.
Oh,
I wouldn't bother
right.
installing it if it wasn't already installed.
That's true.
Fair.
So James has spoken at the last ComfyCon. I can't remember what you spoke about, but I do remember there were a lot of Simpsons memes that unfortunately didn't work because of our horrible streaming platform. But we're grateful to have you back again today on a interesting topic, which I think kind of goes well with the sort of discussion we had earlier about Rust and other programming languages, almost, about being less primitive to be more secure. So I will bring that up for you and we will get started. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. So, as indicated, the title of my talk is Be Less Primitive to Be More Secure, which is, of course, a bit of a clickbaity title, as I say, but I will explain what I'm getting at eventually. Right, so to start with, say who I am. So these days I call myself a security interested software developer. I've done other jobs in the past, but not recently. And these days I work as an application developer at 2 Degrees, which is a New Zealand telecom company, if people don't know. And so I've got a PhD in computer science and a BCom from the University of Auckland, blah, blah, blah. I'm interested in quite a wide variety of areas of computing and computers. In fact, my PhD was in theoretical computer science in the end, so nothing to do today. And the important point for today is that I'm a fan of using types intelligently in software development. And I'll be going on about that a lot. Right, so I'm talking about injection attacks today. And so just a very quick little bit of background about injection attacks, anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about. So there's a great definition of them that the OAuth cheat sheet, one of the OAuth cheat sheets has, which is injection flaws occur when an application sends untrusted data to an interpreter, which is a great definition if you already know what it means. And I'll explain this again. And so there were number 3 type of flaws on the OAuth Top 10 2021. I've heard that the 2025 or whenever it comes out edition is actually going to be a lot better. Like they're going to shot down the ranking. So he's hoping. Anyway, they found that 90% of all applications tested for the top 10. Basically, the key aspect behind pretty much every injection attack is that in every instance, some aspect of the behavior is determined at runtime. Basically by taking in user input or some other sort of uncontrolled input source that you don't have control of, and then basically processing that without appropriate measures. As a classic example of this sort of thing are things like SQL injection or cross-site scripting, OS command injection. Basically, anytime anybody uses eval or system, which are commands in certain programming languages where you can either just take in code in that language and interpret it at runtime, or systems for calling out, making calls to the underlying operating system. And I'm not sure when you'd use either of those, but I assume there's a good reason, but you should avoid them if you can. And I'd also say things like open redirects kind of sort of count because you are kind of using user input, but that's a debate for another day. So of course the question is, so why are they happening? Well, basically, I say because user input is mixed in with the commands that you're wanting your program to run. And those commands are then evaluated. So it's basically you're mixing up the data, that's the input, for the instructions that are your program, and you're leaving too much of the decision of what should happen to runtime. And so lots of people like to say eval is evil because back in the day, I think those PHP applications especially, there are a lot of them had a lot of issues where they'd have eval somewhere in there and people would just come along and put in PHP and get injection attacks. And the thing to note is that many injection attacks, at the very least SQL injection, people consider them to be a solved problem. And basically, to avoid injection attacks, the trick is you don't interpret the data, you just use them. And so I say being less primitive and using types intelligently can help you can help by making it easier to do the correct thing and the safe, secure thing, and harder to do the wrong thing. And I'll come back to what I mean by primitive eventually. Right. So just to give a bit more background on this, I'm guessing most people watching this will already know perfectly what we're looking at, but basically what we've got here is pretty much the classic example of doing SQL injection. So we've got some SQL where we say, okay, select, all the rows from, columns from a table called users where the username matches something and the password matches something else. So in theory, that should give you back exactly one user if and only if they've entered the right password. And of course, we'll ignore the password hashing part of that and everything for now. So people who, if anyone doesn't know, you'll look at that and say, okay, well, where's the issue? So the thing here is we're constructing this SQL stuff out of basically just some strings that we're adding together. I would say, okay, so what if my input is something like username is quote mark or blah blah blah, all that stuff there, and then the passwords you can pretty much put whatever you want. We're not going to use it. And so this is pretty much like the hello world example of SQL injection. In effect, what happens is because of the two dashes you can see at the end of the username there are actually a comment in SQL. What ends up happening is you basically created something that looks like select all the columns from the users table where the username is equal to empty or 1 equals 1. Of course, 1 equals 1 always evaluates true, so the whole or always evaluates true. And so effectively what it does is it returns all the users in the database, which is probably not what you're aiming for. And there's lots of other possibilities. It's pretty much limited by how you've constructed those sets of strings and whatever the database supports, basically. And cross-site scriptings are similar. If you basically there, what happens is we essentially have taken the user's input and just put it into the page. And so essentially mixed up the instructions of our page, which is, the HTML and JavaScript maybe, and the user's input. And so then we've mixed the two up and basically said to the browser or whatever, go use it. And so my point is that those aren't the same thing. One's what you actually want the page to show, one's user input. And so you might want to reflect that back to them. But, it's not the actual code for the page to interpret. It's just something to be displayed. And so the point is they're not the same thing. You shouldn't be treating them the same. Right. So, slight tangent. So I'm going to ask people what they think this is. Now, hopefully, if you're paying attention like a minute or two ago, you'll think, well, a bad idea, and you'll be right. That'd be good. But I'm guessing a lot of people will be saying, oh, this is a SQL query. And I'm going to argue it's actually not a SQL query exactly. It's what I'd say is it's basically a bunch of strings all smushed together. But so it's not a SQL query, but it does convey the concept of a SQL query. And so the point is SQL queries actually exist inside the database. It's something that's represented with some sort of internal representation that the database itself has. What we do with those strings is we use them to tell the database, this is the sort of query that we want you to run. Go, do whatever you need to do in the background to figure out how to make that happen. And then the actual query itself is run on that internal representation. And the point being, these dynamically parsed strings are one way to do queries, but they're not the only way. There's also things like store procedures, which are, it's not the same as, very similar to prepared statements, and using ORMs, which is what a lot of people do these days. Yeah, but the point being that that's not actually a SQL query, it's a string. Right, so finally getting to what I'm talking about when I say primitive. So everything in a modern typical electronic computer is represented with bits. Just there's two values, 1, 0, on and off, true and false, what do you want to say? And all we've got is those bits, those values, and then long sequences of them, and everything else comes down to how we interpret them. Of course, working with the bits directly is a bit of a pain. It can be fun for like a assignment at uni to sit there and figure out which bits you need set so you can make a certain opcode and then write that as hex and all that carry on for assembly. But it gets pretty old pretty fast for most people, and more importantly, it's way slower than it needs to be, potentially. So we abstract over all that fiddling with bits by having primitive types in a language, ints, floats, chars, strings, blah, 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 blah. You could kind of probably argue anything else that comes in a language is standard library. Anyway, the point is, for some reason, which I do not understand, lots of people seem to stop there and they just take what's provided out of the box from the library and just represent out of the box of the language and represent everything in those types, and they never do anything further. And that's commonly known as primitive obsession, where you're just trying to stick to these primitive types instead of doing something yourself. And so the first part of all this I'm saying is that to be more secure, you should be less primitive. And so yes, beneath abstractions you might create, things might be representative of the same sequences of bits. You'd have the same set of bits. You can interpret them in multiple different ways as chars and floats, blah, blah, blah. But the point is they might be represented the same, but they have different semantic concepts. So let's not just represent them as those bits. Let's take it up a step and talk about the semantic levels. And every single useful programming language since at least the 80s, and I'm pretty sure since at least the 60s, has had facilities built into it for making your own types in some fashion. They've gotten better and better over time. And basically, I'm saying if you create the abstractions that you want, you can get the behaviors you intend. So basically, if you've got an integer, say, that can represent fidget integer can represent all values between its upper and lower bounds. Maybe you actually want something that's only like an integer that's between 0 and 100, say. Well, if you just use a regular integer, you can have whatever number you get. If you have a 0 to 100 as your type, that your abstraction that you created, then if you do things right, and I'll come back to in a second, you can be pretty sure when you come to it later on that yes, this 0 to 100 number is only 0 to 100. And so basically at that point you've created some sort of abstraction. You've probably just wrapped an integer, but you created an abstraction. That means you can be sure you're just working from 0 to 100. And a quote that I think is quite apt here from Dijkstra is that the purpose of abstracting is not to be vague, but to create a new semantic level in which one can be absolutely precise. And I think that really actually summarizes pretty well what I'm talking about today. That these abstractions that I'm arguing people should create actually let you be more specific about what you're accepting and what you're not, and what should be able to happen. Right. So another aspect of this, inputs to programs pretty much inevitably have to come in the form of primitive values. If you look at like JSON, you've got basically arrays, key value pairs of strings, numbers, I think true and false and null, that's about it. And everything you get from the command line is strings, but you don't actually just leave them like that and work with them. And you think about what you actually do when you look at a command line inputs, is you actually take them and you turn them into something more meaningful for your program. Basically, you should take your valid inputs and turn them into relevant types. And so my suggestion is, instead of just leaving them as strings or integers, you actually say, okay, this should be this sort of type. Let's turn it into that at the time that we're taking it in. And so we should actually, instead of just saying, oh, does this look kind of right, you actually pass it. And as soon as you're taking it into your program, you actually convert it to the relevant type at that point for your program. And so what that means is you automatically basically validate as you're interpreting it, as you're bringing it in, and you also are rejecting invalid inputs because they can't be constructed as types. And so that has benefits of, it means that it tends to be harder to sneak bad things in. And it also just makes it a lot easier to do the programming, because from that point on, it's the sort of type you're expecting, because if it wasn't, you'd have rejected it. I mean, this is modular bugs, but everything's like that. And so basically what I'm saying is pass rather than validate, and there's a blog post there by a woman named Alexis King, which is a really good blog post that was kind of one of the inspirations for this whole thing. So what I'm saying is that passing to these types and using types smartly has some advantages over just validating stuff. So most importantly, inputs validated as part of the construction. You just don't ever get to working with invalid input because it's rejected straight away. And so that means that later on, you've got clearer intent. Compilers will prevent you from using things. So again, going back to that 0 to 100 number, If you say, I want a number that's 0 to 100, and you say, oh, let's pass an integer, the compiler's going to say, well, no, that's not a 0 to 100 integer. How do you know it's 0 to 100? And so you'll catch that before you ever deploy it to production and have potential bugs. And I've seen real bugs where, you know, if we'd had basic type checking, it would have helped. And also, giving things names, it's one of the hard problems in computer science, but it can make things a lot clearer if you do it well. I mean, I don't know about anyone else, but sometimes I'll, you know, pull a variable out and rename it, or just a few lines from method, and even though it's not that complex, it might not be that clear what it's supposed to be at first. So if I pull it out and give it a name, it makes it way easier to read and see what's going on. Of course, eventually, we probably have to lower everything back to primitive types for output or interfacing, because various things are only going to accept strings or JSON or what have you. So then another benefit of using your types, well, is that you actually can define with that type or on that type the correct way to lower it back down to the primitive level. And so what that means is that developers using it later on will automatically use the best practices you put in place, because there is no other way to do it, at least not unless they're getting really silly. Certainly the easiest way, you know, where you say turn it back into lower type on the type, should be the one that they use and we available to them. And so there's going to be no more forgetting to do the safe thing, because it's the only thing they can do, really. And even if all you're doing is something like escaping strings, you know, JSON encoding, HTML encoding, whatever, then you'll know it's done consistently, because it's all defined in the one place and people just automatically use it. Right, so slightly getting to my point. Our point is basically that if you create these meaningful abstractions where the easy path is the correct path, and you, or you know, you can even, you know, if you just wrap an integer like the 0 to 100 integer example we're saying, if you just wrap the primitive type but restrict it to allowed behaviors, which is pretty much what that is, you're saying there's only a set of allowed types, then pretty much you've reduced the space of what can happen, because you've said, oh, okay, this primitive type has all these possibilities, my type doesn't. It has these possibilities that are a restricted subset of them. And the point basically being that you get to decide what goes and what doesn't. And so it can prevent a lot of bugs, because you've said, no, that can't be done. And so the compiler will catch it, or at the very least, something will, you know, throw an exception, crash something, rather than letting some dodgy stuff happen. And a lot of unintended runtime actions, they just, they don't work, they don't happen, because people, you know, the types don't fit to give us things that match up, and it doesn't work. And beyond being more secure, it can actually just be an architectural or coding benefit, because generally speaking, if the easy way to use something is the right way to use something is the easy way to use it, you're just going to get devs using it the right way in the first place, because it's the easy way. Why would you bother doing anything else? And as I said before, having good names can just clarify intentions around things quite a lot. So you can get, by using these types intelligently, building your own types, your own abstractions, and using them intelligently, you can get improved security, because you're no longer allowing the entire broad range of everything possible with primitives. And you can get better development, because now the right thing is the easy thing, and so data is just going to naturally gravitate towards that. Right, so going back to that SQL query example, you know, so when you've got that string, it's pretty easy to do the inputs that we saw where you hijack it. So what I'm saying is, okay, we should actually separate that sort of query out into its constituent parts. So we've got, make it a type where we've got the command and we've got the inputs as to the command, or the query rather. And so then what you do is you represent it as those separate parts until the very last second, when you, again, you're forced to push them all back together into one thing before you send it to the database. But so you keep it as that good type until the very last second, and then when you're pushing them, merging the two, you do whatever is considered the correct treatment before you send them. And so, I mean, in this case, it'll probably be something like doing the relevant escaping on it, or something like that, or passing it as parameters to a statement. And basically, this is what a big part of what good ORMs do, which is probably one of the reasons why SQL injection has been dropping away in the last few years, apparently. Anyway, there's lots of ways to do all this sort of thing, But the key point about all of this is that you should use your brain and not a primitive. Basically, think it through, figure out what you want, and use types smartly to get yourself to there. And so, I mean, that can be things like, instead of just having a bunch of strings that you smush together and say, go SQL query, you have a stored procedure or prepared statement in your database already, or you use a good ORM. And both of those are, you're getting a bit more semantic meaning included in there, where you'll have something where, the stored procedure parameterized, or the ORM, basically the same thing, but it does it for you. Either way, you've taken more semantic meaning into it and reduce the chances of some sort of SQL injection dramatically, assuming again there's no bugs, but there's always bugs, but we can use the facilities that are provided to us as well as we can. And so, come to the second question, based on everything I've said, what would be the least secure of these three? And these are all based loosely, roughly on C# stuff. Of course, no one can actually answer the question, so I'm not going to defeat it. But long story short, the top one is by far the least secure, because that's the one where you can just go give it some dodgy values and make it do whatever you want. The other two, the middle one is parameterized stored procedure. So what's going to happen is that the database is basically going to actually accept those inputs as under the understanding that they're inputs and not smush them off the rest of the query, which will already be predefined. And the bottom one is using an ORM. It's called Entity Framework Core. It's a pretty common thing in .NET land. And it's pretty much doing the same thing. One thing I like about this one is that that single part means that you're also saying, I expect there to be exactly one result. So you automatically get checking that there's only one result, but beside the point. Anyway, the point being that either one of the bottom two are far more secure than the top one, although pleasingly, well, I actually struggled to find an example for the top one. Every example I could find was actually already saying use parameterization and do it this way, and people were saying no, that will give you SQL injection, do it some way. So people do actually recognize that, and it's not as common as it once was, which is great. Right. So to sum up a bit, now that you've suffered through my 20-minute rant, basically, injection attacks happen because input is mixed with instructions and then interpreted. And the problem there is that you're ignoring the semantic concepts that input and instructions are different things, which someone said basically the reason we have injection attacks is it's Van Norman's fault, which is kind of true. Don't worry if you don't get that, it's computer science job. And a lot of the times, not always, but a lot of the times these problems, it's just a bunch of strings stuck together and then interpreted. And what you're doing is you're saying, here's string A that represents the query, here's string B that represents the input. Whack them together and send them to whatever data store or whatever you're using, whatever's going to interpret them. And that basically happens when you're just, using the primitive types built into your language. And doing that is called primitive obsession, and it's silly. You shouldn't do that. You should be smarter about it. We're not always helped by the tools and systems that we work with, because sometimes they kind of force you just to treat everything that way. But generally speaking, you can put that off till the very end, last moment. And so when you've got different semantic concepts, make them different types, treat them differently for as long as possible, and only put them together at the last second. When you do that, make sure that the handling's set up correctly. Right, and so some more things to remember. So the smart use of types isn't the only way to prevent injection attacks. There's other ways you can do it. And also, preventing injection attacks isn't the only potential benefit of the smart use of types, but I reckon smart use of types brings a lot of benefits, security being one of them. Better in security against injection attacks, at least. And so pretty much the main thing is that you want to keep your instructions and your inputs separate, and ideally make them separate types or separate subparts of your type or what have you. They can go a long way to avoid injections. And so, I mean, you can see that, database stored procedures distinguish between the parameters you query and the query itself. Cross-site scripting defenses basically do the same, where you say, okay, this bit's user input, so we're going to handle it differently to this bit over here, which is the actual HTML and such of the page. I mean, that might be just doing the HTML encoding on the inputs, but it still means you recognize that the two are different and should be treated differently. And basically, I reckon if you do this well and you make good abstractions to make doing the right thing easier and the wrong thing harder, you get better control over what's allowed. And at the very least, it tends to be a lot harder to mix things up inadvertently because your compiler will say, oh, hang on, these two things aren't the same. What are you doing? But basically, the biggest thing to remember is that you're thinking things through earlier, doing things properly, and not sticking to primitives will help stop devs making mistakes later on, and that'll prevent injection attacks even later. And that's the number one thing to remember, and that's the end.
That was really good. There's some
Thanks.
good lessons in that I think can even be brought over to other elements of the industry, of like those invisible guardrails of keeping people on the right track and the secure path, and just make it easy for people to do the right thing, and they'll do the right thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's the easy thing. That's what they're going to do naturally because, you know, why bother going around it? In fact, just quickly, I've got a good example from my work. We keep seeing in the GitHub Advanced Security, keep saying, oh, well, this log thing here is vulnerable to injections from stuff. And we keep saying, well, no, it's not, because we don't use the built-in logging for .NET. What we've done is we've got our own library that wraps the built-in logging and automatically does escaping and such to make it safe. And so we're like, okay, we don't need to worry about it because we know it's already handled, but it's been done so that people just go and use our internal library rather than the regular one. And it's basically transparent to us, but safer, and it's just as easy. I always think it's a great example of that sort of thing.
I love it. Oh, Tim Tam Slam preference.
I had to go look at what that even meant. I've never done this.
In fairness, you are one of the few New Zealanders on this
Very true.
conference this year, and so asking about Tim Tams is we should have asked about Pavlova instead and had an argument about Pavlova.
Let's not do that.
Well, I remember there was a few years ago when some Kiwis put out a book saying, yeah, Pavlova is neither. It's like predates both countries. You go look in Europe, they had refugees that look awfully like Pavlova back in like the 1600s or something. Unsurprisingly.
Very mature.
It's like the Kawaii Ton cookbook.
Yeah. It's a way to resolve the argument by saying neither of us wins.
Sometimes that is the best outcome.
Yeah.
That's true.
Do we have to ship you over some Tim Tams?
No. We definitely have them in store plenty, but yeah. Not a big
that's fair.
anyway. But yeah, I did not know what you're referring to, and to be honest, I'm not sure it's something I do. But
it's like fairy bread. It's an acquired taste.
Yeah. If I had to, I think I'd say coffee, just because that's what I drink. But yeah,
that's fair.
Anything else? Or
no, thank you so much for that. That was great. Smashed through it, and I think if we did coding properly and we built software properly, then we would be out of jobs. But I think that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Unfortunately, no.
Yes.
When I did a dry run of this, one of my colleagues said, "Oh, well, the problem is the person who's doing it first will be lazy and not do it properly, and
It's
like they'll just do the shortcut thing and not provide the nice abstractions." Like, but yes, you're right. They probably will.
Might not even end up in prod. It's fine. Why put in the effort?
Yeah.
Twitch.
Personally, I think it doesn't take long before putting in that effort pays off, even if you don't expect it ever to end up in prod. It's very rare that creating those abstractions doesn't end up paying off you reasonably quickly, in my experience.
And it's just probably just good to practice. It's like, just even if you don't think it, just do it. So you can do it quicker next time when it actually matters.
Yeah. Slow down to go fast. That's what they say.
Good foundations. Very important.
In that case,
thank you so much, James. Yes, thank you.
Escape.
Yes, you may leave.
Thanks, team. Yeah, thanks for running it.
Thanks, James.
See yous.
Awesome. This is just a temporary solution. Yeah, cyber is just a temporary solution. Cyber is literally just making up for the fact that we don't do software properly. I know that's going to annoy a lot of people, but hang on, where is it? Here we go. Cyber is just to fix software because software can't be written properly. There we go. Spicy.
Love it.
All right, so we will move on to our next talk, which is Shreyans. Good evening, sir. How are you? Oh, you're on mute.
Evening.
There you go.
Good. Yeah.
Oh, you found an
Awesome.
appropriate Tim Tam background. Love it.
Oh, look at the Tim Tams.
Yeah.
Excellent work.
Yeah, I'm still got some of mine. Now, you are going to be given our second talk.
Already.
You're going to be giving our second talk on Homelabs today, which will be awesome because I'm very happy when Homelabs are discussed. So we will bring your presentation on stage and leave you to it. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. So, hello everyone. So, my learning curve is basically a highlight reels of P1s. A DNS over HTTPS misfire that broke my internet, a tail-scale split DNS black hole where internal host names went on a holiday, and a harmless policy tweak that translated to a cancelled evening. What really drives me is experimenting, breaking, and rebuilding systems in my own time. That's where my home lab comes in. It's the place where theory meets reality and where I get to play, fail, and learn. This talk is about what a home lab can give you, a space to try tools, to automate, and to fail without consequences. To turn those failures into practical skills, I've spent countless nights tinkering with Proxmox clusters, Docker stacks, Palo Alto firewalls, and endless automations. The point isn't that everything worked, it's that breaking and rebuilding shaped me. My name is Shreyans, and that's the journey I want to share with you today. So, quick overview with the agenda, what we will cover today. We'll start with why even build a home lab, and then walk through the journey of setting it up and what's currently running in my lab. I'll share some of the incidents and challenges that taught me valuable lessons and learning outcomes, both technical and soft skills. We'll jump into a quick demo after that and finally wrap it up with a closing note. So back in 2020, I got my first IT job and stepped into the corporate world. That's where I really saw how technology works, not just in theory, but in practice, both in how systems run day to day and how organizations actually make them work. Pretty soon, I realized there was so much more to learn in IT, about IT in general, more than my role, my projects, or even my access would allow. But in a corporate environment, curiosity often hits walls. Licenses, approvals, red tape. Every experiment needed a business case. Every new tool needed a sign-off. My hunger to learn kept growing, but I couldn't feed it inside the organization. So I decided to take matters into my own hands. I bought a server, and that was the start of my home lab journey. That's when I bought my first server off eBay for $300. I was so excited that I couldn't even wait for delivery. I actually drove to the warehouse, picked it up in person, and brought it back home. I booted it up for the first time and immediately installed Proxmox, which became the foundation of everything I was going to build. The next step was setting up pfSense in a virtual machine to segment my network, making my IoT gadgets separated from the main environment. That was the first taste of having control. I could design my own secure sandbox. Finally, I added AdGuard Home for DNS, not just cutting out trackers and ads, but also malware. With those building blocks, my home lab was alive, a secure little lab that I could break, fix, and learn from without waiting for approvals or licenses. Today, this is what my home lab looks like. A few devices, segmented networks, and critical services, making it all run together. In the devices on the left, we have the firewall, which is like the bouncer. Nothing talks without a rule in my lab, my home. Proxmox nodes, this is where my VMs and LXCs and container managed Docker containers live. Raspberry Pi for tinkering with stuff that I probably should not be doing in production. And a NAS running TrueScale NAS on it. This is my network. This is the segmentation that I have. Server network for all the hypervisors, VMs, core services are running here. Main network is humans with laptops and phones. Gadgets in a playpen IoT network, no lateral joyrides here. Docker is running its own Mac VLAN IP so that I can monitor and I can control what my Docker services are connecting to and doing. And NAS has its own dedicated network for storage media. On the right, we have the critical services that are running. So for DNS, I'm running AdGuard Home with DOH, and the policies live in the firewall. Reverse proxy is Nginx proxy manager for inside and Cloudflare for outside. Portainer for stacks and N8N for workflows and automations. I use Authentic for identity for SSO and TrueNAS datasets for ISOs, VMs, backups, Nextcloud, image, my Google storage, Google Photos replacement. Observability and alerts, what I'm using is Bezel for monitoring and Godify for alerts, Tailscale for remote access, and yeah. So basically hardware gives me horsepower, segmentation contains the blast radius, and services turn it into a platform. This is how a $300 eBay box became a calm, automatable lab. This is what my setup looks like today. So the most important thing in this setup is actually not the servers, not the firewall, not even the NAS. It's this picture of my wife, not just because I love her, but because it reminds me to pause and double check every config before I break the internet. This photo is basically my unofficial change management system. Under the desk, you'll see the little data center in a box. I've got 2 Proxmox nodes on a HP server that we saw earlier and a Dell laptop that is 7 years old, and I added it to the cluster later. Inside the rack, we have the firewall and the NBN box on the top. They are closer to the fan because for some reason they are the hottest devices in the rack, and I'm surprised when I saw that NBN box gets really hot. To the right, this is my NAS here. At the bottom, I have some of the wireless access points and some routers running it. There's a switch at the back which connects most of the things together. You would see some of these smart home devices. This is basically a small automation that I'm running in my rack. The fan only turns on when there is about 35 degrees inside the rack. And yes, my cable management is messy, but it makes sense to me. The different colored Ethernet cables and the labels are like my own visual map. They help me keep track of what goes where. So if you see me crawling behind the setup, I'm not lost. I'm just following the rainbow. This is how the data flows through my home. At the very top, I've got the NBN box. That's my link to the outside world, the World Wide Web. And from there, the traffic hits the first basic router. But this router isn't doing much heavy lifting. It's actually I actually keep it as a disaster recovery and a BCP plan. The only thing plugged into this is the firewall, and I keep the Wi-Fi switched off. That way, if the firewall ever goes down, I can quickly flip the Wi-Fi back on and my wife still has internet while I troubleshoot the system. Peace at home is also a part of network security. The firewall is where all the real action happens. It segments everything into zones, the main, server, IoT, and NAS. The server zone connects through a switch to my Dell and HP servers. Finally, my NAS has its own dedicated network, and I've bonded 2 firewall ports together using lag for both redundancy and extra throughput. This way, storage traffic stays isolated, stable, and fast. Moving on, this is my Proxmox cluster. These are the 2 nodes that I have, the Dell and the HP. So top of the list, LXCs like AdGuard and Bezel, because low overhead, faster restarts, and trivial snapshots. Virtual machines, I have the Docker Dell and the Portainer, so they are both where all my Docker services are running on each node. Then I have the Kali Linux as a break glass system whenever I want to do some kind of pen testing or some kind of troubleshooting. I also have the Windows box. So this Windows box is basically my jump host. Nothing in my network or from the main network can connect to the server zone except for my laptop, which only connects to the jump box, and then I access all the other services internally. So networking is simple on purpose. Palo Alto does the segmentation. Proxmox just gives each workload the right VLAN bridge and stays out of the way. These are the shared storage space. So ISOs is where I store all my ISOs on my NAS. This is the VM disks. This is where the backups go. And because I have shared storage, I can do a live migration of any of the VMs or LXCs when I'm troubleshooting or during maintenance. I run quite a few containers in my home lab, but let me highlight a few critical ones. First, AdGuard Home is the main one. This is the DNS server. Everything connects to this first for DNS. Portainer is something which is there on each node, and I manage the Docker containers using Portainer as management. Nextcloud is my replacement of OneDrive for me. Image here is a replacement of Google Photos. Codify, my alerts system for notifications. Nginx, I run Nginx Proxy Manager. And Cloudflare. The other important one is this Watchtower. So Watchtower really helps to keep all the containers up to date without much of my intervention or requirement. This is the nervous system. I have 2 AdGuard instances running, one as a primary and other as secondary. Clients in each zone, every device in my house connects to AdGuard first. The pair has upstream resolvers over DOH to Cloudflare, so the ISP doesn't get a front row seat to my life. The Palo Alto pushes DHCP lease events into AdGuard, so DNS stays fresh without manual entries and rewrites route to the internal domain to Nginx proxy. AdGuard just doesn't block ads and trackers for me. It's also my first line of defense against malicious websites. These block lists here ensure that any such traffic is blocked at the DNS level. Own the DNS and you own the narrative. All these services wouldn't be much use if I had to remember every IP and port number. That's where Nginx Proxy Manager comes in. It acts as a traffic director for my home lab, handling reverse proxy, SSL certificates, and routing all my apps through friendly domain names. Everything is wrapped in Let's Encrypt SSL certificates. So even internally, I get secure HTTPS access. And because it's centralized, I can manage updates and rules for all my services from a single dashboard. This is what makes my home lab feels less like a random pile of containers and more like a professional, polished environment. Now, if Nginx Proxy Manager is about making access easy, Palo Alto, this firewall, is about making sure that access is safe. This is the beating heart of my network security. As I mentioned, it segments everything into different zones. That means my smart lights can't suddenly start talking to my Proxmox cluster, or my Docker containers can't sneak into my personal devices. This is a sneak peek into my firewall policies. The first one on the top is the one that I sometimes turn on during troubleshooting when I want to make sure that firewall is not the culprit. I have a separate internet access rule for my IoT with a stricter profile just because I don't want anything going out from these devices. And DNS access for all the zones. It's also so this is where I enforce my policies, monitor logs, and catch suspicious activities. In short, this box isn't just a firewall, it's my Homelabs bodyguard, making sure that experimenting inside doesn't mean exposing myself to risks outside. Now, none of this was built in a day or in a clean lab. It was assembled incident by incident, 2 a.m. log by 2 a.m. log with coffee as change control. This slide is basically my wall of shame, or as I like to call it, my lab's greatest teacher. Every one of these rows represents an incident, an outage, or something that went horribly wrong at some point. And believe me, each of them came with late nights, plenty of Google searches, and ChatGPT conversations. I don't want to go into each one of them. You can see the list is long. Instead, I'll just leave it up for a moment to show that Homelabs aren't perfect playgrounds. Things will break. What's important is how you respond, what you learn, and how you improve. On the next slide, I'll zoom into the top 5 incidents, the one that really shaped my setup and taught me the most valuable lessons. So the first one here, one of my IoT devices decided to play pen tester in my home. It started scanning the network repeatedly. Luckily, my firewall did its job and blocked all of it. What I learned was that even smart devices can turn into curious teenagers. That's why segmentation is non-negotiable. VLAN macrage, this one was messy. Containers on the Doppel node suddenly stopped talking to the rest of the world. The root cause, a stray VLAN config colliding with the Mac VLAN setup. The fix was basically nuke and pave, but the lesson learned was layer 2 and layer 3 changes must be tested together. No more Schrodinger's VLAN. The ADGAR DOH, this one looked small but had a big impact. My encrypted DNS chain broke. Upstream refused to connect. PTR lookups died, and suddenly nothing resolved. It forced me to build health checks, restart policies, and alerts so DNS issues are caught by the system before users, me and my wife, notice. The faulty switch, right. So this was an interesting one. It was one of those, it must be a software bug, until it wasn't. One night, me and my wife were watching Netflix at 11 p.m. and the internet suddenly stopped working. After a few choice of words from my wife, I got back to my desk and started troubleshooting. After 30 minutes of blaming DNS and other config, it traced back to a dying switch. The fix was hardware replacement, but the process taught me to keep baseline configs and rollback scripts handy, so when the hardware lies, recovery isn't a guesswork. The proximate slip. So this is a classic example of how upgrades can go wrong. However, this was an unforeseen, something I had not expected. So recently, Proxmox released a new version and upgraded to version 9 is what they're running. I had seen a few Reddit posts where people had issues after upgrade, VMs complaining, networks dropping out. So I decided to do it on a weekend where I had time to troubleshoot. And to my surprise, the upgrade went very smoothly. For me, and I just ran the upgrade command, rebooted the server, and everything came back up as it should and worked perfectly. That is, until I closed the lid on my laptop. Yes, my server tried to take a nap because I closed its lid, queued on a laptop, catastrophic on a hypervisor. The fix was simple: ignore lid events in power management, but that was something that I had to learn. I had to look up how to do that on a Debian Linux-based system. And each of these leaks, so basically have forced me to improve monitoring got sharper, configs got cleaner, and playbooks got written. The bucket still leaks sometimes, but now I'm much faster at spotting and plugging these holes. Now, if these incidents are the best teachers, then these are the subjects that I ended up majoring in. Each failure or late night troubleshooting session forced me to go deep into one of these areas. I learned the importance of documentation because future me doesn't always remember what past me was thinking. Having clearer notes saved me hours when things went wrong. I learned network security and DNS architecture. Breaking things made me really appreciate segmentation, clean DNS design, and the value of reliable name resolution. Identity management and container networking became everyday lessons. Instead of just spinning things up, I had to make sure they were connected purposefully and securely. Then there's operational side, incident response, observability, and change management, having alerts, having tested recovery plans, and slowing down before hitting enter all became part of a routine. And finally, the unglamorous but critical basics, backup and restore, TLS management, automation and storage planning. These are the things that don't get you applause but when they work, but they'll destroy you when you ignore them. So when I take a look at this wheel, it's not just theory, it's scars turned into skills. Now, this home lab didn't just teach me technical skills. Honestly, it taught me just as much about soft skills, the kind you don't always associate with servers and firewalls, but they are absolutely critical. First was patience. Nothing works the first time, and sitting with unknowns instead of rushing a fix became a skill in itself. Pair that with persistence, small daily repetitions, steady progress, and tracking deltas instead of vibes. Problem solving and prioritization went hand in hand. When something broke, I had to state the problem clearly, test possible fixes, and decide which issue to tackle based on the impact and effort. I learned decision clarity, being able to explain in one sentence why I chose option A over option B, even to someone who's not technical. And of course, documentation. Then there's adaptability, swapping tools or approaches without lowering security standards, and risk framing, where I started to design safe to fail experiments instead of all or nothing changes. Time management taught me that done is often enough, and it's not required to be perfect, especially if perfect means sacrificing your weekend. And finally, the most important one was empathy, whether it was future me reading my own notes or my partner waiting for the Wi-Fi to come back up. Empathy kept me grounded. So the home lab wasn't just about tech. It was a crash course in patience, clarity, and empathy, the stuff that actually makes you a better engineer and teammate. Now, you must have noticed that I have not mentioned anything about AI in this presentation. Well, in today's world, that's not possible, but I thought I would rather show you how I have integrated AI in my home and how I have built a Telegram bot that I use to talk to my home. So this is my bot, and I will just ask it to and it will take a couple of minutes to run. In the meantime, I will run you through the workflow that I've created and how I got into it. So this was my first time experimenting, building a Telegram bot. And what I realized after creating the bot was that this bot is open to the internet, and anyone who knows about this bot or can find the bot can send a message to it and have access to my firewall and to my Docker services and inside my lab. That's where I created this if node. It's basically just looking for my chat ID from Telegram, and if it matches, it runs the execution. If it's someone else, it just throws a message that you're not authorized to use this bot. The workflow, basically, it's getting the logs. It's sending a request and then getting logs from the firewall. It's cleaning it up a little bit, removing duplicates, sending it to my LLM, to Gemini is what I'm using at the moment. It's sending the logs there and getting a response and sending a message. So how I've configured and what I want in the response, what I've asked it to do is get me 3 summary bullet points from my setup and from the logs, and there we go. It got me 3 summary points of what my devices are doing. Main zone, these are the 2 devices which are still running scans, and spyware, C2 behavior. I know what these are and what's running them in my house at the moment, and gives me an action that quarantine this host immediately. Yep. So that's been my home lab journey. Part playground, part battlefield, and part classroom. It started as a side project, but over the years, it's grown into something that has taught me more than any textbook or course ever could. If there's one takeaway, it's this: you don't need perfect gear. You don't need unlimited dollars to learn. You just need the curiosity, persistence, and the willingness to break things, and then the patience to fix them. My home lab has made me better at troubleshooting, better at security, and honestly more adaptable as an engineer. But more than that, it kept me curious, and curiosity is the best fuel in tech. Thank you for listening. That's my time. And I'll leave this up. That's my LinkedIn.
That was an awesome talk. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I think we got our second quote of the conference out of it. It wasn't what you said, but it was a response to what you said. So about the change management board. So, it's quite accurate. And so the response was stakeholder engagement before stake knife holder engages you. I thought that's quite accurate, because I said it earlier, like having a home lab, like you have a prod home lab, and then you have, maybe a dev area that you can break.
Correct.
But if you break the Plex server, you're a dead man.
Exactly.
Which is why I also don't run DNS at home anymore, because if I had AdGuard and I broke that, then everything's over. I will say, so that some of the software, we've posted links to some of the software you sort of mentioned in the chat. I have used most of them. Bezel, I'm going to have a look at it again, because now that apparently they have a Windows client now, which they didn't have very long ago.
Yes.
The last time I looked at it, so that's really cool, because it's a very lightweight monitoring application, and does Docker as well.
Yeah. The only problem that I'm having with Bezel at the moment is, for some reason, it's giving me alert fatigue. It's generating so many alerts for me. At the moment, I'm just ignoring them, but I have to get to it and make sure it's giving the right thing out.
Yeah, I've had issues. So I posted a photo of it earlier, but I have a GPU box with whatever in it. And I was running NA10 on it as well, which is the workflow software. And for some reason, it was sending traffic out and coming back in, which meant that it was coming up with like terabytes and terabytes of usage. And I'm like, that's not accurate. What's going on there? So it is a really fascinating thing to sort of get into and try and fix those problems. And I think the thing to remember is that cyber is always about the IT. It's securing the IT piece, right? So you've got to know how the IT works in the first place. And the best way to do that is by running this stuff yourself.
Yeah. That was the idea. That was the main reason that I felt that I need to learn more to be able to do cyber better. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's definitely awesome. Tim Tam Slam. So what is your drink that you would have with your Tim Tams?
Yeah, so I usually prefer the dark Tim Tam. That's my and it's a whiskey with that goes really well.
It's very sophisticated. What kind of?
You being all fancy.
Are we talking American whiskeys, Scotch whiskeys, Japanese whiskeys? Like, do you have a preference in that sort of area?
Irish mainly.
Ah, interesting.
Jameson
I know. I know Hoodie has a lot of the Japanese ones because he sent me a bottle as well. So yeah, it's a very vast world out there. Thank you so much for that. It was great to have a second talk about Homelabs and talk about everything as well.
I think he does need to explain the shirt as well. Just
I think yeah. What is the F word?
I would like you to take a guess.
I'm gonna guess Fortinet.
No, it's a false positive.
Oh.
When you spend an hour trying to troubleshoot something and it turns out to be a false positive.
I mean, it's better than a false, a true negative, right?
Negative, yeah.
Like those are the worst case scenarios.
But in false positive, you realize that you just spent hours trying to figure it out, and it turned out to be nothing.
That's true.
So that's where it turns to be a F word.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're coming to the end. We've got a couple more to go. 3 more to go. I don't think I can have another Tim Tam with Vegemite. That taste is still in my mouth. And it was actual Vegemite, by the way. It wasn't just me, you know, putting chocolate sauce or something on there and pretending it wasn't Vegemite. You wanted my answer of what I was going to. I would have milk. Tim Tam Slam, like you're going to have just normal milk. Like it's the fancy stuff that's non-homogenized. Because then you get the creaminess in it as well.
Ooh, yeah. The other thing is like if you have it with like a hot drink, then it just kind of like melts before you can, and then it just starts going everywhere.
Yes. Having said all that, as a British person or an ex-British person, it's like the beverage. I'm having a cup of tea and a digestive biscuit. That's ultimately how I'm going to do things. So I'm slightly on the wrong side of history at this point. Possibly. With Tim Tams. Yes. However, hopefully our next speaker will be on the right side of history. And I know she's already said that we have to, you know, she's only got half an hour to speak and she could talk for hours and hours and hours. So very passionate about what we're going to talk about next. So I will bring her on stage. Hello, Mandy. How are you?
Hello. I'm sorry, my virtual background is doing some weird stuff, but that's okay.
Wow. It's very Matrix and very like...
Isn't it? Yeah. I thought it was suitable for this kind of thing, you know.
Yes. And also the Stargate hat is very much appreciated as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I love Stargate.
I love Stargate.
I do too. If people ask me Star Trek or Star Wars, it's Stargate. I don't.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I make a joke and I make it so much. I think my husband's sick of it. Every time he buys me Jaffas, I go Jafar, Creed. Every time I eat Jaffas.
That's quite funny.
Love it.
So, Mandy, you're going to be talking about criminology today, which is obviously your favorite subject, and we're really keen to hear what you have to say as well. So, without further ado, I will bring that on screen and let you talk.
Thank you. So I really appreciate ComfyCon having me on for this. I rant about cybercrime and criminology and cybersecurity a lot in different mediums. And I think it's really important that we start thinking about the threat actors behind the threats and really understanding motivations and putting frameworks in place that are flexible. So for those of you playing along at home, I think my PowerPoint will have quite a few of bingo card hits as well, so pay attention to those. Now, criminology is really important for us when we think of cybersecurity because although we are no doubt using these concepts, in fact, I've listened to the conference presentations before this one and I can pick up criminology theories in here, and I'm not sure if we always realize that we're using them. And it is really important that we do have theoretical concepts because we need to be able to explain things to others. Not everybody is technical, not everybody understands cybercrime, not everybody understands nation-state threats. We have to have a way that we can explain these so that the common man, if you will, the reasonable man, will understand what we're saying. So we also need to teach these concepts to people new to cybersecurity. And if we have a nice little framework to explain the threat actor, might do this because they're motivated, because instead of just going, oh, we now have this new technology, they're going to hit this new technology, but will they? Is this the motivation? Instead of thinking on products and services and situations only, let's start thinking about the threat actors, their motivations, what they're thinking, what they're doing, and make it flexible. Helps us also explain cybersecurity and cyber threats to people when we train them or when we do awareness raising. When we use criminology, it supports our cybersecurity responses. It helps reveal the underlying social, political, psychological, and economic drivers. So even if we're talking nation-state threats, there's a reason for it. Sometimes the nation-state threat might not be sponsored by their nation, but they want to be seen by their nation. So they might start doing things that are a little bit unpredictable. But if we understand that, then we can work out how we can put our cybersecurity posture accordingly. With criminology, it helps us really think critically, and it helps enhance our problem-solving skills. These are really valuable assets when you're working in cybersecurity. We need to be able to analyze and address the complexities and the ever-moving cyber landscape, because it extends beyond the technology we're using. It extends beyond our firewalls. It also needs to encompass humans and human behaviors, whether that human is the cyber threat actor or the victim or the person trying to secure the network. We have to understand the humans too. And for some reason, I can't move my slide. Bear with me.
You might need to move to the...
Got it.
There you go. Yep,
got it. Okay, so sorry about that. I knew I'd have technical difficulties. Is technical difficulties on the bingo sheet? Yes, I think it is. Okay, so I framed this around the importance of knowing your enemy and knowing yourself. And this is something that people have used forever. It's always been used. It's trite. It's stereotypical. Everyone says it. But it really is relevant. I'm not even sure if this is a very good translation of Sun Tzu, but it's certainly the one that is quoted a lot. It is relevant to cybersecurity, and it is relevant to us as cybersecurity practitioners. So bear with me. If we have no concept of cyber threat actors or their motivations, their methodology, and the kinds of targets they may find attractive, we will forever be putting out fires. Let's face it, all of us that work in operational cybersecurity spaces, putting out fires seems to be the thing we do. And that contributes to burnout, and it contributes to not using resources as well as we could. We need to stop dashing from one cybercrime attempt to another, from one nation state leverage to another, from one vulnerability to the next, to one hacktivist DDoS to the next, to one APT using weird malware we've never seen before to the next, to an opportunistic phishing to the next. We need to start thinking about, stop doing the putting out fire thing. Let's start forming really agile strategies to support our work in a more proactive and creative way. And I know that criminology is not a silver bullet for the cyber threat werewolves out there, or a stake for the cyber threat vampires, but it certainly helps, and it's part of our toolkit. So what is this criminology thing anyway? It dates back to the mid-18th century in what we now call the classical school of thought. And it was led by figures like Cesare Beccaria, and he questioned the cruel and arbitrary legal practices of the time. He published a book in 1764 called On Crimes and Punishments, where he put forward his ideas. This research then led to the groundwork for the classical school of criminology. And some of the stuff they came out with was really weird, and we certainly wouldn't be using it today. From what we know now about people and science, we wouldn't be using it, but it was a start. The term criminology, however, was not used until 1885, and it was an Italian law professor who used that term. And he used it in his research and his writings and his speaking when he talked about studying crime. So when we talk about criminology, we're talking about crime, criminals, criminal behavior, how these crimes impact victims, so victimology, how these crimes impact the community, the nation, the global stage. And there are well over 50 prominent criminology theories out there. And there's also a lot of fringe ones. But we're going to avoid the fringe, and we're also going to avoid most of the prominent theories, because what I want to talk to you about are the ones that I would use mainly when I'm teaching people to understand cybersecurity, or what I would use when I'm thinking about a cybersecurity strategy. Because to me, these ones are the most useful for what we do. So it's a very basic overview. I'm going to be generalizing a lot, so forgive me for that. We're going to be looking at 4 criminology theories, and it will just give you a taste of how criminology can be used in a practical way to support cybersecurity. And when you reflect on it, you'll realize that you probably are all using these anyway, because a lot of things we do is what I call common sense, even though perhaps there's not a lot of common sense out there. But we work in this space. We understand we have to understand targets and threats and victims, and we are subconsciously applying these theories anyway. So I want you to stay with me on this journey. I know that a lot of the criminology theories are very, very old. In fact, the ones we're talking about are quite old, but they really are relevant. In fact, one of them, the rational choice theory, wasn't even a criminology theory to start with. It began in the 1930s. No, actually, it was first in 1776, and then in 1930s with the whole economy thing. So it was about economy. It was economist theory. But it wasn't until about 100 years later it was put to good use for criminology, and it works well for cybersecurity to this day. I'm going to be talking about very old theories, and yet they are still current. They're still current whether we're talking about physical crime or crime in digital space. And I want you to work with me with this and reflect on them as we go, understanding how they may apply to cybersecurity, may apply to the work you do, and how they would apply to theoretical concepts, how they apply to frameworks you're putting in place, how they would apply to how you do malware analysis and intelligence, and understand how they can apply to when we are trying to defend against cybercrime and cyber-enabled nation-state threats. So I know it's been quite a long day and it's been some amazing presentations so far. So grab a cuppa and a biscuit of your choice, and let's open this book and explore more of these theories. So the 4 theories I have chosen for your wonderful time today, and I would really like an amazing drum roll here, but we don't have one, so I want you all to pretend there's a drum roll here now. We have rational choice theory, which originated around 1985, with the core concepts that individuals make rational choices. They're weighing up benefits against the costs or the risks for them to do it. So it has free will, decision making, perception of rewards are central to this theory. And I'm sure you can already think about crime types where a criminal will go, the reward is great and the risk is low. Then routine activities theory, which came into prominence in 1979. And that's when crime occurs when there's a convergence of 3 elements: a motivated offender, a suitable target, and a lack of a guardian. Then we have social learning theory. And social learning theory is a very useful one when we are talking about not just about criminal behaviours, but how we can impact people around us to be more cyber secure, whether that is role modelling more secure coding, whether we're role modelling lock your screen when you leave your desk, role modelling behaviours. Social learning theory can help promote healthy and good cybersecurity practices. But with criminals, it's where they say criminal behaviour is learnt in their interactions with others. And you can see that kind of thing in the early hacking years when the elite hackers would want to get fame and notoriety from each other, and they would be boasting about the things they were doing, and then social learning theory would contribute to more and more wanting to do that. And then we have strain theory. And with strain theory, that is when people experience a strain or a pressure to achieve a goal like wealth or status, but they lack the legitimate means to do this. And that frustration or inability to achieve those goals can lead to individuals engaging in criminal behaviours. And strain theory is something that you could really think about with insider threat, and we will be going over that. So why should we use criminology theories in cybersecurity? Criminology applied to cyberspace allows us to analyse the threats and security measures. It helps us inform policy and create and apply prevention initiatives that are relevant to this point in time now. It also supports strategies for intelligence work and law enforcement and helps us work out awareness and detection and helps us face emerging threats. It's flexible. Applying the theories can help us explain cybercrime and nation-state threats to those new to cybersecurity or people we're mentoring. And it can enable us to think more creatively about the threats. We could think about what technology could be exploited, why? How would a criminal do this? If a nation-state threat really wanted to do this, what kinds of things could they do? They allow us to be adaptable. We can get relevance from them. They're flexible. We can use these applied to emerging threats in various situations. They're not static. We can be proactive rather than reactive. We're not putting fires out all the time. We're using these to enhance our practices. So criminology allows for analysing behaviours and motivations and typologies of threat actors, moves beyond technical issues, and helps us understand the why and the how of things. It helps us consider and better understand potential victims or cyber threats. So whether that potential victim is a person or a network, we can understand that a little better. We can think, why is that person or network more likely to be targeted? Why is that organisation more likely to be targeted? What makes them attractive? We can analyse how and why people do what they do. So with nation-state threats, it could be that they want their country to sponsor them, or it could be they already are sponsored by that country. A criminal who is phishing for credentials, why are they doing that? We then can help this enhanced and agile prevention strategies to occur, where we're proactively facing these threats and we can flexibly put these strategies in place. And the criminology theories can apply to emerging technology and emerging threats. They help us understand what targets might be attractive and when. There may be a certain time a target is more attractive than at other times. For example, if you're thinking of hacktivist groups, certain organizations might be more of an attractive target at certain times. And we can use this information to help reduce the success or likelihood of a cyber threat. Criminology helps us to make targets less vulnerable and help us increase the presence of a capable guardian, whether that capable guardian is technology or enhancing people in cybersecurity professions. I hate that word, but I said it anyway. Look, there you go. And enhancing the end users of technology. We can prevent or disrupt incidents better if we understand the crime better. So criminology can inform the development of deterrent strategies, and insights can help us in our day-to-day work. So criminals think creatively, and we need to too. Some researchers from Avast about 6 years ago proved that they could compromise an internet-connected coffee machine, and they did. They got into the coffee machine. They were able to stop it producing coffee. They were able to take control of the functions completely. By doing that, they could leverage it further and get lateral movement. So if that was an internet-connected coffee machine in a corporate network, they could have got access to a corporate network. For their proof of concept, they used the coffee machine as an access point, which is really imaginative. And they established an unencrypted connection. they took the machine over and held the coffee to ransom, basically, which is quite a tragedy because anyone knows me, I love my coffee. These researchers showed imagination. They showed creative thinking. They showed that security needs to be agile. Now, let's think of rational choice theory in this coffee pot proof of concept. The coffee maker was an access point. It might have been easy to get to. It was low risk. The people doing it may have been able to hide themselves really, really well. And high rewards because the coffee drinkers want their coffee, so they're going to pay the ransom. So to flip that, to prevent this, we increase the perceived risk. We make it more likely that the criminal will be found. We increase the effort required for them to get into the coffee maker, and we've reduced the rewards. And one way of reducing rewards, of course, is to say, I'm not paying that ransom. I will get my analog coffee maker that doesn't connect to anything other than the electricity and make my coffee. So you have at it because I have another thing to do and I'm not going to pay you a ransom. If there are zero rewards, then we've reduced that reward for the rational choice theory. If we make it harder for them and more risks, then they're less likely to do it. Let's have a look at our next theory. Routine activity theory. This is where we're talking a convergence of motivated offenders, suitable targets, and no guardianships. We need to stay aware of more than emerging technology. We need to stay aware of more than phishing and of more than 0 days. We all need to also think of potential motivators, such as financial motivation, nation-state actors motivated to support their countries, geopolitical and socio-economic factors that contribute to motivating an offender. So when we work in cybersecurity, we aren't just talking about the technology. We're not even just talking about the people. We're talking about what's going on in the world around us. In teams I've managed over the years, and my current team, I encourage them to look at the news, how horrific it is anyway, but look at the news, find out what's going on in the world and how that might impact the cybersecurity of where we're working. We need to think of what these motivated actors might be targeting, and we have to think about how do we make that target less attractive, harder to get to, harder to compromise, harder to steal. So we have, patching, defense in depth. Don't forget increasing security culture and awareness in an organization, because security awareness and a security culture is part of being a capable guardian. Another part of guardianship is that we have proper monitoring in place so we can see if something odd has occurred. If something has happened, we can quickly do something about that, and that would help with our guardianship. Let's apply this to the City of Atlanta ransomware attack in 2018. Samsung ransomware, they got into the City of Atlanta networks, they took down their municipal services, lots of data was destroyed and cost a lot of money to get them back. So we had a motivated offender. Samsung are financially motivated, so we know that they would be looking to get money. So they are going to hit an attractive target that they know will pay or believe will pay. So how do we reduce this financial motivated offender's likelihood to hit this target? Well, number one, we could make it public we're never going to pay a ransom. The suitable target, it was a critical infrastructure, and an audit a few months before all this happened had shown that they had at least 1,500 unpatched vulnerabilities. So they were in a very sorry state to start with. So we need to make that target less suitable. Patch, mitigate vulnerabilities, raise security culture and awareness, stop brute force of passwords, because of course Samsung don't usually use phishing to get credentials, they use brute force, and they usually also target systems that are vulnerable. So if they're going to brute force a password, let's make it harder for them. Let's put multi-factor authentication in place as well. Absence of capable guardians. So before the attack, it was said that there was little monitoring and very bad incident response. So we need to introduce proper guardians, monitor for unusual activity, whether that's technical activity or human activity, and test your backups. And think about having security champions, because they all become part of the suitable guardians. Now, let's have a look at social learning. I spoke about security champions and how these people can be part of our guardians. Let's see how we can get them to be that way. Social learning theory talks about behaviours learned by observing others. So we could make security a learned and shared positive behaviour. Make it more a social norm, not just a policy requirement. Show people why it's important to have strong cybersecurity, strong online hygiene, why we don't want to share every single thing about every single part of our day or where we are at every single moment online, because that could make us into a target. Think about how we promote awareness. How do we encourage employees to observe and imitate security behaviours? How do we get leadership involved to do that? How do we encourage our developers to develop with security in mind? We need to model appropriate behaviours, make cybersecurity behaviours easy to see, remember, and replicate. Not just one-off training, but shaping cultures. Make security a learned positive behaviour. And while I'm talking about learnt behaviours, let's have a think about the burnout situation. Cybersecurity practitioners are facing burnout. Hypothetically, and just something for us to reflect on, are there work environments out there where overworking is normalised or glorified? Is there a tacit reward of people who are working well beyond their hours or never taking leave? Thinking about social learning theory, how do we disrupt that? How can we influence our peers to help improve work-life balance and well-being? How can we use social learning theory to disrupt normalisation of overwork? How do we use this to mitigate burnout? I'll leave you to think about that, and we'll go on to our last one. So, strain theory. This says that crime results from pressure about societal goals that you can't achieve, so you're going to turn to illegitimate methods to get there. Insider threat is something that you could apply strain theory to, and you could look at it as we need to monitor behavioural indicators. We need to look at employees under stress. We need to build a supportive, fair and transparent workplace. And for strain theory mitigations, you're often looking at people rather than only technology. But technology, of course, has its part, because how do you monitor things if you're not using technology? This is a very, very interesting theory. And often you'll see it when a disgruntled employee has sabotaged systems or stolen information. I'm going to go over a quick case study with you that I'm sure a lot of you know. And that is the Marucci water compromise in Australia in 2000. An employee who worked for a supplier that installed radio-controlled sewage equipment at Marucci Shire Council left the company he was working for, and public reports say that it wasn't a happy situation he had with his employer. It was a strained relationship. After leaving that employment, he then tried to get a job with Marucci, and they refused to hire him. So a couple of months after that, between February and April 2000, in 46 separate incidents, he used stolen radio transmitters to send commands to the pump stations to suppress alarms, shut off pumps, and cause a lot of malfunctions, which resulted in a really, really gross thing where large volumes of raw sewage were going all over the place in Marucci, parks, rivers, residential areas. And he was caught when a police officer did a traffic stop and found things in his car. Now, sorry. Another tech problem, look at that. That was a general summary of what occurred, but let's apply strain theory to that. The threat actor can be understood as stemming from a mix of strain. He had a strained relationship with his employer. He didn't get the job he wanted. He felt wronged. He had insider knowledge, and he used that to access that equipment. Strain theory then suggests that if these strains are present, individuals with these skills are at elevated risk of becoming insider threats. So how do we stop that? We need to have ways to recognise the risk. We need to have ways to limit opportunities. We need to think of deterrence and detection, And we need also to think of psychosocial support. So employees who are feeling grievances, we need to think about how do we resolve these disputes. We need to think of deterrence and detection. How do we make our technology alarm us when we need to be alarmed? How do we do forensic readiness to be able to trace things when we need to? So with strain theory, we need to monitor for signs of internal strain. We need to work out, address those root causes, not just the symptoms. So not tick box to keep our employees happy. Improve our organised culture will help reduce threats. But it's not just the people who are working for us that could be insider threats, because in the case of the Marucci Council, that was an ex-employee of a supply chain who did it. So employees who have resigned or people who have an inside knowledge of the situation could still be an insider threat. Now, I hope these examples have helped us to disseminate how criminology helps with cybersecurity and how we can use it to enhance our practices. And through this, gain a better understanding of offender motivations and the targeting of the cyber threats, whether they are people or networks, and how we can use these to inform and improve policies and approaches and work out targeted awareness campaigns, or work out where should the money be spent, what tools should we buy, what people should we hire, what skills do we need. Criminology helps cybersecurity because it provides flexibility. As technology changes and threats emerge, we can still apply these frameworks, and it can assist with burnout because we're not always putting out fires. So with criminology, we are looking at the motivations, methods, and patterns of behaviours. It can help us predict and profile cyber criminals. Who commits it? Why do they do it? Is it financial gain, political motivation, cyber terrorism, retaliation, boredom? How are they choosing the targets? Is the target human or an unsecured network? Why are they choosing those? We can think about how people are being manipulated by social engineering. Why are they being manipulated? How do we make them hardier to this? How do we control the root cause of crime? How do we create preventative strategies? How do we anticipate our threats? Routine activity theory and rational choice theory, for example, help our teams prioritize threats based on human behavior. And criminology itself brings a human-centered lens to cyber threats, helping us as cybersecurity practitioners to have agile, strategic responses to cyber threats, using our technology wisely, allocating our resources better, and making sure that we are working smarter, not harder. And hopefully that will also help mitigate some burnout. So I really thank everyone here listened and made it through this presentation. And I'm so sorry that I'm having some issues with my technology. Actually, it was one of my cats keep hitting my mouse. So thanks, cat. Let me go full circle. As Sun Tzu said, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. And that's me. Thank you, guys.
You can't say your cat is moving your mouse without then not showing us your cat. You know that, right?
Yeah. Well, I just flicked it. No animal cruelty here, I promise. I flicked at his tail because he kept hitting my mouse and moving my slide deck. And I just thought, yeah, okay, you can do that. It's fine. I'll just move back. And he just kept doing it. And in the end, I flicked him and he's just jumped off. I don't know where he is. Probably complaining somewhere now.
You had to make sure you post something in the fur babies later.
Yes.
Yes. Cats are the true insider threat. I do agree, Mosh. They are like learning everything and like secretly looking to test. There's that what was it? It was a Love, Death, Robots episode of the cat who teaches the robot how to like take over the world. I genuinely think that's what cats are going to do.
I think they are too.
I'm not a cat person. If you can.
I have lots of animals, lots and lots of animals.
What animals do you have?
My husband and I, between us, we have 2 dogs, 3 cats, a guinea pig, lovebirds, aquarium full of fish. We used to have pet rats, but they have a very, very low lifespan, so we stopped having them.
Oh, yeah. That's very adorable. There's lots of pets being posted. Tim Tam Slam, what is your beverage of choice?
Okay, so recently, my husband bought me some Tim Tams in what he called a chocolate show bag to cheer me up, which was lovely. And I made myself a long black coffee, and I thought, I haven't done Tim Tam Slam for like forever. I'll try it. And so I literally have not done it for a long time. And I had to look it up how to do it because I couldn't remember how to do it. Because at first I bit off the wrong part of the Tim Tam. I'm thinking, why can't I get the coffee up? So I had to look it up. So I did it. And my Tim Tam just completely dissolved before I could do anything. So although I like coffee, that probably wasn't the best idea. So I'm probably going to go with Ian's with the cold milk, because at least my Tim Tam's not going to just dissolve instantly.
Excellent. Another one for Team Milk.
I think that's 3 or 4 for Team Milk. There's been a couple of coffees which I can't, like, I guess if you're like a cappuccino drinker or a mocha drinker, like that kind of makes sense.
It's like eating it with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like Tim Tam Slam.
I kind of got over the whole chocolate and coffee. I'm not a big chocolate eater. This is the thing. I'm a savoury person. However, I think it's important to say that was an absolutely fantastic talk. Thank you so much, Mandy. I think understanding theory, like there's a lot of things we do and we don't understand why we do them. And understanding the basics and the theory behind some of these things makes it easier to understand when in those situations where it doesn't work. Because then you can go back to the theory and then readjust why it doesn't work based on understanding the reason why something's set out that way.
Yeah, exactly. It's like playing music. Playing music, you learn the basics first so that you can play anything really. And I think it's really important. I'm technical, but if I only tried a technical thing and it went wrong, I need to go back to why did it go wrong? Why didn't it work? Why didn't we stop those people? And that's why I find criminology theory is really useful.
You reminded me of the rant that I didn't have earlier, but I'll have it again. I have this every single ComfyCon, and it's aligned with a rant that Lydia has, and that's I hate the use of the word I'm technical or I'm not technical, because fundamentally everything is technical in some way. You may not be technological, but you're technical.
The reason I put it in is because I'm an adjunct lecturer, and some of the students go, oh, but you're talking about criminology, so you don't understand computers. And I go, well, actually, I do, and I can code and all sorts of things. That isn't why I'm using criminology, because for some reason they seem to think, oh, this is a soft skill, so you don't understand anything about computers, which is kind of sad. But you're right.
Maybe I'm just super smart and capable of understanding countless things, you know. So you might enjoy this book. It's a new one.
Thank you so much, Mandy.
Thanks, guys.
We will let you go back to your evening.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Mandy.
Thank you. We just had our third quote of the conference, which was "My cat doesn't have an NDA," which I thought was quite good.
I love it.
Because the amount of presentations that my doggies have been through, and they've been in the office as well. Oh, hello, Rose. See, there's a Rose.
Hello, Rose.
Rose's noses. And Zero's barking outside at something. Yeah, the amount of talks they've been in and like presentations, and they know all the secrets. All of the secrets. Okay, so we're actually running. I wasn't aware this was going to happen, but like we're running ahead at this point, which is great, because that means we get more time for shit talking at the end.
We put it into the universe, like, oh my god, we got to make sure we're on time, and
yeah,
it happened.
I should have stressed out less about that. We're going to try and invite Ben and see if Ben's actually, actually operative. Hello, Ben. Can you hear us?
Hello I can. Can you hear me?
It works. It does. My friend, you're wearing an OG ComfyCon shirt.
That's right. The OG, right?
Love it.
It's actually the only ComfyCon t-shirt I have. So,
well, in fairness, that was probably the only year we actually did merchandise properly. Every other year it's kind of been the last second with getting Bex, who, by the way, has holes, to upload the photo to Redbubble.
Yep, I had to. I really had to dig this out of the cupboard too, by the way, because I was thinking, what am I going to wear? I should really wear something cool because everyone's got these cool hats and t-shirts. And I was like, let's get the ComfyCon t-shirt, right? So I was digging through all my t-shirts from conferences and all sorts of things, right? And I found it finally.
Are you saying you don't wear it on a regular basis?
No, well, that's why it hasn't got holes in it. So.
Oh man. Hey, Ben has obviously spoken at ComfyCon before. He was mentioned by Alan this morning as being one of the OG presenters who also came from a company that shall not be named, and is still kicking around. Ben is going to be talking about a fairly serious subject, I think, today. So on that note, I will get you to add your screen. So bottom, you've got slides, right?
I do, yeah. I'll share my
Yeah,
screen.
so at the bottom there's a plus and then share screen and then we should be good to go.
We should be. One moment. How's that? Can you see my screen?
I do indeed. All right,
Great.
I will hand over to you, my friend.
Well, thank you. And yes, as Ian has said, this is a somewhat serious topic, actually. There's been a lot of great talks today, and I've been really enjoying a lot of the content that you have all given us today. There's so many relatable topics as well that fall into what I'm about to talk, and that is human to harm, abusing the TTP. Siri is trying to get me to talk on something, so I'm going to close that. And look, I'm not going to give much of an introduction at the moment because I really want to focus on this content. And first of all, my clicker is now not working. There we go. There is a disclaimer at the moment. Please, this is a heavy topic. It's an ugly child that only myself and Emily really love at the moment because we find this such an interesting topic. But if you are in any harm at all, please reach out to these numbers listed here. We are not equipped legally to handle any form of active or new cases. We can only look at existing and try cases through court. So this is the first warning. Stop here before you see any further content, because something I ask people that want to join the company I currently work for, it's an intelligence company, by the way. The question I ask, that I think is really deep for them to think about, because it's only something that really affects them. And the question is, are you prepared to see the things that you weren't prepared to see? And this is something we'll be diving into a little bit today. But to really set the scene, I want you to understand where we are going to be along this journey too. And we've only got really 3 major topics. And I've given them particular names because I think they really kind of suit this scenario quite well. But roots of root, and if you look at down the bottom left-hand corner too, you know, I am a bit of a nerd, so I have to add some form of nerdery in here. But roots of root will be the first thing that we talk about today. The second thing that we talk about today is the perversion of doctrine. Trust me, these will make more sense as we go through the topics. And the third thing, and the final thing that we'll be talking about today, is the digital emotion. I really enjoyed what empressbat just talked about a moment ago, because there's so much that she has looked at that will relate into this conversation as well as we go through things. But to really kick things off today, we'll focus on the roots of root. And as Alan has really covered a lot today, how special ComfyCon was to him, how it built this huge connection. It's something that the internet and technology really has given us. It's given us that ability to connect with people across the world and develop friendships that we never thought were possible. In the cyber world, though, something that we probably forget sometimes, when we're looking at malware, we're looking at alerts, is that on every aspect of this, and every attack, it all begins and ends with a human. It isn't done by computers. And even with the new generation of AI coming through, somebody has to initiate those forms of attack. And we're all familiar with attack vectors too. Phishing, malware infections, credential thefts, they're all valid attack vectors that focuses on the human themselves in order to compromise their mail account or trick them into clicking particular links. But the malware infection could be targeted on their particular endpoint in order to impact and change how these people operate. To credential theft, to stealing people's online identities, or messing with their entire lives. These are all impacts that focus on the human element themselves. When we think about this a little bit deeper though, cybersecurity is more than computers. It is the human that is involved within us. And there's been a lot of talks about this today, that the code that we develop, the things that we do, the things that we defend against, it's all about us at the end of the day, right? And if every stage of a cyber attack has a human involved, are we really asking the core questions of why they're doing this? And empressbat kind of covered that just a moment ago about the human behavioral elements. And it does pose the question, what is the motivation behind these attacks? something about humans, when we take a step back and we look at ourselves, we are driven by all forms of emotion. We want senses of comfort, senses of connecting. Just as we talked about a moment ago, we need to really break this down into some really simple forms of why we are looking for particular things. And we think about one particular aspect, belonging. Belonging is something that we all are here today at ComfyCon. We all feel like we belong to a community. We all feel like we have people that relate to us, and we all have a sense of understanding of each other. Another thing is validation, that when we talk about the things that we are interested in, or the passions that we have, or the interests that we want to focus on, the validation component is so important to us because it makes us feel important, listened, cared for. And a final component here is the understanding component, that we all just want to be understood, whether it's our feelings, our interests, again, our belonging, our communities. We all just want to have a component of understanding so that we feel like we all belong together, and we start to really validate all these emotions that we feel. But something that is sometimes a little bit overlooked is one particular emotion that really can drive a lot of us, and that is control. Now, it's not a sinister component yet, but when we think about control, our minds may wander in that particular space at the moment because we are talking about a fairly heavy topic, but control is control of self. And that the choices I make on a day-to-day basis, I'm in control of those choices. And everything I think about, I'm in control of myself. Everything that I do physically, mentally, everything is my choice. And so therefore, I'm in control of myself. Another aspect is control of my destiny. Again, the choices that I choose to make affect my outcomes through my own actions. Therefore, I'm choosing the destiny and I'm in control of that one. But a more nefarious component is the control of others. I always take a bit of a moment to pause here because I like these things to really take a bit of an impact as we go through this. It's not overly complicated, but it is a part of everything that we are. So something about humans, though, is that abuse isn't new. Abuse has existed since the dawn of time, since any form of history that we have written about human behavior, human actions, human outcomes. There's all been some form of abuse in some form of history somewhere, and we're seeing it so very much today, so in all forms of technology and all forms of media and all forms of everything else that we know around us, which takes us to the point of abuse isn't new, but our technology is. And so taking a lens on that one, some of you may be familiar with the MITRE ATT&CK framework. And when we see attacks and cyber attacks, we're familiar with the patterns that the MITRE ATT&CK framework has laid out for us. And these are just the really simple components here. We would talk about initial access, execution, and persistence. And these are some of the most common forms of attack because initial access can be seen, it's actually changed a bit now, but used to be seen as phishing, whereas persistence is that lateral movement component where we're reinfecting, taking action into making sure that we remain persistent within a network environment or an endpoint environment. Something that is a bit misunderstood, though, is the relationship between humans and technology. And this is where it gets a bit heavy for the audience, though. You may relate to some of these quotes that we see on the screen here, but this would be seen as attack vectors of the human or abuse attack vectors. They're just that way. It's my fault this happened. Maybe I should have been better. And these are all aspects that we can look at from an attack perspective to understand why is a human behaving this way. But a quote here, I am who am, it's actually from the Bible, funny enough. It's a quote that really sticks with me in particular because what it's saying is that I am who I am a human. I'm born this particular way. The choices that I make are made through natural choices, but I can learn from these. So therefore, I am who I am, and this makes me up. So now we cover off the roots of roots. We start to understand that through technology, through cultural upbringing, through mental health, that this can be learned, it can be taught, it can be changed, it's not just a part of who we are, but it's a part of our entire world, which takes us into the perversions of doctrine. And this takes on a bit more of a academic lens, I suppose, because working for an intelligence organization now, I get to look at all the interesting aspects of what makes up intelligence and why intelligence is done the way that it is. And back in 2006, there was a field manual called the Human Intelligence Collector Operations Field Manual. And it was focused on creating people who could capture human intelligence, just like you think about, right? The spies of the world, espionage, all of these different field operations that occur in order to collect information from our foreign adversaries in order to understand that field better. But it follows a particular method, and it is a part of the intelligence methodology, the intelligence lifecycle methodology, which is direction, planning, collection, process, analysis, and a final component not listed here at the moment is dissemination. This particular manual teaches a human operator in order to how to perform human intelligence and what the process it is that they need to follow. But ultimately, the purpose of intelligence is to create guidance for the human operations or the HUMINT operations, defines the roles and responsibilities of this intelligence outcome. It establishes an ethical and legal boundary, and keep that in mind for me. More importantly, for this particular manual, it supports the Army doctrine. And something particularly interesting about why this particular field manual was released, and again, 2006, it's probably had a lot of updates since then, and there's probably a lot of things that we don't know about how they operate for very good reason. But back in 2005, and if you're as old as I am and as Ian is, you probably understand that there was some really turmoil times back in the US when terrorist threats were existing and all those sorts of things, and some terrible things occurred because of that. So things like this were released in order to create transparency with the Army, Defence, and the public, and it showed what exactly they are doing, but also states right here that they are only approved for the techniques within this particular manual, nothing else. Anything outside of that becomes effectively a war crime. And so I call this the formalities of nature, that even though there's aspects of us that we cannot control in a way, there are ways in which we can teach people in order to what is good behavior and what is bad behavior. And so I make a point here that intelligence is necessary. Intelligence is necessary for the fact of that we need to know the unknown. It's necessary because we need to be able to anticipate the future. But it's also necessary because we need to understand our adversaries better. And it's highlighted in red here for a particular reason as we go further into this conversation. Now, when we think about these formalities of nature here, we see in the particular manual here that it points out very specifically that the use of torture is not illegal, but it is a poor technique. Which begs the question here, abuse does not get results. So why does it happen at all? Something else that I've read recently is the CIA document on recruitment of intelligence operators. I call this Nature Without Analysis now, that we are who we are again. I am who I am. We think about that. And when we don't analyze how we perform and how we do these things within a professional environment, we can be misaligned, we can make the wrong decisions, we can get the wrong outcome. And so this particular manual focuses on what is it about humans that make the choices they want to make, that are motivating their choices, that change their behavior in order to serve as an intelligence officer of an organization or a government agency. And it's not about the things that you probably expect, which is why I start with this one, that we can see here that, got my camera in the way, there we go. Reciprocation, I need to remember that word. Reciprocation is one of these components of what makes us and drives us to do the things that we do. You know, if I do something for you, then you feel obligated to do something for me. We do respect authority. Although we live in the cybersecurity world of chaos and anarchy, there is still authority in which we all have a level of respect for each other, whether it be our knowledge, whether it be our success, whether it be our monetary success as well. But we all have some form of authority within our our social construct. Scarcity, if you were around for the time for when the PS5 was released, we saw what scarcity did in this circumstance. That I was fortunate enough to get one just in time, but what it created was all the scalpers that they would buy all these PlayStation 5s up and then sell them at double the price, creating this view of scarcity, that there are none left out in the environment and that people need to pay more in order to get them. Which falls into the consistency of information, that if you continuously tell people information, they start to believe it, they start to understand it, they start to act upon it. Which takes us into the final 2 points of liking and social proof that we covered that a moment ago, where we all seek the validation, we all seek the understanding, we all seek connecting of some form, that we all need that social construct within our communities. But when we take this into another analysis, there are demotivating factors of human nature as well. And these are the components I just mentioned a moment ago that you may think are actually the motivating factors of the human behavior. That reward, ideology, compromise, and ego are all things that we want to avoid in some form or another, where reward is we get something for our good behavior, or we get something for good outcomes. Where our ideology is something that we believe in, where we don't want to be compromised on who we are or what we're doing. And our ego, we don't want our personal achievements challenged. We want them celebrated. And so a final component of this particular area is that when we think about all these components coming together, the formalities of how intelligence operations work, and that there's a point in there that abuse does not get the desired outcomes that you seek from an intelligence collection operation, that if we don't perform any level of reflection on ourselves, we find that we don't get the outcomes that we expect. So why does it continue to happen? Why do we abuse other humans? Why do we get abused and then give the abusers what they want from those outcomes? And another point here is that how much wrong will occur before somebody actually takes a moment to think, is what I'm doing right? Is something that I can do, is there something I can do better? And will my next form of action create the desired outcome that I seek and benefits the other person? And that takes us to our third topic after we see that the human principles, whether ethical and legal bounds, can change how we start to perceive how human behavior works, which takes us into our next component of the digital emotion. Now, something about humans is a lot of people seem to think and argue with this fact that we can't really predict how we behave or the choices that we make. And there's some level of truth to that, but there's always signs as to reasons why people make the choices they do. Something I really point out here is that quantum physics is random, and that I know a company in Canberra that focuses on true random numbers in order to create unpredictable encryption keys, so that for the quantum world, you cannot decrypt that information. Now, in the human world, though, I make a point here that emotions have patterns, that our choices, our feelings, there's a reason why we get to this particular stage, and it doesn't happen for any random reason at all. And so when we think about what we just spoke about in the formalities of nature there, procedures for abuse enablement, we come back to our structure analysis here again. There's another word for it, but I've forgotten, it doesn't matter. Reciprocation, authority, scarcity, consistency, liking, and social proof, otherwise known, by the way, as rascals. We compare it to our other one there, which is reward, ideology, compromise, and ego, or RICE. Another one is called mice, by the way, and there's a funny line in that document that actually says, humans are rascals, not mice. I just remember that one. So now when we compare this, if we think about money, why would we want money? Money creates a system of reward for good behavior, for good outcomes, for good work. Some may argue good work is more work for the reward of good work, but that's okay. Money is a reward system, and money can be scarce as well. But the thing about money compared to rice and rascals is that money can be taken away, and it becomes a controlling mechanism for the human. That if you're not doing a good job, you take the money away, and now the behavior is, well, I don't want to do that anymore because I don't want to receive that outcome. I want more money, or I want the ability to survive. And the document actually specifies that if this behavior is a part of the system for intelligence collection, that it can actually put a person or intelligence officer, an operator, agent, sorry, in a very compromising position, especially from a political position, which could actually lead to the form of death. We take another analysis here. We take belief. What are our beliefs? What do you believe in? You may believe in Christianity. You may be a Buddhist. You may be an atheist. It doesn't matter in this circumstance, but what does matter is the emotional drive behind your belief. And there's that is an ideology, because it can create a form of authority that if you don't do something, then God may smite you, or bad things may happen, or you may not go to heaven, or you may go to hell, whatever that particular sentence is, and those forms of control are. We see that ideology is probably the wrong choice in terms of field operations and human behavior, because it challenges the authority. I realized my title was missing at the top there. That's okay. One final component here is love. We all want to feel love in some form. We all deserve to feel love in every form, whether it be from our parents, our friends, our lovers, it doesn't matter. But love can also be mapped to the rice and rascals model here, to compromise an ego, to reciprocation and liking and social proof. That if we are challenged as people, our love is challenged, then we come back to those sentences before that, or maybe I should be better if I don't get what I'm expecting, the reciprocation, the liking and the social proof of my love for this person. It plays such a powerful role in this comparison because this is the human element of everything that we think about, everything that we do, everything that we behave. And so we take it into that cyber element. Again, we think about why are we doing these particular things? And we think again that abuse isn't new, and that the human behavior can be somewhat predictable based on many, many different variables and factors. Sometimes very difficult to see all of them, but we're reminded that abuse isn't new, but our technology is. And so we take that lens again, we look at the MITRE patterns. I was talking about this the other day about MITRE patterns. MITRE patterns are great because although there's so many companies out there that claim they can see 0 days, I still argue the fact that a 0 day exists for the fact that it is undetectable. But what can be detected is the behaviors of a network, that you may see a breach at one endpoint, that you may be seeing a phishing email at another one. And you can see in this particular example here, very high level example, that these MITRE attack tactics are mapped out from left to right because they can be disrupted and potentially identified to what form of cyber attack it is. What I've been working on with Emily is what's called the SAFE framework. And it's much the same in terms of MITRE, that we look at what is it about the human that drives them to do the things that they do from a perspective of abuse. That abuse isn't just family violence, it's also domestic violence and extremism, terrorism, war crimes, all of these forms of factors of human abuse. And when we start to analyze why a particular human starts the way they do, what is it that creates this particular person to make the decisions and the choices that they make in order to achieve the wrong outcomes? And so we think about formation as one of the first stages of any human of existence. And this would start at the very first existence of a human, a baby. And formation can lead to perhaps mental health issues, cultural upbringing, abusive households. It doesn't matter how we lens this. The formation is the very first beginning of why humans behave the way that they do later on in life. And we can see that there's other stages here through conditioning, control, What we ultimately want to be able to achieve is the ability to see this pattern in order to disrupt it and identify it before it gets worse. And so again, abuse isn't new, but our technology is. And so if we compare the two frameworks here, reconnaissance, lateral movement, command and control for minor attack, we see that there is an overlapping component between what we are starting to develop in the SAFE framework. The formation is one of the very first beginnings. That lateral movement can be an element of control from human. The command and control can be a factor of exploitation from the human behavioral element here. And we come back to the very beginning again, that we think about cyber. We take the cyber lens on this and we say, well, every cyber attack again begins and ends with the human, but we can cross off the cyber element now and say that every attack begins and ends with a human. A little bit of a reality check in that, why would we care about abuse from a cyber lens? Well, from a business and economic standpoint, these particular studies here, and I've listed them all at the bottom so you can look at these references later, that it does have an impact on our economy. It does have an impact on how we do business. It has an impact everywhere. And it is so expensive and so powerful in that way to see it, that it's a surprise that we don't do much about this at all. Because again, I said at the start that this is a very ugly problem that we all have seen or experienced in some form, right? But we don't see these components here, that it costs globally 19.9 trillion in purchasing power parity. And some quick case studies here, done in the Department of Justice in America. They did an audit of domestic violence and extremism to highlight how important it is to understand it, but also how much of an impact it has on their national security. Into more home issues of personal security, that when we don't take our security and human security seriously enough, that people can be affected and impacted by this in the forms of torture and abuse. And finally, a study done by ANROS, that perpetrators aren't necessarily doing it to kill their victim, that it could just be an element of control to get the outcomes that they're looking for, to control those individuals or group of people in order to get what they want out of whatever agenda it is that they are motivated by. And that takes us to the end of this, where we see that digital emotion and using technology to map human vulnerabilities is something that is possible. That although we feel that we may be random, there is a pattern that leads to our behavior and our motivations. Something really powerful, I think it would finish this particular talk as well, that I haven't got a conclusion here because there is no end to human abuse. But something that we all can do is we can make it better. We can choose to make better choices. We can choose to reflect on the actions that we take with one another. But we can choose to also look at this from an analysis lens and start to make systems and frameworks in order to make the identification of abuse easier for our entire world. And so I call to my audience here today that you're all welcome to join me and all welcome to join SAFE from Not a Standard here and contribute to the SAFE framework. It is in draft, it is very small at the moment, but we believe in our community. We believe that there are a lot of people out here who can contribute to this and really start to create a powerful framework that identifies abuse. And with that, I say thank you. I'm Ben Benzies, but others may know me as Benzies. I hold credibility to this conversation today because I have 20 years of experience in cyber and across different forms of industry in this particular space. So I want to thank you, my audience, and I hand it over to you, Ian.
Getting popped a little. Thanks so much, Ben. I realise this is a heavy topic, so again, I encourage people, those phone numbers at the beginning, 000 if appropriate, 1-800-RESPECT or Lifeline 13 11 14. I unfortunately don't have US numbers, but if there are US people watching, please seek out help. Yeah, I don't really know where to go after that. It's
yeah, it was.
It's important to have the conversation. Yes. Right. This is why we didn't shy away from it. I think every conference we've done something that's a bit, a bit out of left field, a bit uncomfortable, because we have to be in that space and acknowledge the problems that are happening in those spaces and look at how we actually, move forward and modify behaviors and change the way that those things are being dealt with. So thank you again.
Absolutely. My pleasure. And yes, sorry, it was such a heavy topic.
No, it's good.
This needs to be talked about in order to make the world a better place.
It's about protecting everyone.
Absolutely.
Yes. And yes, a shout out to Emily, who obviously started off all this work, and you've come along for the ride as well. Definitely, who spoke a couple of years ago. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah, and happy to talk to anyone about this. Again, like I said at the start here, we're not equipped to handle this from a legal perspective. So if it's new or if it's ongoing, please reach out for help. But for existing cases that are public to us, please, we'd love to understand it more, because it helps us build the framework.
Absolutely. Not to diminish that, but Tim Tam Slam.
So that's the problem, right? So I won't slam it because I slam the whole packet before I even get an opportunity.
Before the kettle's boiled, they're gone.
In the hypothetical situation where there's only one Tim Tam left because your 3 lovely children and your wife have stolen all the other Tim Tams, what beverage are you going to have with that single Tim Tam?
So I probably just have a glass of water, because like you just said, right, everyone in this household is very hungry. It's very expensive to feed this family. So I often hide it in the freezer. And so I get a crunchy Tim Tam, right? So it doesn't leave too much residue on your teeth as well. So you can enjoy the Tim Tam, enjoy it as a crunchy Tim Tam.
Doesn't get in the beard as well, because Ben is, of course, the only person who can out-beard me.
I'll let it grow for this occasion. But yeah, the water helps to wash away any residue, right? Because I care about my dental.
But would you actually, that's drinking it with it, but would you actually Tim Tam slam water?
Oh, no way. Absolutely not. That's a crime.
So what's your choice for that then?
Sorry, what was that?
What
would be your choice there?
Would you do the actual Tim Tam slam with?
I would just go a black coffee if I had to do one at all. If I had the opportunity to.
That's a good plan. That's a good plan.
You'll have to get one of the Costco massive boxes of Tim Tams. Hopefully there'll be some left for you.
Oh,
I'll come drop them off.
All right.
I've only had one Tim Tam, and that Tim Tam had Vegemite on it. So thank you so much for talking, Ben. Much
You're very
appreciated.
welcome.
As always.
We'll see you next time, hey, and then see you on the Discord chat.
Absolutely. Thanks, mate.
All right, see you later.
Fantastic. So,
awesome.
Shall we show some pets? We haven't done it,
Absolutely.
and I think it's the end of the day. Okay.
And we've got a little bit of time, so we can.
We have a little bit of time, and I promise I won't make Hoodie sit there for a long time. Where is this? God, there's so many pets. Okay, here we go. Now I fixed my problem with Chrome, except I've got it on the wrong window. So technical difficulties. There we go. Okay. So what have we got here? We have is that a chinchilla or a gerbil? It's a chinchilla, I think. Can I zoom in? I can't zoom in. Bloody Discord. A very cute King Charles and a cat who I think get along okay, except the cat then did get fed food, so it was very annoyed. Some adorable more cats. I can't remember what type of cat is that? It's like a tabby or something. No, I don't know. It's cats.
It'll come to me in 10 minutes.
More cats. I think if we did a cat, this is Sin's cat is very it's like it's smiley cat or whatever it is. Like the it's like I can't remember, the cat with just the flat face kind of thing. Flat mouth. And then, of course, we have Ben's Labrador, who is adorable. More cats. So many cats. Dogs are better. Did I say that out loud?
You might have, yeah.
I did. Essential security checks from dogs. Yes, my dog's on my doorbell. Actually, if I can, I wonder if I can do this live. Can I press this? No, it's not letting me. Normally I can get my iPhone to put the camera on, but they're literally just asleep underneath me right now. I'll take a photo. Okay. And one's looking at me going, what the hell are you doing? Okay, here we go. And Jacqueline has chickens. It's very cute. And a dog that doesn't seem to eat the chickens, which is very surprising.
Honey is just too good for this world.
Okay. It's very cute. That's a dog, the Eskimo dog, the name escaped. I'm so tired.
Let's just go. That's a cute dog. Let's not worry about any breeds or types.
It's far too confusing. Chihuahuas, and then your cats.
Yeah.
This is like the family photo they got taken at like Lay's or whatever, the US Sears. That's it. The American, like, you know, those photos of like families at Sears.
Yeah, I like woke up at like 5 a.m. to go to work one day. I'm like, damn, you guys are cute.
Yeah, that is very cute. And there's mine. He's sitting on the couch, man of all he can survey, who also stole a toilet roll and destroyed it. More cats and a black hole with eyes. And yes, innocence. Okay. Now, I'm not sharing that. I mean, at least it's nothing bad, but meh, whatever. Okay, so now we have our final talk. The evening was made up of primarily like human-based talks, and so we have our final talk, which is from our own lovely Hoodie, who I'm going to bring on stage now and ask to say hello.
Hello.
Hi, Hoodie. How are you?
Hi. It's dark outside.
It's dark. Are you as tired as I am?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, my eyes are drooping.
Hoodie is one of our amazing mods. He actually runs the entire frigging conference and just tells me what to do, and Adriana. However, he is also an amazing cyber person in his own right. And so I'm going to hand over to Hoodie, who's going to talk about the fragility of life, which again is not a very dark topic at all.
I mean, I'm a horse. I'm a pony, so. Okay. Coolios. Okay. Good day. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which I present from today, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. I extend this acknowledgement and respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today, and your continuing connection to the land, waters, and communities. Land which was stolen and never surrendered. When I first wrote this talk, it was very much inspired by Cory Doctorow's work on enshittification in 2023. However, it's become clearer since how we continue to unknowingly expose our lives to increasing fragility. It's been a few years, but it kind of still keeps me awake at night. Especially often when there is yet another terms of service that I must agree to if I wanted to participate in society or just carry on with my life. That feels quite unfair, especially when the user is the one bearing nearly all the risk with very little meaningful control. So why do we see this? Why does it feel like these terms and these arrangements feel so disconnected? An aha moment happened one day when I was doing some work on a risk register. Risk, very high. Impact, potential death of multiple people. Likelihood, moderate. We've seen about a handful of these in the past year, maybe? Yeah. But we've already externalized the liability of the risk. We've got insurance, and total cost to business of a payout is, well, less than 10% annual revenue. So based on our risk appetite policy, we accept the risk. Whoa, hold up. What? Potential death of multiple people? Risk accepted? That doesn't seem right. Well, to use video games as an analogy, I was kind of risk managing a risk register for an organization, playing with respawns available. But it's like, as a person, I'm playing a single attempt, zero death run. That is a bloody different difficulty mode and risk level, a very different game. That mismatch. It now makes sense why it felt like I was playing a different game, because fucking hell, I was. Also, what you and I value as a person is not the same as the fiduciary duty and values of a business. And as a cybersecurity professional hired by the business, it is in the business interest that I was managing these concerns for. The business is obligated to its shareholders, not your hardship. So what can we as individuals do about it? Like any security professional, we too can assess the risk and make a plan to manage it. But instead of on the business behalf, we do it for ourselves. To make a plan, well, a sensible thing to do is to first understand the operational landscape and its kind of influencing factors. This helps us decide what we should act, taking into consideration our own priorities and what we can afford and what we're willing to live with. As an example, many people die in traffic accidents every year, but most of us still regularly get into a car, right? Since it's not practical to fully consider all possibilities, we can use a threat model and some prioritizing to help us better understand what we should be concerned about. So, what scenario are we threat modeling? A quick way to understand dependency is to, well, let's just turn the whole thing off and see what it impacts or breaks. So let's go with a bit of an extreme scenario here, because if we're prepared for this, well, anything lesser is easier, right? So let's start with our scenario. What happens when you say, disconnect the whole country, like Australia maybe, suddenly fully from the greater internet? Without even trying, we have a gut feeling how badly that will go. It's going to get nasty. And well, last year's CrowdStrike incident gave us a canary into the consequences. I'm in Australia, and fortunately for this threat model, we're an island. Nice boundaries there. And likelihood that an incident that would disconnect us from the internet isn't that far-fetched. There are, well, only 15 cables that connect us to the outside world, and they all pass through earthquake fault lines and contentious waters. If your plumbing or food supply broke down this many times in the last 2 to 3 years, how concerned would you be? I'd be pretty worried if my local supermarket shelves were empty that frequently. Cutting of undersea cables is an issue that happened in our neighborhood more than a few times in the past few years. There was even an article last year about that concern. Heck, shortly after that theoretical article, we get this headline and this. This was supposed to be fiction, but here we are. So, using, say, the NIST SB 830 risk assessment guidance From the articles we've just seen, the likelihood of a disconnection incident is, well, moderate, because we saw at least 3 incidents in the last year alone. A sign that we should probably start preparing for it. That is us keeping this an OSI layer 1, a physical layer disconnection. We could potentially argue that the likelihood is lower because, well, there are 15 bloody cables, but we could also argue otherwise, as we have not even considered being disconnected due to, say, BGP misconfiguration, which happens significantly more frequently. Let's not even start with the complexities of staying legally compliant with all the changing laws, especially if they conflict with your local laws, values, and norms. And I'm not a lawyer, nor in GRC. So let's keep this simple and the disconnection physical. Now that we have our scenario, we know we can't quite model every service dependency. That'd be unrealistic. We'd be here for far too long and it's getting late. So let's pick an example to try and model. So email, I choose you. So why email? Well, it's a very well-known public standard, a well-known commodity service that everyone depends on. Its parts are comparatively more transparent than, say, like payments, which is significantly more regulated and opaque behind NDAs, and repositories like PyPy, Docker, and NPM are far more complex than we need for our example. Our email address serves as a proxy of our identity. It acts out as our main formal communications channel online. It's practically the anchor of our digital identity, including gov agencies like ID.me in the US and MyGov ID in the tax office in Australia. It also serves as legal records for purchases, agreements, and communications. Heck, the last contract you signed, I bet there's a high likelihood that it was delivered to you by email. When was the last time you signed up for an account and did not need to provide an email address? Without our email addresses, we are effectively dead in the digital-first environment. So, email seems rather important, eh? I'd say it's a good place to start our little threat analysis. So, email. Simple, right? Surely, we've got this. We'll be right. Nah, right? Let's dig in. For many of our interactions with email, it's via an email service provider which handles it all for us as a service, including the client interface we interact with, like maybe iCloud, Microsoft Outlook, Google's Gmail, maybe ProtonMail if you are more privacy conscious. How many of us here have looked at how emails work? I'm gonna bet more than a few, but for people like my parents, email is just that one magical service that they get mail in. But email's made of more than that. There's a bunch of standards and dependencies that make email work. So what makes up email? Well, here's a list of some related RFCs. There's a lot we can dig into, but let's just focus on the dependencies rather than the protocol descriptions. So I'm going to paint with very, very broad strokes here. So what are these dependencies for an email to be sent from one address to another? Say from one .au address to another. So let's start with the domain name. That's how we know which IP address to connect to. Then we need to route. It's how the local ISPs find their way to move the email packets about. Then the certs, because encrypt everything, right? So TLS and modern email security heavily depend on this for encryption and authentication. Then there's your email software, your mail delivery agent, your MDA, routes mail from your machine to your local inbox, mail user agent, your MUA, your email client interface, and your mail transfer agent, the server software that actually sends mail between computers. And there's the operating system it runs on. But let's not chase that rabbit hole of dependencies and talk about things like systemd. With that quick refresher on how email works, let's do a quick threat model of email. Yay! Quick reminder, scenario here is that Australia suddenly gets fully disconnected from the internet. Like, poof, we become an island. So let's start with some common email as a service providers. We'll ask 3 very simple questions. Are the email servers with my data locally, physically in Australia? Will we be able to access and download our emails from within Australia? So in Australia, can I still use it? Will I be able to send and receive email from other local TLDs, such as get very important text notices from the government to my local inbox? Well, sounds important, right? So we'll take a look at 4 providers: Microsoft Outlook, Gmail, Google Mail, Proton Mail, and Fastmail. So let's start with Microsoft Outlook. It has data residency options for the enterprise accounts. It mentions of data at rest for exchange online mailbox content, but I couldn't find anything about personal Outlook or Microsoft accounts beside this small little snippet in the privacy policy. So when you select a data residency region in Australia, if say US Central went offline, would you be able to still access, read, and send your email? Mention in the chat if you think so. I'll carry on in the interest of time. Yeah, right. I'm actually not sure. There's DNS, which is reliant on the .com TLD, but that might be cached, so maybe? Well, then there's this. Well, as you can see from this incident from maybe July last year, the ability to access is down because off is down. So despite having the data physically in Australia, we have no way to access it because the gates are offline. Can't get through the gates. This status page is for Azure, but it does raise the question. Since we can't access the service, is sending and receiving email possible? Oh. Shrug. So let's move on. Gmail or Google Workspace or whatever they call it today has data regions for Google Workspace Enterprise, but it's only US and Europe. So that doesn't quite help our scenario here. It covers data at rest and processing. I couldn't find anything about personal Gmail accounts. So, but well, let's look at it anyway. This outage in 2020, it affected the EU. So I'm guessing we in Australia won't be able to log in either. We also see that sending and receiving emails to be a problem, as this tweet from Proton shows. That's it. Speaking of Proton, it's proudly based in Switzerland and now Germany and Finland, I think, including their infrastructure. So that's a clear no to all the questions. If we can't reach it, there's little we can do. I mean, we're an island. Okay. How about we look at a local email provider, hey? Fastmail. So hopefully this works out. It's an Australian company. Yay. Well, sadly, their infrastructure is based out of New Jersey and Seattle. So I'd say no to all 3 questions here. If we can't reach it because the cables are well cut, yeah, oh well. So here's a quick review of what we've learned. Only Microsoft came close, but that's for their enterprise accounts, and even that's kind of like uncertain. To be clear, these aren't criticisms of the services or the resilience engineering that all these services has put into their products. Resilience engineering is so bloody fucking hard and requires a lot of effort that often goes undervalued, and this shows it. And it only shows when things fuck up. So, however, it's also good to understand how our dependencies may be impacted, especially in an incident scenario where a full compromise of availability happens. especially for something so critical. All right. So I saw comments that run your own mail server. Okay, let's talk about that. We can even run can we even run these ourselves with fully free open source software if we wanted to? So let's talk through the dependencies. Remember these from earlier? Okay, domain name to keep things simple. Let's keep it on the .au TLD. The .au root servers point to IP addresses owned by a .au domain, Domain Administration Limited, AUDA order in Australia, and directly paired with multiple local ISPs. Cool. These servers are run by Identity Digital Australia with local staff and infrastructure. Okay. And following the verification journey, let's check out if these servers are actually local. Well, Dick Trace, an AU domain, and yep, INA root servers, none in Australia, but you know, zone files for .au TLD can be downloaded. Local recursive DNS resolvers would likely have this bootstrapped and are well-known TLD roots on INA. Let's just give it the best case scenario, okay? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. From the IP addresses, we can see that one is on the AUDA ASN, and the rest are affiliates AS. If we ping these, we see approximately 30 milliseconds TL, which means it's local. Looking at the peering and stuff, it makes sense as they are directly paired with local ISPs. Looks like the .au DNS will likely keep working. We know local ISPs peering is pretty solid, as Australia's remoteness means it's very costly to route traffic internationally. You know, being an island and all that. So let's just say we've got this in the bag and we are kind of good here. So digital certs. Yay! Well, that kind of gets a bit dicey. Looking up the common CADB that the Linux Foundation maintains, and that is used as somewhat of an authoritative source of root certificates, we find no Australian CAs, except for one maintained by the Australian Department of Defense. Well, crap. So that means either the DoD issues certs, or we're pretty much stuck with whatever time we have remaining on our latest cert refresh. So that means a maximum of 90 days for Let's Encrypt certs, or maybe 47 days soon. Thanks, Apple. So that means that we will either have to create a new CA and issue it to everyone, or use self-signed certs, or turn off all the PKI stuff off if we become disconnected to the global from the global network. As for email software, ARNet, Australia's research network and ISP, maintains a mirror of various local Linux distributions, including all its source code. So at the risk of following another bloody rabbit hole of dependencies and all the way down, let's just say we've got that covered and we're good on that front too. So if you're keeping score, it looks like IP DNS and email software, yeah, we can keep working. However, we already have a capability gap in issuing valid digital certs that already have their root CAs on our device. Yikes. That means if we are disconnected, we lose email. And some instantly, others as certificates start to expire. Or since so much of modern emails rely on certificates, plus, we don't have any local capacity to switch to something, even if we wanted to, because we don't have a local root CA, right? If we tried, how long would that take? Well, that's just the technical reality of our dependency, even without considering the influences of business priorities, local legal, regulatory, and cultural expectations of where the service provider is based. So, what can go wrong? Let's talk about the consequences. Imagine what life would be if you lost access to your mailbox. Finally, inbox 0. No notifications, paradise. Huh? I wish. We saw how badly the CrowdStrike incident in July last year impacted us. It impacted food, fuel, transport, healthcare, critical systems' ability to communicate, and even access to our money. That impacted, well, our ability to live our lives. Fortunately, this impact didn't last long. And through all the incredible efforts of many, many people, got things back running in just a few days. That said, we know the impact of being disconnected. Sadly, as seen with what happened with the Optus failure just a few days ago, well, we know what happened. And that's just under a day of failure. Okay, let's take a step back and ask, what in our lives depends on us having access to our email? We mentioned a few of these earlier. It's how we communicate. It's how we communicate with our government, banks, telcos, healthcare, landlord, city council, and every aspect of our lives, including being notified of bills and other legal obligations. It serves as a proxy of our identity. It is used as logins to government IDs, ID.me in US and MyGovID and MyID in Australia, and used for, well, paying your taxes. We agree to transactions via emails. How often do you still sign and post paper contracts or get confirmations on paper? It is also used as your logins to banks, payment providers like PayPal, etc., where you may be sent an email with a confirmation code, or even it's how we send money to each other. How long will we be able to survive without access to current email? If CrowdStrike was bad, what if you woke up with access to your email provider gone? One dad found out after sending pictures of their kid to a doctor for diagnosis. Or wake up to finding all your dads are deleted by mistake, like how one large Australian super fund or super fund did. Yikes. For international colleagues, that's retirement fund. How will you and the loved ones you love do? Would it be fair to say that loss of email would be pretty catastrophic consequence? And that's just email. So, how digitally resilient do you think you are? Oh, fuck. Personally, I didn't know my life was that fragile. Business continuity plans, PCP, takes on a whole nother meaning. I don't want to be killed. Remember the risk matrix from earlier? Yep. If we were to evaluate the consequence on our full disconnect scenario, it looks pretty similar, eh? But admittedly, well, we're still here. And sure, you might say, if this scenario happens, well, we are all screwed, so it doesn't quite matter. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can do something about it. We learned from the threat model and scenario is that there's lots of risk, and we need to make sure that we truly understand these cyber systems have very real impacts on our lives. Now that we know what needs fixing, let's all try to make it a little better. When you talk about security, you usually hear the usual advice of have backups, have an incident response or emergency plan, and have redundancy in your dependencies. Generally, good advice to start with, but we need to do more, as it doesn't quite address all the issues that we've faced. As we've seen in our threat model, there's practically no clear viable options for service restoration with the status quo. So, what can we collectively do to address the service availability risk we are dealing with? From a high level, we need more diversity in our supply chain. It gives us more real choice. For us to have resilience, we must first have a healthy diversity of providers and approaches necessary for a healthy population. We can learn from nature's diverse ecosystems thrive and resilient to threats. This includes diversity of environment and locale. That means that we have a strong, competitive, and diverse market at every level. Simply put, if you solely rely on one source for all your food needs, if a plague breaks out or something else goes wrong, then your supply is disrupted and you might go hungry and die. With that in mind, there are 3 things we can do to better protect ourselves. First, let's threat model our own life. Let's start with actions we can take ourselves to understand our own priorities and concerns and what is going to affect us. Then let's choose better, demand better, and build better. These are actions that we can take to directly influence change, to help drive the change we seek, one decision, one action at a time. But for long-term success, we need to strengthen the commons, because public money, public good. Drive actions to support the strong commons for the community to build upon, like solid public infrastructure, creating strong, real alternatives that's not extractive with strong rules of law that would create long-term benefits for everyone. But what about the economy? It creates long-term benefits for all. Well, at least according to the 2024 Nobel Prize of Economics winners' work. So let's dig a little deeper into the 3 actions that we can take. Try model your own life and make a plan you can live with and understand the constraints you're working with. Ask yourself, what do I depend upon? What happens if I no longer have access to it? Or if the service I'm relying upon suddenly becomes hostile? What can I do now, and how can I change my own behavior to minimize the impact it has on me? In our example scenario, well, email, I'd be fucked. Yeah, we don't need to rehash this. We have spent more than enough time on that. Actions that I can take, maybe use my own domain as a backup local service provider. Can't do much about certs, but I can monitor for that and advocate for that. And if I work or have connections to people, the powers that be, maybe ask them to do something about that. And have at least maybe 47 days, thanks Apple, to figure something out before the big bad happens. Choose better, demand better, and build better. Demand real choice. Demand diversity, demand and build for interoperability at all levels of the supply chain. As the market moves, so will providers to fill in the demand. Preferentially choose those providers that do, both in our jobs and in our personal lives. Invest in your local community if you want to keep it. That means make data portable, portability, interoperability, and support for open standards a requirement when choosing. Shop local. Don't make yourself a hostage. That's why the EU is pushing for digital sovereignty, so that it has the ability to act in the digital world. And that's why projects like Veilid it's so important to us. In practice, this doesn't need to be a big bang transition. Just add a little bit more diversity into your supply chain. If you're no longer solely dependent, you're no longer at the whims of service providers, like with Darth Vader, what Darth Vader did. I've altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. Big Tech knows that. That's why they came together and created the Open Compute project. As a bonus, competition gives you stronger negotiation position and reduces cost. For us to sustain the change in building a less fragile world, we must strengthen our commons. With public money, well, let's demand public code. We're seeing the EU do this. Why? Because it makes sense. Engaging and demanding the various levels of government use their buying power to strongly prefer public code, ensuring that grants aren't just, handouts that increasingly privatize the commons with public money while socializing the risk. We've seen this time and time again drive better standards and competition and resilience throughout the years. We've seen the multiplying effects with things like the Linux Foundation, DARPA, CISA, NIST, NASA, and heck, locally, CSIRO, which gave us Wi-Fi and more. Heck, it buffed the internet as well. A strong commons helps us not to worry if the provider is going to rug pull features we rely on. It only seems fair if the taxpayers are paying for it, then the taxpaying community should benefit. Economic arguments aside, in cybersecurity, we often say trust but verify. Public codes allows us to do just that, because mistakes happen. It also enables us to keep governments accountable as more gets digitized. As a benefit, public codes helps create local capability. It also lowers the cost and barriers to entry, increasing diversity and competition. When the knowledge and capability is publicly available, we enable local providers to grow stronger together. Because that's what you as a person and what we as a community value. It's not the same as the legal duties of a business. To be clear, this is not a boo businesses bad boo. But to understand that our goals and priorities, might be different. Like this scene from The Last of Us. You're trying to contain the virus, not about how you feel. Securing our supply chain and reversing this digital fragility is a matter of our survival. It's about our freedom to choose and act independently. Our digital life is real life now, and we've only got one goal. Well, heck, if you've found out how to respawn in this game, please let me know. That'd be awesome. Thanks. It's not going to be easy. There will be powerful opposing forces, as last year's Nobel Prize in Economics winner shows expected. So be prepared. But will we let this fragility crumble over all of our efforts and future when the inevitable tide comes? No. It's a matter of survival. We fought to exist as hackers. We are here. Now we must fight for our future. As hackers, we are creative, persistent, and resourceful. So we take one small action at a time. We can reclaim a resilient future where we thrive. This is just the start. Let's hack ourselves a better planet. What will you do? Well, all that said, what the fuck do I know? I'm just a virtual pony at a virtual conference. I'm not real and disappear into the void after this talk. So y'all in mid-space got to figure this out before it's too late. So thank you. Bye.
Yes, thank you for mic dropping and making it our problem.
Oh dear.
You told me you were... Anyway, do horses like Tim Tams? Are horses allowed to eat chocolate?
I don't know.
I assume so. Okay. If you weren't a horse and say theoretically you were a person, what would you have with your Tim Tam?
Chocolate is toxic to horses.
Oh, well, I guess we can't ask you that question then.
I don't know. Well, I'm going to die anyway. I'd probably do it with milk because milk is nice.
Milk is winning.
I suppose if you die by chocolate, you don't have to worry about all the stuff that you were just talking about either.
That's true.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Hoodie. I will let you
Much
go because
appreciated.
we have to work out the transition, and I'm sure that is something we'll work out. But thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
Thanks, Hoodie.
You and I pressed at the same time. We are finally at the end of our day. It is 20:53 in Canberra and Melbourne.
Mm-hmm.
We are at the end, and so there's
made
a
it.
song. We did make it. You're sounding a little croaky. I'm also exhausted. It has been a long day, and I know our American friends are waking up, but a couple of things before we hand over to the amazing PancakesCon team. Thank you very much to all of our speakers and all of our volunteers. So thank you to everyone who spoke today. Thank you to Hoodie and Brian, and thank you to Adriana for coming and joining, even though we bullied you, forced you almost into emceeing.
I volunteered.
You volunteered. You volunteered for a job that was different, though. It's like me changing the JD at the last minute. Thank you to everyone. We definitely do not run this conference without you all. It would be really boring if I was just here for 9 hours and just spouting Ian rant time for 9 hours. However, I have bought a domain name to set up an OnlyFans for opinions called ifyouwantmyopinion.youcanpay.com. So I will set that up as soon as possible and, get a new income source coming in. What if you want more? So for those who are joining from Australia, we have so many Australian conferences. It's insane. I actually kept coming back to this presentation and trying to add more because I'm like, holy crap, there's so many different presentations. So you get your B-sides, as usual. They're every year. You have TUSCon, which is you go camping on at the beach and do cyber. We have some New Zealand conferences, so Christchurch, HackerCon, CheckCon, and ComfyCon. And then you have your sort of monthly talks. So Sec Talks is there, C-Sides. And then OXCC, which has just happened, which is obviously a women identifying conference as well. There are so many amazing conferences in Australia. I think sometimes it's easy to forget that we have so many. Please, please, please go attend them. No CyberCon, no. I have only put independent conferences. Corch, thank you for calling that out. Please, please, please go check them out. They're amazing. So many amazing people. There's new ones every year. They're perfect. Before we do the handball, as it were, to PancakesCon, any final words, Adriana?
Thanks for giving me a chance. This was so much fun.
I'm glad. Was that you testing? Yes, it was him testing. So the way this is going to work is we are going to disappear. We'll probably disappear now just to make sure things work. And because also we realized at the last minute that if we left our YouTube stream running for more than 12 hours, it would actually delete our entire YouTube stream, which is not great because we don't want to lose those talks. And then immediately straight after, PancakesCon will be running. So PancakesCon.com, go check it out. They have 2 tracks running. They have amazing villages. They have CTF. They have so much there. Okay, go see it if you can. If you're in a different time zone to me, where I'm going to go to sleep. They're also got the wonderful Bruce Large joining, who is an Australian security architect. I will say, and I say this in all the great fun, that Bruce is ruining the last 50 years of marketing from Australia to prove that we're not all called Bruce. We're not all called Bruce, I promise. Monty Python was wrong. But thank you so much, everyone, for joining. We will now swap over, and then hopefully PancakesCon will kick in at exactly 9 p.m.
He's Australian as well.
Oh, well, there you go.
She's really cool.
Lots of Australians.
Check her out.
Check them out. Australians know what we're talking about, we promise.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a lovely evening.
Bye, everybody.